Dude, it's so nice.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Actually, this is already happening. The European major of the UTMB World Series is starting.
Vamos a disfrutarlo, vamos a vivirlo. They will be there all day long, 8 hours in the mountain.
Y volvemos con más emoción, con más pelea en esta Valdarán Valle de Beautiful pride. He is absolutely giving everything.
Good morning, or I'm not sure what time it is actually. Hello everyone tuning in. My name is Jackie. I'm going to be joining Stephanie Case, who I definitely fangirl for her incredible running and everything she does. I'm going to be chatting with her for the next 6 or 7 hours as we follow along the 100-kilometer race and then the start of the 100-mile event here. Welcome everyone. If you're just tuning back in, we'll recap here of the top 3 females who are out on course at the moment in the 100K. They're just over 7 hours in. We've got Claudia Tremps in 3rd place. She is 30 years of age, has an index score of 752, and has had a really strong start to the year with 2 second places. And then in 2nd place, we've got Marie Claqueg Fenray. She is 39 years of age with an index of 761. And it looks like she's had some... Oh, she's got a great track record here with a 1st place in the 2025 HOKA Val race, which was last year. I actually got to see Miao Yao run earlier this year in Australia, where she took out the 1st place in the UTA 50 kilometres. She's been running so well over the past few years, as you can see, with 1st, 2nd places across the board.
And hello, this is Stephanie Case coming to you from the studio, joining Jackie. So excited to be here with you. I was in the studio yesterday with Martin, and now excited to be here with you, Jackie, today. So we are following the 100-kilometer race. This is the CDH race, which means iron roads. And this race is following through old mine tunnels, past abandoned mines, and it actually covers the last 110 kilometers of the VDA of the 100-mile race. Now, we are just joining you live here from the studio, but the runners have been out on the course since 6 a.m. So we are jumping into it right in the middle. And now we've reviewed the top faves on the women's side. Let's review the top faves on the men's side. Our 3rd top fave is Marcos Ramos Gonzalez, 37 years old, from Spain. We're going to be seeing a lot of strong Spanish runners here today. today with a really good race result. And then Julian Calvo Vigara. This is a very strong runner. He's currently running in first. So this is where we see a lot of crossover between who our faves are and who is actually out there performing. He got just a second at Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB in the 80-kilometer race, which I ran the longer distance race of just a couple weeks ago. And then the favorite, Raul Octavio Butacci from Romania. We are seeing a rise in athletes, in runners from Romania over these past couple of years. Like to see someone who's a little bit older. He's in his 40s, and he was certainly a favorite coming into this, currently running in fifth. It's great to be with you on the mic, Jackie.
I know, I'm super excited about it. I think we're in very different time zones right now, but I feel like we'll both bring just as much energy anyway. I couldn't see your face before. My face was sitting over the top of you. I was thinking, am I going solo right now?
Yeah, we've sorted out the tech issues, and we are now going to be with you all. And we're about to see a replay of the start of those runners at the start of this 100-kilometer race this morning at 6 a.m. You can see, in past years, we've had quite volatile weather that has affected some of these races. Mostly it has affected the 100-mile race category, but it has caused some course changes in recent years. This year, we have beautiful weather. The temperatures are cooler than normal. We have sunny skies, not a cloud in sight, and that is setting us up really well for an exciting day today and tomorrow.
And you've been covering the last 2 days, is that right?
This is the second day that I've been covering. Yesterday, we were following the 50K, and today covering the 100K, and then, of course, the 100-mile race will start this afternoon local time. Now, looking at that start line, we saw a glimpse of Pau Capel. He's, one of the fan favorites, having a tough day today, just doing a bit of a check to see if he's still in the race. At the moment, he's still out there, but there he is. No matter where he is in the race, certainly people are always cheering for him. And there we go. The runners are off. Now, what we saw this morning, if you were following along, unsurprisingly, Yao Miao was leading early on with Claudia Tremps and Camille Lascrière following behind pretty much on the first climb. Now, in this race, they have a really steep climb kind of after the first few kilometers. So they've got to bring their energy right from the start. On the men's side, we had Raul Octavio Butacci from Romania, who we just covered as one of the favorites, really leading at the front, but there was quite a pack. The top 5 men were running pretty closely together, with Gauthier Boncaret, Abel Carretero, Remy Bressac, and Mathis Leray all running together. And you can see this first section. If you go onto the UTMB live site, you can see a profile of the course to get a sense of where the runners are along the way. It'll also show little icons of where the top men and women runners are in the course.
And it's a long climb in that first
town. Yep.
And it's a big long climb out of the town, isn't it? So it's nice that the athletes get to start with some fresh legs, but they've got to pace themselves and not go too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that some of the runners here at the start are carrying poles, but some aren't. And what we saw in the 50K race yesterday was that it really was a bit of a game changer. Normally in a 50K, you wouldn't see as many of the elites carrying poles, but the climbs here in the Pyrenees at Val Thorens are so steep that those who had poles really seem to shoot ahead of those who didn't. So I'm interested to look, now that we're looking at the 100-kilometer race, which is much longer, those runners that actually don't have poles with them. And there was a difference between the men and the women yesterday. Men mostly had poles, but the top women didn't. And I think we are seeing something similar here today for the 100K. I did not see Yao Miao with poles, or I don't think Claudia had them either, but we'll have to take a closer look.
I feel like it's a real discussion point at the moment, polls or no polls. And I mean, even as you just saw recently, Western States polls were being thrown into the mix. But yeah, it definitely reduces a lot of load off the athlete's legs, which can really save them later on.
Yeah. And
Why
there
do
we
you think
have
it is
Yao
that
Miao
the males are using
at the
polls?
front. I'm not sure. It's a good question. It could just be that what we saw yesterday was that some of the top runners on the women's side, you know, coming from more of a sky running background, tend to be used to running without poles. But you can hear, if you've got your audio up, you can hear just how heavy breathing the camera runners are doing. They are really working as they are going up this climb. Now, as I said, Yao Miao was leading early on with fan favorite Claudia Tremps and Camille Lescuyer following behind. We have had a bit of a switch up behind Yao Miao, but Yao Miao has solidly stayed in the lead. And not only has she been running at the lead of the women's pack, but she was running as high as 7th scratch. So 7th amongst the men. I think she's dropped back down to around 10th. Around the men. But let's take a look at what the stats are. So Julian Calvo Vigara, he has come out now in first. He's been leading for the last few hours. Julian from Spain. Now, he was first at Transgran Canaria 100-kilometer race this year and fourth at Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB 100K last year. He's followed by Abel Carretero, who in second, and then Gauthier Bancare from France in third. Now, Gauthier is interesting. He's consistently gotten better and faster since 2019. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on him. Do you want to take it over on the women's side?
Yes, and thank you for correcting me. Is Yao Miao the incorrect way. Incredible runner who I got to see in Australia, and she's having a great day out there today. As you were just saying, she's also holding strong up against the male runners, which is awesome to see. And then in second, we've got Alexandra Casan Ferreira. So she's about 40 minutes behind Yao Miao, and hopefully she can keep holding out nice and strong there. And Stephanie, your pronunciation is absolutely flawless.
No, you know, there's gonna be mess ups this time. If we're butchering someone's name, please let us know in the chat. We're always here to improve. But here we have a bit of a flyover of the course. So you can see that bit of a flat-ish section to help kind of spread out the field at the beginning before they start to go up on a climb. And just as a reminder, this 100K race, actually follows the last 110K of the 100-mile course. So we're going to be seeing this again later today and tomorrow. But absolutely beautiful scenery in Val d'Aran in the Pyrenees. This is a high altitude region. Much of the region is above 2,000 meters with some peaks going near 3,000 meters. Really wild, gnarly terrain. So the fact that we can get images to you from some of these places is really quite incredible. Now you can see this section here. They're going past some of these beautiful high alpine lakes, really technical, high climbs. But make no mistake, you know, this is not a race that favors only those who can do the technical, gnarly stuff. You also have to be able to open it up and run on those more flatter plateau sections.
And you've raced here before, haven't you, Stephanie?
Yeah, that's right, Jackie. I was racing here in 2021, so it's 5 years ago now, but it feels like it was a lot sooner. But I remember just being in awe of the scenery, of how technical it was. I think how technical the course was caught out a few of the top runners yesterday. We heard. I can't remember. It was one of the French runners was telling us in a post-race interview yesterday that he was really surprised actually how technical it actually was.
I guess it's
here
a
we
massive
are following the top men. Yep. Yeah, for those who have raced, some of the top runners were racing in Andorra a few weeks ago. So Andorra is just a bit to the east of where the runners are at Val d'Orem, but very similar terrain, very similar trails. Now, if we look at Julian right now going up this climb, he's motoring. He's really not letting up. I mean, he is now over halfway through this race and showing quite a strong result. So Julian was bronze at the Spanish Ultra Championship and runner-up to Butaci, the Romanian runner at Peñagolosa in April. They finished seconds apart, I believe, if my memory is correct. So interesting to have them both out here back on the course.
And this has been a bit of a breakthrough year for him with some pretty good results. I see.
Yeah, if we looked at his past results, I think he is running kind of stronger. I wouldn't have necessarily put him out in first, but if you look at his past results, he has really improved year upon year. But as you say, particularly this year in 2026, he's come out with some pretty phenomenal finishes. A string of second places, a third. My goodness, if you look at the number of races that he's done in 2026, this is a prolific racer. I mean, I can't even count. There's eight races even just on the UTMB site alone that he's finished this year.
It's interesting with ultra running, isn't it? Because it's still such a new sport in a way that there isn't necessarily a right or a wrong way. And, with marathon running, you usually only choose those two key races maybe. Whereas in ultras, you're seeing people race a lot more and sometimes their body can handle it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would have to say, though, looking at the number of 100K category races that he's done, just weeks apart, back to back, there's 500K category races that he's done since March. That is quite a lot, even for a well-trained seasoned athlete. If you're using races for training, I get it, but I mean, he's podiumed on every single one of those 100Ks. So maybe I should have had him at the top to be a winner here. I mean, he certainly, like we say, it was a fan favorite, but perhaps he knew in his head what he was going to do out here. Now let's check.
He's superhuman. Even 2025, he's got some.
Yeah, you're right. So there was a 10-minute gap between Julian and Abel at the last checkpoint. And it'll be another 20 minutes or so before he comes into the next one. But a 10-minute lead is not too shabby. We were talking yesterday about how in these races, 10 minutes used to feel like it wasn't that much time at all. But right now, winners, podium runners, they're coming in just seconds or minutes apart. So 10 minutes feels like a pretty good gap for me here in this race.
Definitely, and we saw that in Australia recently at the Ultra Trail Australia, where the first three females of the 100K were so close together, and we actually missed Beth McKenzie coming across the line just because it was so many people coming in so quickly. So,
oh, that's exciting. I think you were commentating that one, right?
Yeah, I was with Majel on that one, so it was good fun. Martin was there at the finish line as well.
Fantastic. Well, we are excited to have you with us, calling in all the way from Australia today. And you can see the runners dunking their hats in those streams, taking advantage, of being able to cool down where they can. It's like I say, it's not as hot as it has been in past years. But we did see runners come across the line yesterday, still a little bit looking a little bit spent, pouring water over their heads. So even though we're saying it's cooler than normal, make no mistake, they are still feeling the sun out there. There's really no cloud cover for them to take advantage of.
And it's such a big West location and race, and as you were talking about before, some of the other years the race has been affected due to the massive storms that come through this area. I mean, you've run there before. Is it just known for having really extremes one way or the other?
You know, I think whenever you have a race in the mountains, you get variable weather, right? Because you're dealing with lots of different elevation. But over the last couple of years, it's true. We've seen, you know, quite a few storms. It's thrown a bit of a monkey wrench into the plans, and mainly affecting this 100-mile race that will start later today. Last year we had a shortened course, but we did get a finish for the 100-mile race category. The 2 years prior to that, it unfortunately had to be canceled. So we feel quite lucky that all things are going ahead this weekend. And the reason why it's important is because Val d'Orem by UTMB is a UTMB World Series major. And that carries specific benefits with it. There's quite a bit of prize money, 5,000 euros for the top winner. All of the runners get double the number of running stones, which increases your chances to get into the UTMB lottery. And instead of the top 3 getting a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals, it's the top 10. So 210 runners, that's the top 10 on the men's and women's side, and age division winners will get a direct entry to UTMB from this race. Now, we are going to be looking at some of the best of images from day 2 of Val d'Orem by UTMB. Want to book a flight to go to Val d'Orem, to go to this area, I don't know what will. You can see those old mining tunnels going through the area, and look at these ridge lines.
It's funny you say that. I tuned in and watched some of the commentary from yesterday with you and Martin, and also last year, and I was absolutely mind blown by the incredible scenery the entire way. That it's just, the mountains are something else.
Yep. Oh, no, we saw an absolutely brilliant race. This is Sarah Alonso. She won the 50K race yesterday in 6 hours and 20 minutes. And in her own words, she said it was the hardest race of her life. She suffered from the start and hit her limit. Wow. On the men's race, Luca Del Perro from Italy won in 5 hours, 23 minutes. With Gianluca Giano in second, and Anthony Felber capping his comeback arc with a 3rd place, coming back from injury. Now we are following the elites, but of course there are hundreds and actually thousands of runners here across the different races, the 8 different races at Val d'Orem by UTMB. There are 7,500 runners that have come to this region, to these little towns and to this mountain landscape from 91 countries. You will see a dominance of runners from Spain. 40% of the runners in the event this weekend are from Spain, with almost 90% coming from Europe. So Spain, France, Portugal. But do not count out the non-Europeans. We've seen the Romanians, the runners from Poland. We've seen some Americans really giving the others a run for their money. And it's nice to see that geographic diversity. Not to mention the runners from China. I mean, Yao Miao, my gosh, I think she's got a whole country behind her. We will be going to a short break. Stay tuned, and we will see you in a moment.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Catalunya.
And we are back. We are following the top men and women at the CDH 100K at Val d'Aran by UTMB. And on the screen, I believe this is our second place men. I'm going to start to record their outfits so that I can remember who we're following. And first we have Julian Calvo Vegara from Spain. And in second, we have Abel Carretero from Spain as well. They are being chased down by Gauthier Boncaret from France. So you can see on the left a bit of an overview of the course and where Julian is now. He is coming up to the top of the second to last climb. And then there's a bit of a runnable plateau before there's a steep descent and then one last descent to the finish. Yep.
He's making all of this look pretty runnable, but I'm sure he's making it look quite easy. And from your experience when you raced, same course for you or slightly different?
That's a good question. I'd have to go back and look, but I believe it's the same course. Trying to remember, in my head, it's a jumble of gnarly rocks, tree roots, lakes, and boulders. So you can see the runners dunking their hat in the stream, trying to keep cool, even at high altitude. And even though temperatures are lower than normal, the runners are still feeling the heat. It is a bit warmer today, and we'll get a little bit warmer, I believe, tomorrow. Yesterday was probably our best day. So here we have in second our man in black. This was Abel Carretero from Spain, chasing down his Spanish compatriot, Julian. Now, there was about a 10-minute gap between them at the last checkpoint. We will get an update. We should see Julian come through the next checkpoint maybe within the next 5 minutes or so. Let's see how the algorithm's doing there.
It's just incredible.
These are remote places. Mm-hmm.
It looks absolutely phenomenal. I mean, the color of that water. Hopefully some of these guys are getting to look up a little bit and enjoy that along the way. But this course today, the 100, it definitely doesn't give up, and it's very mountainous terrain out there. And unlike a lot of races where you get sort of that runnable, undulating terrain for a little bit of it, this is just constantly long climbs. And as you can see here, a lot of rocks, technical terrain. And as your legs start to get fatigued, it can become a mental challenge as well to keep lifting those knees.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's during the kind of later part of the race in the final third when we can start to see when the runners start to get a little bit more fatigued, that's when that delicate footwork becomes absolutely essential, because you catch one toe and you're over. Yesterday, we saw Sarah Alonso. She took a hard spill twice. I mean, it was straight down to her chest, rolling over onto her back. She managed to keep going and stay in first and go without too many injuries. But unfortunately, not the same story for Robert Kemoy from Kenya. He took a bad fall when he was running in the lead and bouncing between first and second, and unfortunately had to withdraw. So it's not only important that you're able to run fast, but that you can get through this technical terrain while staying on 2 feet.
And I mean, you mentioned Sarah. I think I've seen her take a fair few falls in different races, but I also think that's a massive kudos to her, because it works in her favor a lot of the time, because she's such an animal and she's so strong and just goes for it. And, it can really slow you down if you're timid when you've got to attack those hard descents. And for her, she just attacks it with no fear and absolutely goes for it.
Yeah, I think you raised a really good point. I mean, we said that she needed to give a masterclass on how to fall and rally, how to crash and rally. She should teach Robert Kemoy how to do that the next time, so that she can keep going. But it's really tough. There's really no margin of error anymore. The competition is so steep. If you kind of pull back because you're feeling a bit timid, a bit conservative on those downhills, that just opens up a space for people to jump into the gap. Okay, and now we have our third place man here in yellow. I'm jumping over. I was looking at an update on the men's side. So this is Gauthier Bancarer. So this is our Frenchman from Team La Sportiva. And what do we know about him? I was saying earlier that he's gotten consistently better and faster since going back to really 2019. We can see a nice progression in his race results, in his UTMB index. This year, he was a little bit further back. He was 15th at the 100-kilometer race at Transvolcania, but last year, second at the 100-kilometer Mallorca race by UTMB. And, looking back, he is actually, placed top 10 and 9th at UTMB at the 100-miler in 2024. So he knows how to do long distances. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty impressive achievement for sure.
I wonder what he's planning on doing coming back this year for the UTMB finals. Last year, he tried OCC and unfortunately DNF'd, so maybe he will be coming back for redemption at the shorter distance this year.
I've heard it's an absolutely savage course over there. I've only hiked on it a little bit, and I've got a lot of friends who are going over to race in the main UTMB week in Chamonix, which is very exciting. A lot of them have been able to get a place through their index score, also the stones, which has been a massive help for them. Biggest challenges for Aussies coming over is that it's hard to prepare unless you live in the mountains. It's very difficult to replicate the sort of terrain, those long, steep climbs up and down, the technical stuff. So Aussies always have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I think you share that problem with many of the Americans that come over when they come over to the Alps or to the Pyrenees. It's just a totally different environment. Unless you're living in Colorado, and you have the chance to train at altitude on rocky mountains, it can be quite a shock. I remember my first mountain race in the Alps. It was TDS. The first year TDS was running in 2009. And I thought that I had done a mountain race before. I had raced in Vermont. Now, let me tell you, Vermont mountains are not Alps mountains. So it's a whole different beast. Now, you can see there, it showed a little graph of the gradient that we have Abel currently running in second. Coming up to. So he's now hitting a bit of a, I say, quote unquote, flatter section. But this is where the top male runners, as I mentioned, they're coming to the top of this second to last climb. And while it will flatten out, they still have to watch where they're putting their feet.
And Abel has a little bit of unfinished business here. He finished 4th in the event last year, and I'm guessing he's really trying hard to turn that experience into a podium one today. And, you know, at this stage of 100K, that experience that he has will be really invaluable.
Yep. I think 4th place is always really tough, because even though the top 5 are recognized with prize money in this World Series major, you still want to be on the podium. You want to be, you know, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. So that will definitely be a motivator for him.
And where they're running right now is just
follow our leader. Yep.
And it's just stunning out there. Oh my gosh. I want to book a trip and go right now.
I was just out in the area in Andorra, a little bit to the east, just a few weeks ago, and I would love to go back. And you know, it's a fabulous place to race, because not only do you have this kind of scenery, but the food afterwards. Okay, and now we are following our 4th male, and this would be Mathis Leray. Now, it's interesting, we haven't seen too much of a change-up in the top 5, really, on the men's side. They were all running very closely together for, I think, the first couple of hours. But we haven't seen too much of a change-up in the composition of who's there in the top 5. 2 Spaniards, 2 French, and then followed by Raul Octavio Butacci, our Romanian runner, in 5th.
Quite fun to be able to see some of the runners just outside of the top 3 as well, and see how they're performing and get to learn a little bit more about them. I think that's always really great. And I mean, he's using his poles as well. So that's all 4 of the lead males are using their poles at the moment, even in these runnable sections. But that was a young French runner that was just there with an index of 841. And so he's a pretty elite mountain runner, and he's had some great results over. So that's a few 2nd places, and
the big thing with Mathis, exactly. I was going to say the big thing with Mathis, the biggest comparator, I would say, is his 4th at TDS last year. Now, TDS is kind of the most technical out of the UTMB races, and has the most amount of climb per kilometer. So the fact that he could get 4th at TDS would suggest that he would perform well here today. And similarly, he is in 4th. So it seems to be a good, comfortable spot for him.
He's a bit of a mountain specialist, I guess you could say.
Yeah. And then Raul, who we haven't seen yet from Romania. Raul is by day an electrician, so he is looking to bring a little bit of lightning, I think, into his legs over the next few kilometers to try to improve his 5th place. I'm sure that he wants to be up there on the podium, if not first. In 2023, he was the winner of this race. Won the Trans Gran Canaria Classic course in 2024 and 2nd at Lavaredo last year. Now, Raul, it only started running in about 2013, which is a good amount of time for ultras, but not someone with, you know, decades of experience in the sport yet. And while we're following the men's runners, I do want to make sure that we are giving you an update on the women's side. So Yao Miao, who we have been tracking, she is running faster than I can keep up with. She's been kind of hovering in the top 10 scratch overall. So really chasing down the top men. And she's put in a huge gap. I mean, from the beginning, she has led really right off the start line, and really running like a whole checkpoint ahead of the other female runners behind her. Now, behind her, we have Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier from France. Now, Alexandra, I think she is running really the race of her life. She is running way faster than what her UTMB index would indicate. She's got some 50-kilometer races in her history, but not a huge race history background. So the fact that she is up there chasing down Yao Miao, is incredible. I really want to know what's going through her head. And then following her is Camille Lescuyer from France in third. Now, Camille has had a strong race season already, a win at a 100K race in May. So she has shown up well today. And then Marie Klageid Fenre from Norway, who was in fifth. She has moved up to fourth, overtaking Claudia Tremps from Spain. Marie was our winner of this race last year. She won this race in 12 hours and 31 minutes. So Marie will be looking to continue to pick off the women and climb back up. I think it would be hard to get first from Yao Miao. Yao Miao right now is just unstoppable, but maybe she'll be able to catch up to Camille or Alexandra, especially because Alexandra doesn't necessarily show that history, that background of deep experience in races of this distance. I want to see what is going to happen in this final third.
Everyone, if you are tuning in as well, you can jump into the live chat. We've got a poll happening there at the moment. Favorite weather for running? You've got 43 minutes left to submit your answer. Steph, what would your answer be for this one? We've got sunny and warm.
Favorite
rainy
weather
and cool.
ideal for running? Ooh. Do you know, I want it to be hot, vomit-inducing weather because not that it's the most pleasant to run in, but I tend to like it when races throw a bit of a curveball, and it plays better for, let's say, the veteran runners, the older runners who have deep experience and know how to deal with these changes. I'm starting to get, timed out by these young guns who are coming in and who can out-fitness me. This was a topic of conversation around Western States, which just happened last weekend. We had a cool year for Western States, and so there was a lot of talk about who that would favor, and the consensus was that it could tend to favor those who could run really fast but didn't necessarily have the experience of managing different variables over such a long distance, i.e. the veterans. So here we are back with our top man, Julian Calvo Vigara from Spain. Taking a little bit of a moment to fuel, taking some hydration. Pull his poles back out. You just can't get too comfortable and put them away for too long.
I was enjoying
look
Martin's
at those
tips.
legs. Yep.
That's for sure. I was enjoying Martin's tips on when your water is really starting to run on empty and run low, and you take a sip from it and the little flask is, it's about to be run out, and he said he works so hard to blow it back up and get that last little bit of water out. I hadn't heard that one before.
Yeah, neither had I, actually. So now we're getting a bit of an overview, a flyover of the course. So you can see where the course weaves between these mountains and around these lakes, these high altitude lakes. I believe there are 50 different high altitude lakes in the area that these runners will be going past. The 50K race that we were following yesterday is actually, I believe it was translated from the local language called Footprints of Water. It's like a giant had just walked through this area and left behind these huge holes filled by rainwater. Now, as we are following the top men and keeping an eye on the women's race, exactly, we will be going to a short break, but stay with us and we will be back with you with more images and excitement at Val d'Orem by UTMB.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
And we are back with you at Val d'Arènes by UTMB following the 100K race, this CDH race. And on our screen right now is our second place male runner. That's Abel Carretero from Spain, who's chasing down Julian Calvo Vigara, also from Spain. And just so you can see who is with you in the studio, this is Stephanie. I'm here in my studio speaker chalet and joined by Jackie from Australia.
I'm excited to be here, and I have fangirled Steph from afar for a long time. So when the offer came up to be commentating with you tonight, I couldn't pass it up, even though it is the middle of the night for me.
Oh, stop it. Well, I will shatter any fangirl illusions over the next few hours. I believe you were commentating when I was running Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB last year. Is that right?
Yes, the race in France. I still can't pronounce it correctly, but that was an awesome race that you had, and it was amazing to follow along. And I mean, I learned a lot about you as well whilst commentating that event.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Okay.
How did you pull up after that one?
Yeah, it's not too bad actually. It's Nice is a great place to recover and a great place to celebrate. Now, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a bit of a split, a comparison between our first and second men, Abel and Julian from Spain. So it's just showing a split in their times, really just minutes between them. Now, we've had Julian go through the last checkpoint, and we are waiting for Abel to come through. So it looks like now that 10-minute lead has widened, but we will get an exact figure. Okay, and there on the right-hand side of the screen, we now finally have images of Ruriel Octavio Butaci from Romania, who had the highest index score coming into this race and is a previous winner. So knows this course, knows what he's up against, knows what to do. I'm sure that he wants to be right up there at the front. Still running well in fifth place, but there is now a fair gap that I think would be difficult to make up.
Especially when these other competitors are moving so strong, and being around 8 hours into the race now, this is where it starts to reveal a bit of character as well, I guess. The early excitement settled down and everyone's found their groove. Guys have been very consistent throughout the whole day, and if they went in with a plan to execute, it looks like that's paying off for the guys who are in those top 5 positions. But there's still a big climb at the end of this course that they have to attack. Do you remember that part of the course, that big pinch at the end?
I absolutely do not.
You blocked it out.
I absolutely do not remember that last climb. I remember I was pretty nauseous when I got to this point in the race in 2021, and I just had my head down, pumping the legs. I managed to finish, I think, in third, but with the competition the way it is today, I would be nowhere near that place, not unless I at least really upped my performance. It's so exciting. Now we are back following the first man, following Kulin, who is motoring, you know, to be able to switch after going from a steep climb, then to, you know, put your pedal to the metal and to go quickly and move quickly over that technical terrain on that slight downhill. It takes a pro. I have to say, Abel looks like he's a bit tired going up that climb there. It didn't look like he kind of had the same vigor as Hulin. But I hate even saying that. Of course he looks tired. You know, we are 70K into a high altitude mountain race. So it seems like an obvious thing to say. But you can gain a lot of insight on how these runners are doing and how they might fare over the next couple of hours, but by just looking at how they move across the trails.
And it is a long time out there. Any race over 50 kilometers, especially these 100K races. Oh, you can see everyone cooling off here. We keep seeing that consistently throughout the day. Oh, also the fresh water on your face, it just gives you a new lease on life. And I usually tell myself I'm restarting. Cooling off and off they go.
And so there we have in the yellow, that's Gauthier Bancar. Carrer. I keep pronouncing his name the Spanish way because I'm in Spanish mode, but he is French.
Well, I'll pronounce it in the Aussie way.
Perfect. And there we go. So I think that's actually Gauthier now passing Abel, because Abel, yep. So we now have Gauthier and Abel running kind of together in second. Maybe Gauthier will now pull ahead.
And Gauthier, he is very smooth across the technical terrain, and it doesn't really even look like it's working. That's what I've actually learnt about him ahead of tonight, and he's showing that in real form right now.
Yeah, I think not to pat my own back, but I think I was right. You know, Abel was starting to look a little bit tired. You can see he's almost hunched over a little bit more. I don't know if that's his normal running style, but Gauthier does look to be a bit stronger at this point in the race, and he's going for it. So let's see if there will be a gap that widens up as they come into the next checkpoint. They should be coming up to the next checkpoint shortly.
And it's interesting you talking about, you know, seeing him starting to maybe pull back a little bit or not looking like his normal self and going as strong. It is fascinating about ultra running. Even the leaders can have these bad patches or maybe do you feel terrible, your tummy might be playing up, the heat's getting to you, or even your mindset is just wavering. And I guess it's how do you turn that around and come back from it without it letting affect your overall race?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the true elites, the pros out on this course, they make it look so simple. And yesterday we saw that with the top men. You know, some of them were just running, making it look. Luca Del Perro, it looked like he wasn't even trying. I thought, okay, he knows he's gotten in first. He's just cruising to the finish. But then afterwards, when we realized how fast he was running, he was doing 3-minute, 30-second kilometers. So he was certainly not taking it easy. But that's when you know that you're watching just an exceptional athlete, because I thought he was sitting back on his laurels, just cruising down to the finish like it was a Sunday stroll. So rest assured, you know, even if the runners look like they are not working so hard out there, they are pushing it.
It's funny how you talk about that.
Yeah.
And the pace, it's so humbling. It's very easy from behind a computer screen to think, come on, keep going. But when you're out there, it's a different story.
And there we go. They have just, looks like they've just clocked in. Not a checkpoint per se, but you could see they had the timing wand to check their bibs. So I'm assuming we'll see an update on the site. It hasn't registered through to the site just yet.
Now, the men's course record, it was set in 2022 by Manuel Mariales. Now, you were talking before about the course changes. So is the course record, it always gets a bit tricky with that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think especially for the races at Val d'Orem, it's very difficult to talk about course records. We can talk about fastest time in this race category, but because of the weather over the years, because we've had course changes, sometimes there's snow up high. Last year there were storms that caused a change near the end of the race. It's really hard to compare year to year. And in the 100-mile category, it will be almost impossible because the race was canceled 2 years in a row, and last year was shortened to 145K. So I think here it's probably not going to do us any favors to talk about a course record, but I do expect to see fast times today because the weather is so good. Yesterday, I thought the times in the 50K would be faster than they were. I will be honest. But I do think we'll see some pretty good times come in here. Whether it's quote-unquote course record or not, I think that will be difficult to determine.
And I mean, that really highlights how diverse and challenging these mountain conditions are. I think back to HOKA Australia, and you know, everyone's really pushing for that course record, and it's something you're really going for. So it's interesting that there are just too many variables to really have that as a point of reference, which is, interesting.
Yeah. Again, when you are in the mountains, especially in a place that's as wild as in Val d'Orem, I think you're always going to see, little modifications to deal with whatever's thrown at you. We're getting a nice overview of the course. You can see the distance between Julen and Gauthier. Wow. Julen in first and Gauthier now having moved into second ahead of Abel. And that's Gauthier there in the yellow. And, again, you can hear the heavy breathing of the camera runners. We have to give them a bit of love. The camera runners that are racing today, many of them raced in a 10K race at the start of the Val d'Orem by UTMB series and, came on the podium. And now they're out there in the mountains, in some places, with Starlink on their back. And they're making sure that they can bring these images to you from some of the most remote areas. Having run with some of the camera runners before in previous UTMB races, I'm just continually impressed that they can not only run, but keep steady images.
Definitely, and they are such sort of silent achievers almost. They're not really getting a paddle. They're out there doing the hard work as well and bringing these amazing live streams to life. And it's so cool to be able to see the sort of cross-screen shots like we are now of the first male we've got here and the second male to sort of compare and see how they're both moving. Obviously, they're in slightly different sections, but it does give a little bit of a nice reference point.
Now, even though it's nice weather, the runners, of course, need to carry all of the mandatory kit. So you will see these bigger packs than what they probably need, because you never know what will come in the mountains. And a little bit later in the broadcast, we will have a bit of an explanation from one of the guys in the studio behind the mic, who will explain what is in that mandatory kit. And just critical that, whether you are the last runner or the first runner, every runner has to carry the same gear. It's for safety and really to make sure that all runners are dealing with the same variables in terms of what's in their pack.
And it can definitely make a difference to your race. If 100 kilometers is a long way, and if you haven't trained with all of that mandatory kit, then it can change up your result massively. I mean, if your pack is a couple of kilograms over for that amount of steps, it is a lot of weight. So, you know, it's really important to train with your exact kit. I usually think maybe, you know, twice a week sort of thing. You don't want to be training with that heavier pack all the time because slightly higher risk of injury, can change your running form, and it's probably not necessary, but getting in those few sessions a week.
And there we go. We are seeing an overview of the course where it was showing Gauthier Boncaret from France and the gap between him and Julen, who is running a stellar race. I mean, and still looking incredibly strong. We are 78 kilometers into this 108 kilometer race, and he is running up the climbs. Hearing a little bit of burping from the camera runners. You know, we're getting it all out there. They're at altitude. They're just letting it out. Fair enough. Whatever you need to do to bring us these images is fine with me. Now,
I also feel like if I have a... Yeah, you're right. You go.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, I feel like see some of the stats from Sunto. Sunto showing us not only the speed that the runners are going at, but also the gradient of some of these climbs and some of these descents. So keep an eye on the screen. If you're listening to us, pop on to actually watch the visuals. I'll try to call out some of those Sunto stats for you as we go through this broadcast. It always helps to know, you know, what actually is the gradient that they are running on, because it never looks, it always looks flatter than it actually is. You know, when they're going up these huge climbs or steep descents, the camera kind of flattens it out. So let's keep an eye on those stats where we can get them.
What incredible scenery. It's just stunning. I mean, I haven't run somewhere quite like this.
Well, you should put it on your race calendar for next year.
I need to get some mountain training in as well then.
There you go. Vacation in Val d'Aran, vacation in the Pyrenees over the winter, and then come back to race. But a lot of these runners here that we're seeing are either, you know, from Spain. They've been able to train in the area, or some even training on similar race courses in Andorra a few weeks ago. It's very difficult to come and perform well if you haven't trained on similar terrain like we're seeing here. And this still is, you know, it's July, so we've still got another month and a half until we get to UTMB. But this race is going to set these runners up so well if they are also planning to come back to the UTMB World Series finals. They're getting the altitude, they're getting the mountain terrain, and they're getting the competition.
And if you have a good race out here, the confidence you'd get as well to then take you into UTMB would be incredible. We've got on the screen here. Is this...
Yao Miao. Yeah, this is
nice.
Yao Miao. I have started clapping. You might have heard the intake of breath if you're sitting at home. We have images of our first place women. I am just so excited by what Yao Miao is doing here. A Sunto athlete, just absolutely phenomenal athleticism, sportswomanship. I mean, this woman has so many people behind her, not just all of China, but I think all of the women around the world who's just excited to see what she can do. Look at her power over these trails. So, you know, as I was saying before, she's got pretty much a whole checkpoint between her and the other female runners that are coming behind her, really. I mean, we can't even compare the times yet from the last checkpoint because the other women just aren't there. She is chasing down the top men. And that isn't something that you always see in a very technical, very gnarly race like this. And look at Yao Miao. She's not using poles. So unlike the men, just like what we saw with the top women yesterday in the 50K, she's got her head down, she's pumping her arms, and she is motoring over those trails without any use of the poles. So interesting strategy there.
I love how excited you get when she gets on the screen then and even talking about her. I think your heart rate went up a little bit, but it's to then get the vision of Yao Miao there. She is an incredible runner and she's building such a impressive reputation for herself. I mean, her name is being widely recognized, as you said, around the world, and she's really put ultra running, trail running, and all sorts of running on the map for China. Should be inspiring a whole new generation. Heck, I think she's inspiring you.
200%. Now, Yao Miao is currently running 9th scratch. Very, at least through the last checkpoint, she was very close to the 8th male. So, again, absolutely phenomenal. First women, we are 8.5 hours into this race, and she does not look like she is slowing down one bit.
I'd say she's got in her head that she's really pushing for that top 10 overall finish today to lead by example for the girls out there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
She doesn't come actually from a traditional mountain. Oh, we've got a checkpoint here, don't we?
Yep. And then we are following, that's Julian Calvo. Vigata coming into the checkpoint here. You can see these are like remote huts. Ooh. Maybe not a checkpoint, but just
I don't think it is, sorry.
That he's passing. No, this is not a checkpoint. The next checkpoint that he will be going by is Colomares, but you can see that he's taking advantage of water where he can find it, pouring some over his head to try to cool down, taking it a bit of hydration. Now, you can, as runners, take advantage of water that you find on the course, whether it's a stream or whether it's some kind of a water fountain. In the Alps and the Pyrenees, there's such a big mountain culture that there's a lot of places where you can find water points. But if you don't know where they are, then you can't necessarily rely on them. Okay, now going back to Yao Miao, I think we were just talking a little bit about her background. Yao Miao is someone who can throw down a 2-hour, 30-minute marathon and also perform. Yeah, and also perform.
Let's give her a cheer for that one.
I mean, completely.
Yes.
And if you look at her background, there is just a string of firsts. She really is unbeatable. We had first at Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB this year. We had first at Val d'Aran, the 50K race at in this race series last year. So she's now stepping up in distance to try her hand at the 100K. And of course, she was the winner of OCC last year. Yao Miao is unstoppable. She is not just going for first, she's going for top 10 overall. And I think we're going to see that here today. Now, we are going into a commercial break, but please stay with us. We will be back with images of Yao Miao and the other top runners at Val d'Aran by UTMB.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
good. It's so nice.
And we are back from our break following the top men at the 100-kilometer race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. And on your screen, you have Gauthier Boncarrère from France, currently running in second. We saw him overtake Abel, who was previously in second. Abel has now dropped back to third, looking a little bit more tired. Gauthier coming out strong, but still at least 10 minutes behind Hulin in first. More like 15 minutes. Yep, going through the last timing point. We've got an update now. So Hulin came through at 7 hours, about 57 minutes. And then 15 minutes later, it was Gauthier. So we've got a nice gap there for Hulin. He should feel pretty comfortable with that. But I suspect we'll see Abel continue to drop back a bit.
This time I will run 100 kilometers. Yes, I haven't run 100 kilometers in about 3 years. So this time I hope I can find a great pace. This race is my big training for CCC. Yeah, so my next important goal is CCC. This trail super pretty and full of changes. My goal is find a great pace. Yeah.
That was a bit of a pre-race interview with Yao Miao. Yao Miao, who has recently joined ACG as her sponsor. She said, you know, using this as training for CCC. Honestly, CCC has much easier terrain than, not that it's a walk in the park, but the terrain at CCC isn't as technical and gnarly, I would say, in my opinion, as what we're seeing at Val d'Aran. But not having run this distance in a few years, she's really come out here hot. And she's running this 100K like it's a 50K.
She is, isn't she? And I guess it is the perfect dress rehearsal almost for Chamonix coming up nearly next month. Yeah, it's about a month away now.
Yep. Yep. I think we've got about 6 weeks. Let's not shorten it to a month. I'm racing during that week as well.
Sorry.
Give me 6 weeks. Give me 6 weeks, Jackie. You're putting my heart rate up.
Well, I'm heading over to France before then, so I'm excited for my holiday. So, you know, I'm trying to make it come closer for me. What race are you doing that week?
I will be running TDS on Monday night to Tuesday, and then I will be in the studio commentating for OCC, CCC, and the UTMB finals, which will be really exciting. I did TDS in the first year that it was on the scene in 2009. I did it again in 2015, and now 17 years later, I will be coming back to do TDS again. So,
wow,
it'll be the course has changed quite a bit over the years, but. Yeah, I'm excited to see what these old legs could do. Now just seeing a flyover of this beautiful 100-kilometer course. The 100-kilometer course follows the last 110K of the 100-mile course that will be starting at 4 p.m. today local time, so in about an hour and a half. So we will be covering both races to give you images of what is happening between the two races, which will be exciting. Just hear how hard the camera runner is working to keep up with Yao Miao, who is powering up this climb, using her hands, pushing on her thighs, no poles in sight. She knows what she's doing.
She won UTA 50 in Australia this year, and she also said that race was part of her preparation for CCC. So it seems that every race she's chosen this season has been carefully selected, I guess, to build strength, confidence, and that mountain fitness for her biggest peak week, where she's going to be racing at CCC.
Now let's take a look at the gap in both between the men and the women. So on the men's side, we've got about a 23, 22 minute gap between Julen in first from Spain and Mathis Leray from France in fourth. We still don't have Raul Octavio Butacci from Romania through that last checkpoint. And on the women's side, Yao Miao has put, a whole checkpoint in between her and the other women. But Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier is really having a phenomenal race for her. She is running in second. She's quite a bit back. She's about 50 minutes back from Yao Miao coming through the last checkpoint, but having an absolutely phenomenal breakout race for her. Much stronger than what her UTMB index might predict. And that's what I love about this sport, right? We can get all of the data. We can have a UTMB index that can give you some indication of where you match up according to the other runners. But what matters is what you do on the day when you get to the race and how well you perform that one day. So anything can happen.
100%. And it's not necessarily a of the strength of the rest of the women in this field. This is just, it really highlights how outstanding Yao Miao is out there. So the other ladies are still very strong runners and out there to really give it a red hot crack.
200%. I think, while the competition is continuing to increase, it seems almost week by week, if not month by month. We are seeing, those winning times of the women just come down, they're breaking faster than we can even keep up with them. And when I was running Trail 100 Andorra just 3 weeks ago, we had Martina Valmasoy come in sixth overall, sixth scratch, bringing the winning time down by hours. So, that's what we want to see. That's where we want to see the movement. All of the women kind of pushing each other to do better. And that's what Yao Miao is doing. We're seeing her on our screen. She is breaking barriers. She's chasing the top 10 men. She's in the top 10 men. But she's also pushing the other women behind her to keep doing their best and to keep chasing her down.
And earlier, Stephanie, you were talking about, if you were to, comparing your time from years ago. And I actually am going to have to disagree with you because I think it's important to put results into context. And, if you can't compare times or performances from years ago, because I don't think it's fair, just because the sport has evolved so enormously with the training, the nutrition, just the overall depth of the sport. And so I'm still going to give you just as much credit for your results 10 years ago.
Well, thank you for that. 5 years ago, not so long ago, but whatever it was an eon ago. But it's true. What has also evolved is the gear. If you haven't been on UTMB's Instagram page, they did a bit of a history, a carousel of the women in the UTMB race over the last, 20 plus years. And looking back at Chrissy Mail, the first female winner of UTMB, and the gear that people were out there wearing backpacks. Lizzie Hawker wearing backpacks. We were wearing these hiking backpacks with giant buckles, and the way that the packs have changed, the hydration has changed, everything has just gotten faster, better, more competitive, and that's made a difference of hours.
100%. And I come from a slightly different running background. I come from multi-stage racing, and gear plays a massive role in that. Anyone tuning in, actually anyone in the chat, if you jump over, guys, we have a chat happening, and you can get involved in any of the polls or cheer on someone that you might be following along. A lot of the chat is actually in, I think it's in French, so I can't understand, but any English-speaking people out there, but with the multi-day racing, the packs, you have to be so specific with your gear, and to get it grams takes a lot of skill and also a lot of money, because the more lightweight gear is more expensive, and that also comes into play for a lot of these runners who are new to the sport. Unless you have sponsors helping you out with all the gear, the packs can be very expensive, and you might not be able to afford that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, people like to say all it takes is a pair of running shoes in order to compete, but it is absolutely not true. It takes the right running shoes. It takes multiple pairs. It takes poles. It takes a pack. It takes hydration. It takes all of the mandatory kit, not to mention the flights and the accommodation to be able to go to these races. How many gels? That is a very good point. Now, as Jackie was saying, we are following along on the chat. There is a French chat, but there's also an English chat. So if you want to jump in on the English chat, we've got some Polish in there. We do have some Spanish in there. I see that there's people tuning in from my home country of Canada and from Newfoundland. So welcome. Let us know where you're tuning in from and who you are cheering for. Because while we're following the top runners, while we're following the elites, there are over 1,300 runners that are racing in this 100-kilometer race today. And across the various races, the 8 different races that we're seeing at Val d'Aran by UTMB, there's 7,500 runners. So you're seeing only the top of the top of the top. And we know that there's a lot of you that are cheering on your friends, family, maybe colleagues, or heroes who are racing off the screen but on the trail.
And the variance in male runners and female runners, the gap is getting smaller and smaller, isn't it, as the increase in female participants is continually on the rise, which is exciting to see.
And I have to jump in with a bit of an update from the women's side. Of course, Yao Miao just miles ahead of everyone else, but we have now had Mary Klaget Fenre from Norway has jumped into 3rd. So we have seen her climb her way up. She was running in 5th earlier, then up to 4th. And I mentioned she is going to want to continue climbing her way up because she is last year's winner. She is the defending champion. Now, it would take a small miracle for her to catch up to Yao Miao at this part of the course. But she came in just 10 minutes behind Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier from France. Now, Alexandra, we've been talking about, doesn't have a deep race history and is running really a phenomenal race for her. Can she keep it up through to the end of the race? Now we're looking on our screen. We just have to now come back to Julian Calvo Vigara. He is having a conversation with someone on his phone while he's running. And then that's a question for me. What is he communicating? Is he trying to figure out where the other runners are behind him? Is he communicating something that he might need at the next checkpoint? We're not sure at this point.
Sometimes you can hear the conversation from picking it up from the cameras, but I don't think I'd understand that one. Can you speak French?
I can get by in French since I do live in France, and I once was able to get by in Spanish, but I would be lying if I told you what they were talking about. On the screen now, we are seeing Abel Carretero from Spain, who was previously in 2nd, looking quite tired, has now fallen back, still running in 3rd behind Gauthier Boncader. And Yao Miao taking no prisoners. She runs kind of with her elbows out a little bit, but very solid, very steady. Mm-hmm.
This is a prime example as well of, I think she's going a lot faster than what we can realize. For me, it looks like she's just out on a casual afternoon jog, but she's absolutely smashing this. I mean, she's 8 hours, 43 minutes in and just flying. We're actually going to hear from Yao Miao in a minute, and this is at the finish line of the Ultra Trail Australia 2026, where she came across the line in 1st place, and she was such a force to be reckoned with on that day, and I loved following along and seeing her absolutely smash it.
And she has managed to put to the sword arguably the world's best runner in the form of Ruth Croft. This is an incredible run from Yao.
Wow, incredible.
And
Yao Miao, winner of, yep, go ahead.
It was just Ruth Croft who was not far behind her on the day there in this year, and it was very, very close between the both of them. And Ruth is such a fierce competitor as well, but I think the further steps, Yao just shot up through those at the end.
Well, I'm excited to see what she does at CCC this year. She mentioned that she was using this rating as a bit of a warm-up, certainly quite a warm-up, for her competition at CCC. Now, Yao Miao was already the first Asian athlete to win CCC in 2018, and then she won twice at OCC in 2024 and again in 2025. So if this is any bit of a predictor of what is to come, I think she stands a very good chance of winning CCC again in 2026.
She wants a clean sweep this year of first places, I think. That'd look nice on her.
Who wouldn't?
On her profile, yeah.
Who wouldn't? You know, the level of competition in Asia amongst the women is still, I feel, really unrealized. I was in the Hong Kong 100 in January, and a race that I kind of joined last minute, so I wasn't expecting to do necessarily that well. But having again beat a time that I'd done 10 years ago or so, I was back in 15th with all of these runners from Asia, from the region I'd never heard of before, running incredibly fast times. So the more kind of support and sponsorship money we can get for women in Asia so that they can come out and compete on these trails out here in Europe, I think would do the whole field a great benefit. Look at the technical terrain that we have Hulin running over. And there we can see, again, stopping to take advantage of the water, not just the extra water taps that they find on the course, but also dunking their hats in the river, taking advantage of any bit of hydration and cooling tips that they can get.
And he's still moving so well on this course, very, very strong. We saw him on the phone just before, not sure what he was doing, maybe checking on his competitors behind, seeing space he has. I haven't checked in a while. Is it still about 10 minutes?
So Hulin has gone through Colomers and expected at the next checkpoint. Not for a while. We won't see another timing update for about another hour, whereas we should see an update on second, third, coming through Colomers fairly shortly. And then we'll be able to get an update on the splits between where Hulin is and Gauthier and Abel.
This is fun, watching our leading female absolutely flying down the trails here. She seems to have picked up her pace a little bit, and I love when you start getting into that free flow.
Yeah, we've got an update on the top 5 on the women's side. So, of course, Yao Miao in first, about 50 minutes ahead, sorry. About 50 minutes ahead of Alexandra Casson-Ferrier. It's difficult to see that now because she is a whole checkpoint ahead of the women behind her. But Alexandra came through the last checkpoint 8 hours, 29 minutes into the race. 10 minutes behind her was the defending champion Marie Klægaard Fenrud from Norway. And then behind her, just 3 minutes, was Camille Lescuyer from France. And just 2.5 minutes behind her is Claudia Tremp. So Claudia has come back. I believe she was up in second and third near the start of the race. She has started to fall back a little bit more. Now she's in fifth. So Claudia, not necessarily trending the way that you would want to see her trend. She is coming back from injury, I believe. I think she has such a strong background. She's such a strong runner coming into this. She was first in the Mozart 120K race last year. She was second in Trans-Gran Canaria last year and this year. But what we have seen, I think actually in her last couple of races, is that she starts to fall off near the back end of the course. So this is what happened in Trans-Gran Canaria. She was leading early and then started to fall back. And also at Canyons, the 100K race earlier this year, she ended up DNFing. So coming into this, I knew that she has a little bit of a recent history of fading late in her last two big races. And we're actually seeing a repeat of that here, where she started stronger than she's currently performing. But hopefully she can try to hold on to that fifth place. We'll get an update on how far Mareira Pons from Spain, who's in sixth, how far away she is behind her when she comes through the next checkpoint.
And that's really tough if you keep having the same thing sort of repeat itself, where you're dropping off towards the back end of a race. Maybe it's to do with your fueling, not enough glycogen, or maybe it's to do with your training. You're not training enough on really tired, fatigued legs, and mentally as well. But by not being able to rectify that and have a bit of a breakthrough, then that can haunt you almost.
I'm sure she's having a bit of a mental battle with herself now as she's out on the course. It was interesting yesterday following the 50K race, all of the top women were always looking behind their shoulder. One, because the competition was so stiff and the women were so close together, but it is so tough. If you are running even the quote-unquote short race, the 50K race, if you're constantly looking behind you rather than looking in front about where you need to go and kind of pushing ahead to go as fast as you possibly go. If you're running scared and always checking behind you to see if someone's catching up, that's a hard place mentally to be in 4 hours.
I think I was having this chat with Martin in a race last year, but it's very, very tricky to choose, I guess, if you lead or to follow. And leading a race can be a huge confidence boost. You get to run your own pace, you pick where you're going, and you can avoid getting caught up in someone else's decisions, but that comes at a cost, and everyone's chasing you, and you can be quite mentally exhausted doing that for 100 kilometers, and you are always looking behind yourself. But on the other hand, I guess, sitting just behind the leader, it has its advantages if you can play your game still.
Now, here we have some images of the checkpoint of Gauthier Boncarrere from France. He's come through Colomers about 12 minutes, 13 minutes almost, behind Julian Calvo Viguera. So a good, I would say a comfortable gap that Julian now has in first, but Gauthier has done quite well. Again, we saw him passing Abel earlier on. Abel Carretero from Spain was looking like he was struggling a little bit, and that gave the opportunity for Gauthier to come into the lead. Into the lead being second, I mean, the lead of the two. And now on probably what he's thankful for is a little bit of a runnable section. So after Colomers, after that checkpoint, they now have a plateau. They now have what is a fairly runnable section. You can see here on the left-hand side of your screen what that terrain looks like. Something very different. In a way, it's a break for the brain because you no longer have that technical terrain. You no longer have to watch exactly where you're placing your feet and picking them up as you go over the rocks. But it's not really a break in the sense that you can't take it easy when you have a flat, runnable section like that, because those who are able to run quickly on that terrain will make up that speed. So not time to relax, and neither it is for any of us. We are going to a short commercial break, but we will be with you after these.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Fast time, Billy. The grade was so nice. Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Here we are at an aid station or checkpoint, whatever you like to call it. I always love seeing the runners come through and how quickly they move through. Is it like an F1 race car where they just through, or do they take their time, reset? Some runners like to sit down, take in food. I mean, if you're Stephanie Case, you might breastfeed a child.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
But some of these guys are moving through the checkpoints very quickly these days. I love when we have a little timer on there and it actually times how long some of them take. And I mean, under a minute is a number that I'm seeing a lot with the top competitors.
Yeah, we have seen some incredibly quick transitions through the checkpoints. I mean, on the 50K race yesterday, there was barely any stopping. I mean, you could see Sarah Alonso when she came in through one of the checkpoints. She would, as she was coming in, she would ask where she needed to go while she was filling up her bottle, and then she was out of there in about 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I mean, aid stations, they're more than just the food, the fueling, and it can be a crucial part of an ultra because, you know, elites, they'll have everything planned out before they get there and they know exactly what they're going to be doing. But for some runners, it's about seeing their support crews, seeing a loved one, and it can really give them that boost in morale, and they leave with a bit of a pep in their step after seeing their closest family and friends.
Oh, and that was a close call there, as you saw on the screen with Julian Calvo Vigata almost taking a fall, but he managed to pull it back. A bit of a recap. You know, talking about those aid stations. You know, you mentioned the breastfeeding comment. Just to explain to some of the viewers, when I ran Ultra Trail Snowdonia last year in Wales, which is an incredible race. If you haven't done it, you know, really put it on your race calendar. I was still breastfeeding my daughter at 3 of the checkpoints and ended up winning. And, you know, it was one of those shocks, one of those amazing race days that you can't really predict all the different factors that come together. And I suspect that that's what Alexandra Casson-Ferrier from France is feeling, currently running in second, running well beyond what the predictions would have guessed. I think she's having just one of those incredible race days. But it's at these checkpoints, you know, the volunteers, we don't see a lot of interaction with the volunteers here amongst the elites because they're going through so quickly, but they are just, you know, they are the support. They are the I'm trying to think of the right word. They're the backbone. The volunteers are the backbone of these races because runners come in at all sorts of different states. You can be fast, you can be slow, you can be nauseous, and they are always there to help you keep going on your way.
I mean, they're the friendly face and the smile that you need, and they give you that boost of encouragement with a few nice words or whatever it might be. But a lot of the time as well, the volunteers, they don't care if you're coming first or you're coming last. They give you the same level of encouragement, and they're there for everyone to have a great day out there.
Absolutely. Now we have some information on the split, on the difference between the first man and the second man. There is 2.66 kilometers in between first and second on the men's side, which is meaty. You know, it doesn't sound like a lot, but in a 110K race, when the competition is this deep, 2.66 kilometers is a fair amount. It was 12, 13 minutes at the last checkpoint. Gauthier is running well, but Hulin is really showing up today. And just as a reminder to everyone out there, we're following the 100K race, but we will be also covering the 100-mile race, which is due to start in 1 hour local time.
That'll be exciting. I love the start of these events. Everyone, the nervous energy and everyone, I mean, 100 miles is a big day out there. So it'll be cool to see them kick off and see how the day plays out.
Now, as we are seeing images of Mathis Leray from France, our fourth place man at the aid station, we have gotten some news that actually Yao Miao is running so fast that she has managed to outrun her camera runner, unfortunately, who has had a bit of an injury to his ankle, trying to keep up with her. My goodness. I mean, she really is just eating up the course. She's eating up the camera runners, and she's about to eat up the rest of the top 10 men. No.
And we can...
No, yeah. We're hearing a bit of a chat amongst some of the speakers here. I was worried there for a second that it wasn't the camera runner, that it was Yao Miao who was injured, but no, it's Yao Miao is saying meow chow to the camera runner. But
oh, that's gold.
Oh, it's
good one, Alexis.
Punchy. It's getting punchy.
Also, everything is funnier to me at 11 p.m. at night here in Australia. So, also we just saw on screen before. Oh, you go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is interesting. We're back with Hulin, who's running in first, and he was holding his phone again. Looked like he was typing. You know, we saw him on his phone earlier. We're not sure exactly what is going on there. Is he communicating to his crew? Is he trying to figure out where the other competitors are in the race? We're not sure. Now, where the top men are running, they've got kind of one more timing point, and then they descend down to the second and final place where I think they can get aid on this course. So it could be that he's just trying to communicate ahead of something he might need, or we don't know, but maybe he's checking Instagram.
I was going to say, maybe he's texting his friends, making a dinner booking. He now knows what time he's going to finish.
Oh. Let us know in the chat. What do you think that Hulin is doing on his phone? Is he playing a game of chess? Is he checking Instagram? Is he making dinner plans? What is going on there?
Do you know the funniest thing is, I find when I'm out on a really long run or in a really, really long race, sometimes I feel like I'm having my best ideas ever, and they're just, genius. And I write them down in my phone later, at them, and think that was ridiculous. It was nothing interesting at all.
Yeah, I make voice memos, and I have actually never gone back to listen to any of these voice memos because I know they're completely useless. So maybe
that's the power of endorphins, isn't it? So anyone, if you're not a runner, you can have glimpses of amazingness.
Oh my goodness. So Yao Miao was running so fast that she had put a whole checkpoint in between her and the other female runners. There is a chance that she is now going to be kind of 2 checkpoint timing points ahead of the runners behind her. I'm at a loss for words. Yao Miao, you are phenomenal. You are phenomenal.
She's here to train for CCC, but she's just absolutely slicing and dicing, and this is going to give her a massive boost of confidence, which I don't know if she needs much more confidence than, her race results are just incredible this year. She's first place. So I hope that she can continue on. It's very inspiring for everyone back in China.
Yeah, she appears to be this, sweet, kind of quiet, soft-spoken runner, but she's an absolute demon when you get her on a race course, and no one is safe. The women aren't safe, the men aren't safe, and the camera runners aren't safe.
If anyone just tuning in, unfortunately, one of our cameramen out on course following along, which is amazing. It's an amazing job what these guys do. Some of them are out there on bikes, some of them are running on foot, and they're the ones who bring these live streams to life. But trying to keep up with incredible runners like Yao Miao, it's tough going sometimes, and unfortunately we have a man down with rolled ankle.
We are 9 hours into our coverage of the 100-kilometer race at Val d'Orient by UTMB. If you are just joining us, we have Julen Calvo Vigara from Spain, who has been leading in first for quite some time now. Gauthier Bancarer from France has passed Abel Carretero from Spain, and now he's in second, Abel in third. Mathis Leray from France in fourth, and then Remy Bressak in fifth. And that means Raul Octavio Butacci has fallen. Nope, he has withdrawn. Unfortunately, our race favorite coming into this course, who has previously won this race in 2023, has unfortunately had to withdraw. That's unfortunate. Now we will look at the best of Sarah Alonso from the 50K race that we followed yesterday. Sarah coming into the lead about 2 hours into the race. Now, she said in her pre-race interview yesterday that, she wasn't feeling super confident. She wasn't feeling like she had the fitness that she needed for this race, for this course. But she would kind of try to push it after a couple of hours, and that's exactly what we saw. Again, just like Yao Miao, who's currently leading the 100K race, no poles for Sarah. We saw an almost fall there. She took two pretty big tumbles, which I'm sure we'll see some coverage of throughout the race yesterday, and yet still kept trucking. Unlike Robert Kemoy from Kenya, who was in the lead in second place on the men's side, who took a fall and then ultimately had to drop out. Now, look at the way that Sarah Alonso is tackling these hills. Sarah has a huge following. She's quite a popular runner, and we were making some jokes on the broadcast yesterday because last year there's quite a well-known story now that she actually had a run-in with a cow and fractured one of her ribs just weeks before she was meant to toe the start line at OCC. At UTMB, and she still did. And so when she was out there on the course, we might see some footage of it. You can see maybe a little bit of hesitation or nervousness as she came up to a pack of horses, pack of cows. We're not going to see that here today, but we were all making sure that we were keeping an eye on the animals for her sake. Sarah Alonso, our winner yesterday of the 50K race, finishing in 6 hours and 20 minutes. In her own words, the hardest race of her life. She certainly didn't show it. She said she suffered from the start, hit her limit, and it was only about less than 3 minutes behind Juana Madalena Amaray from Romania coming in behind her, and Nuria Gil Caplera in third, just 5 minutes behind Sarah as well. So tight women's field. First, second, third, all within 5 minutes of each other.
A cow. She had a run-in with a cow. Now, am I making this up, or did someone have a run-in with a deer at one point?
The run-in with the deer was me on the Val d'Aran 100-mile course with my head. Yep. It was one of those times when I just wasn't really feeling it. I wasn't feeling the race. I was on the start line wondering if I should really be there. And 10 kilometers into the race on that kind of flatter runnable section, all of a sudden something happened. I had no idea what had happened and thought I was dead. I just knew that I had some giant shock to the body. And then I had some Spanish runners come up to me to say, dear biggest horse, dear biggest horse. And that's when I realized that I had been hit in the head by a deer. And honestly, it was the best thing that could have happened because it knocked some sense into me. I kept running and finished in third, finished on the podium. So...
So no one's safe out there. Cows, deer, you get the whole wildlife experience if you run in the Pyrenees.
For sure. And we saw the runners yesterday giving the wildlife a wide berth, kind of going off of trail. They gave us all a heart attack for a minute when we saw some of the leaders going off trail, but we realized it was because of the wildlife. You just don't want to take any chances. So this is Abel Carretero. Yeah, on our screen here, running in third. So he's dropped back from second. But now it looks like he's got a little bit more kick in his step than he did earlier. Perhaps it was just those climbs that were kind of draining him. He's now on a much more runnable section. It seems to be suiting him better, running at about 2,180 meters.
And he's a Spanish runner, so used to running on this sort of.
And he's not, and also used to running on this course because he was fourth at this race last year. So now running in third, so he's bettering his placing so far. We'll see if he can keep it up.
Here's some incredible shots we're getting on the drone. And it really shows the incredible scenes and vastness of the course here today. It's super mountainous, and every climb that the runner goes up, it gives them a little bit of a reward when they get breathtaking views. But on the way up, it's definitely a punish. But there's a lot of different elements out there, as we were just chatting about. There's cows on the course, deers on the course. Sarah Alonso, the 50-kilometer runner yesterday, she had a encounter with a cow, but she is one fierce lady and definitely wouldn't stop her. Back on screen here we have our first female, Yao Mao from China, who is absolutely sending it today, I guess you could say, and she has created a massive gap between herself and the second female and the rest of the group. You can see there's a little bit of a course profile at the bottom here, so she's got a nice descent, and that'll give her a little bit of time to open up the legs a little bit as she makes her way down. Now guys, if you're tuning in, we do have a live chat. You can jump on over, and there's a poll up at the moment, and it is, will Yao Miao finish in the overall top 5? So she's currently sitting overall in about, is it 9th position still?
6th. She's moved up to 6th. So she had, like I said, no one is safe on the course. And you know, when you are Yao Miao, she has moved up to 6th. We saw her earlier on near the beginning part of the race. She was as high as 7th. She dropped back down to 10th, and then she was sitting in 9th, always in the top 10 overall. But now she has moved up to 6th, and she has got 9 minutes at the last checkpoint on the 7th place man. So this isn't just a squeaker. She is running so well.
That's incredible. Jump on and vote, guys. I'm going to have to give it a yes. It's currently 50% each way. Will she make it into the top 5? Wow. Yep. You can jump on and vote, everyone. I'm leaning towards yes.
I am absolutely leaning towards yes. I think there was only 6 minutes between her and Remy Brasek, the 5th place man. I think she can make it. I mean, the momentum is with her. She is moving and continuing to climb up the field. If you click on her actual profile when you look at her, you can see how she's moved through the course. You can see what her speed is. You can see where she's gained some places, where she's lost some places. She picked up 3 spots. Wow, 3 spots at the last checkpoint. Okay, and back with our men's leader, with Julian. Back to a little bit more of the technical terrain again. It really doesn't give you that much of a break. So CDH, this race, this is translated, it means the iron roads, because they are running through these old iron mine tunnels past abandoned mines, and covering the last 110 kilometers of the VDA of the 100-mile course. So a lot of mining history in the area, a lot of beautiful lakes. It really throws just about everything at you. And with these images of Yao Miao, our women's leader and 6th scratch runner, we will go to a short break. Stay tuned.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with you at the 100-kilometer race of Val d'Arène by UTMB. And we are following Yao Miao, who, according to her speed, it looks like she was going about 6 kilometers an hour down this very technical terrain. She is just under 29 kilometers from the finish. And you can't really get a sense of how steep this terrain is just from the cameras. Thankfully, Suunto does provide us the gradient at times. It does provide us the speed so that we can get a sense of just exactly what the runners are doing out there on the trail. While we do have some runnable sections, as we're seeing here on the screen, it is not long before the runners are back on those tough ascents and descents. And Yao Miao is just in the middle of it now before she hits the plateau. So the top men are already on this long runnable plateau, these kind of jeep tracks, potentially old mining roads, high altitude, but very runnable. Yao Miao is going to be coming up towards that type of terrain soon. Here she is coming into the checkpoint. So this is her at Colomares, clocking in at 9 hours, 18 minutes into this race. She has moved up to 6th scratch, 6th overall for the Sunto athlete. First woman, absolutely dominating the course. I can see
Very
quick
calm
transition.
and composed.
Yep. Very quick transition. She's picked up a little bit of food and now filling up her flasks.
She's known for getting through those checkpoints super, super fast. I remember at Australia, she was absolutely speeding through, I think under 30 seconds almost, and a lot of the time she'd have a support crew there. They'd literally hand her some water and she'd keep running even, so we'd completely skip the aid station.
Now we can see her there at the checkpoint. That must be Benjamin Tremont from France, because it looks like she was running in 6th scratch. Now she's kind of clocked in 7th scratch, but just 30 seconds behind Benjamin. She's stopping to pick up a little bit of extra food. I think she realizes just how quickly she's running, and some extra fuel will help her over the next section. But she is now in 7th scratch, but not far behind Benjamin Tremont at all. And 6 minutes behind Remy Brasek in 5th.
And it is so important to keep fueling all the way through towards the end of the race, because what you do in that first part of the race is what really predicts the back half. And for a lot of runners who are new or who are running their first 100K race, if they don't stick to their plan of fueling regularly throughout, then it can really bite them in the bum. And, when you get to 80 kilometers, you think, I've only got 20 to go, but that's still a long 20K. And if you haven't consistently fueled, it'll really affect you.
Yeah. And that last 15, 20K in particular is punchy. They still have one very steep climb and then a steep descent to the finish. So they're going to have to save something in the tank.
I haven't been able to see too closely to a lot of these runners, Steph, but do you think most of them are running with music in or probably without?
I think it's a very personal choice. The Sunto headphones are, absolutely brilliant. The Sunto wings. They've also got these new ones that kind of just clip right over the ear and don't have the full strap across the back. So you've got different options. I use both in training. I absolutely need them in my own racing. But some people like to just go and listen to the sound of their own breathing and the sounds of nature.
Anyone, if you're in the live chat, I want to hear what song is your go-to when you are hitting a wall out there and you need an absolute banger. What would you be listening to?
Look at this. Okay, we have a side-by-side of Sunto athlete Yao Miao, who is just powering up this track, powering up what we might call douche grade climb, and next to one of the men that must be Benjamin Tremont, who she is passing yet again, who's power hiking. Yao Miao is saying, nope, the gradient, it looks like it's a 7.5% gradient, and she's running at 10 kilometers an hour, 9 kilometers an hour. This is impressive. You can't really get the sense of how steep that is, but the fact that she is running at that speed, which is honestly a pretty normal average speed for most runners on flat, and she is doing that 80 kilometers into this very mountainous course. Impressive.
The song that just came to mind for me was by Beyonce, Run the World, and it's because of Yao Miao's epic performance here, and she's showing how it's done. Also, I want to go back to comment you just made. I have never heard of it before, and I love it. What is it? Douchebag grade or douche grade? Level of a hill? Yeah, I haven't. Am I a rookie? I've never heard this reference, but I love it.
Yeah, it's
please?
Maybe not the most polite, but it's douche grade it describes the type of of hill that you can run, but you know, you just sometimes want the excuse to be able to power hike. And when you're hit with a douche grade run, there is nothing to do honorably but run. And I think this is beyond douche grade. You know, we have Yao Miao, who is powering up a 7.5% grade. The men around her have decided to hike, and she is just continuing to keep up the same pace, whether she's on technical terrain, runnable terrain. She just has the same movement, the same cadence. It really just shows, you know, consistency and perseverance.
And it is, I love this term so much because you look at the times at the end of an ultra and you think, how are the competitors, the front runners, so many hours ahead of these other runners? And honestly, a lot of the other runners who are hours behind, they're still really good runners. But up all of these douche hills, they're probably hiking, and that's where a lot of that time can be made up. So, but a lot of people get into trail running because it's a great excuse to hike instead of run. Thank you for teaching me something new today. It's really going to stick with me.
No problem. No problem. Lots of terminology. This is an educational experience for us all. Hello, this is Stephanie Case talking to you from the studio here following the 100K race of Val run by UTMB. We are just 35 minutes out from the start of the 100-mile race as well. And if you're just joining us, I have been joined by Jackie, who is tuning in the middle of the night from Australia. Excited to bring you all of the news and the commentary here today.
I'm excited to be here as well, and I think that Stephanie brings a lot more experience than I do to this chat, except as she educates me, hopefully it's educating all of you as well on different terminology and the amazing terrain that we're also seeing out here today, which Steph has run on, so she's got first-hand knowledge. I'm going to convince UTMB they have to send me over to practice on it so that I can speak more accurately about it. Do you think I've got a good case for that?
I mean, all you can do is try. All you can do is try. But we're waiting and ready for you to join us. Now, we will be going into a clip where Yao Miao talks about her Suunto watch and all of the benefits that she gets from it out in training and racing.
这是一个很长的故事。我叫姚妙，我来自中国，我是一名越野跑运动员。就长话短说吧，我从16岁开始，接触跑步，然后我现在跑马拉松和越野跑。我和松拓已经合作了7年了，从19年到现在。松拓的 Race S 是我比较常用的一款手表，但是现在的话，我准备用这个 Race 2去跑长距离。在比赛和训练当中关注的数据不太，就是会不一样。因为我在训练当中的话，有的时候我会做心率训练，所以我会更关注心率。然后还要去跑路线的话，会更关注 GPS。然后一个是距离，我在比赛当中会更多的使用它的这个爬坡提醒，因为它会告诉我前面接下来的一段距离会有多少爬升，或者会有多少下降。然后这样子的话，会更好的去分配自己的体能。在比赛结束后，或者是训练结束以后，我会使用松拓的 APP 去分析我的今天的比赛或者是训练数据。我并不会每天都去关注这个数据，因为有时候是慢跑的时候就没有必要。一般我关注这种数据的话，会在我跑强度课或者是比完赛以后会去做这个关注。然后主要关注这些数据呢，是为了更好的去做下一步的训练计划。
Oh, that was super interesting. So that was Yao Miao, our current women's leader, and also top 10 scratch, top 10 overall, talking about how she uses her Suunto watch, her Race 2, which is actually the watch I'm wearing right now and that I use for my training and racing. And the different data that she looks at, whether it's in training or scouting or in competition. And she talked about how in competition that she looks mainly at, the climbing, the elevation gain, the elevation loss, rather than distance or heart rate or any of the other metrics. So that's quite interesting. So right now, where she is in the course, she is on a little bit of a climb, but let's go, Yao Miao, come on.
This is perfectly explaining.
But yeah, the douche
this
grade.
Right here, everyone,
Exactly.
is explaining douche grade level of a hill, and we can see our lead female is running up it, and she's running up it so well, and the male beside her was power walking, and it was nearly on par for pace. The trade-off is that you do go through a lot more energy running up the hill. In this case, it's paying off for our lead female, and whatever Yao Miao does, I'm going to be copying it in the future because she is just an incredible athlete who is really putting China on the map and is such an amazing role model for all of the runners over there.
And we have 11 minutes left for the poll. If you want to jump into the chat, give us your prediction. Will Yao Miao finish in the top 5? Currently, we've got... should I let you know? Maybe I'll just let you vote. I'll just let you vote, and then we'll bring the results. We'll bring the results in about 10, 11 minutes and let you know. Will she break the top 5 overall? She has been running as high as 6th at the last checkpoint. She kind of came through with, I believe that's Benjamin Tourmont from France, who she's running alongside right now. So Benjamin came through in 6th. She came through in 7th. But Remy Bresek in 5th was not far ahead. So it is doable. She's now about to crest 2.7% of a grade, a little bit of an incline, and then she's about to crest this little hill before she hits the descent and the very runnable section following that. Now, let's just take a peek at the rest of the women's field. We're getting these incredible images of Yao Miao, but I want to see what's happening because we will be having Alexandra Castan-Ferrier and Marie Klegig-Fenra, our defending champion, coming through within the next few minutes through the next checkpoint. Now, it's not Colomares because that was Yao Miao is so far ahead that she's an entire checkpoint beyond, but it's the one before that.
You know what? It might be that banana she grabbed as she was leaving the last checkpoint as well. For anyone who's just tuning in, I always find it very fascinating how people do feel themselves out on course for 100 kilometers because a lot of the time 100K is how well does your stomach hold up with the fueling, and there's so many different options. There's gels, there's liquids, some of the competitors come through aid stations and down an entire 2-minute noodles that quick and are able to power on. So game plan when it comes to nutrition in a race.
Yeah, and the science, the research is really improving so much, particularly over the last few years about what we should be taking in, what our limits are, how to train the stomach to take in that many gels. It really is a game of carbohydrates. How many carbohydrates, how many grams can you fit in per hour while keeping your stomach in check? Because the more fuel you get in, the more that you can process, the more energy you'll have. And that's simply it. Okay,
Definitely.
Here we have our top man coming in to the checkpoint. Okay, we are getting towards the final stretch of this race. He's 90 kilometers into this 110K race, exactly 108.81 race. This is Julian Calvo Vigara. He has been leading 4 hours. Just a standout race. Unfortunately, the top UTMB index and a favorite coming into this race, Raul Octavio Butaci from Romania, has dropped. But Julian Calvo Vigara from Spain, who was first at Trans-Gran Canaria, the 100-kilometer category race, which I think is 80 kilometers in reality. First this year, fourth at Trail 100 Andorra by UTMB, the 100K race last year, which is, I know from experience, a very, very technical race, very similar to this kind of course, not too far away. Just doing absolutely brilliantly.
So he was then, who have we got here?
This is Gauthier. This is Gauthier Boncader from France. Yeah, he has been running in yellow. So this is our second place man. Now.
Wow.
Ooh. There is quite a gap now. If I'm reading this right, previously there was about a 10-minute gap, then close to 15-minute gap. The algorithm is predicting that now there might be even like a half an hour gap between Hulin and Gauthier. We'll have to see how things shake out when it comes through the next aid station, but that would be substantial if that's the case.
And it'd be quite a nice feeling knowing there's only 20, 25 kilometers to go. Even though it might feel like the longest section of the entire day, there still is a fair bit of work to be done, but it's coming into that back end of the race, and these guys have been out there for 9.5 hours now. There's still some significant climbs to tackle and technical descents. There's a lot of demand on the concentration of these runners. They can't relax until they've crossed that finish line, and this is where it becomes a bit of a competition on who can handle their fatigue the best. Tired, and your quads are probably feeling it pretty badly from all those descents. So it's all those small decisions now, when to eat, drink, and when to push hard. And you see the two runners just here, our first female and our fifth, sixth male, who are...
I believe it's Benjamin in sixth, I believe.
And
but you're
this
right.
Race is just yeah.
Yeah, talking about, having to manage, particularly in this last third, this last quarter of the race, any little mistake, any little shortcut that you might have taken during the first part of the race will start to catch up to you at this point. We were speaking earlier about Claudia Tremps, who in her last couple of races has, started out really well and then fallen a bit off, DNFing at Canyons and falling back, I believe it was in Trans-Gran Canaria. We've seen that pattern play out again here today. Claudia was running quite near the top at the beginning. She was running in second and third. Now she's dropped back to fifth. But we could still see a change up. There's still only a few minutes separating 5 minutes separating Marie Claguet-Fenrer, our defending champion, in third, and Claudia Tremps in fifth, at least at the last checkpoint. I'm excited to see what the times look like coming through the next checkpoint.
Do you think a lot of these competitors out here have an understanding of where everyone is placed around them? Because I've found when I did a 100-mile race, there wasn't a lot of service on course. I might not have had access to my support crew, and I was left, wondering if I was leading by much, and I had that mentality of having to look behind my shoulder, which was exhausting.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Sarah Alonso, the female winner of the 50K race. Her father was out on the course. I believe her mother was as well. But when she came into one of the checkpoints, her dad kind of just yelled at her like, "Go, go, go!" Second place is really close. So if you can speak the language, if you have crew, if you have people who are there and can communicate with you at the checkpoints in quick order to tell you where you're at, it's critical feedback. But a lot of these runners aren't going to have people there. A lot of these runners aren't necessarily going to be getting that real-time feedback. And for Yao Miao, who does not speak Spanish, she won't be able to necessarily get any quick feedback from from the volunteers, from those who are there, unless she's got members of her her sponsor, ACG, out there at the checkpoints. But as you see, a lot of these checkpoints are remote. The people who are there are crew is not allowed to give assistance at any of the checkpoints except for, I believe, 2 of them. So she knows she's going to be running well. Does she know exactly how far ahead she is of the other woman? I think she's probably guessing. Does she know how far up she is in the top 10? I don't know. But really, it actually doesn't matter because she's doing so well. She's got first in the bag. It's just a matter of how far up at the men's field is she going to do. For the women behind her, that kind of critical feedback, that kind of information is going to be a lot more important.
Pretty incredible scenes that we can see here as the runners making their way down the descent. And this is our first male, so he's just a little bit further ahead again. Quads would be on fire, but this is through the heart of... Oh, sorry, you go, Steph.
No, I was just going to, I was agreeing with you about the, your comment about the quads, because I was just noticing that Hulin is using poles going downhill. And that's something you don't normally see for elites. Poles are for uphill. Downhill, you want to lean into the downhill and just give it all you've got and go as fast as you can. Poles are kind of a stopping mechanism. But that gives us a bit of an indication that either the trail was quite steep and he was trying to use the poles to stabilize himself, or, maybe his quads are hurting and he wants to give a little bit of, take a little bit of pressure off. So very good point.
I was trying to Google, does he have any experience in the mountains skiing? Maybe that was his thought process there, but it's pretty amazing the cross training you can get from spending a lot of time doing cross-country skiing in the backcountry. For these athletes who are living over in the mountains in Europe and really taking advantage of the winter months, and also a lot of fun being able to hike up these massive mountains and then ski back down. It's a little bit more rewarding than running sometimes, but there's massive crossover between the fitness that you need for both sports.
For sure. I think that was something that Jim Walmsley, I believe a couple of years ago, had kind of clued in on. He thought, look, I see all of these European athletes. They're not spending their winters running. They're spending their winters doing ski mountaineering. They're they're still out in the mountains, they're climbing, they're descending, but they're using a different sport. And he used that to kind of help him cross over and get him ready for the European way that you would for UTMB for these big alpine races.
I think there'd be massive benefits.
That Yao Miao is going at. This is just so beautiful to watch. We have been getting images, from behind her, seeing that classic trademark run with her elbows out a little bit. But when you see her from the front, you can really see that she is absolutely motoring.
She's making this descent look very, very easy. And as we were talking about earlier, it is quite deceiving. But if you look back up here, that is a pretty steep descent. And we just can't tell from the screen here, but she's got a massive descent here, and she was just flying down. Beautiful views that we get to see as well. Landscapes here, very demanding, but incredible if the runners are able to look up and appreciate the valleys, and incredibly sunny and warm out there today as well. We're seeing loads of the runners are cooling down by dunking their heads into streams and different pools of water to cool down.
Now, we're back with the lead man, with Hulin Kavlovigera. Was that him on his phone again? Because this guy has been on his phone.
You know what, Steph? I've worked it out.
This last section.
He's just got a lot of friends, and they're all texting asking him what he's up to.
I think he's trying to take our jobs. I think he's trying to show that he wants to be a commentator. Okay, now we're going to make a little bit of a shift here. We are looking at the start line. All of the runners getting ready for the 100-mile race, the VDA race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. Oh my goodness, they are going to be setting off running into the night, into the next day. This is the pinnacle of this race series this weekend. So excited to come back with you. We're just going to a short break. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Catalunya.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
The group is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Running rings around me still.
Hello,
Welcome
everyone.
back.
We are back. We are looking at the start line of the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. The runners are getting ready to set off into the mountains. It is going to be an exciting race. And there's Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland on the start line. She is a fan favorite. Her partner, Maciek, will be out there crewing for her today. And we were just speaking during the break about how she's come off of a win at Ultra Trail Australia. So she's already won one of the World Series majors. She's now here for another major. But she did give us a bit of drama, if I remember correctly, in that race, because she cramped so badly near the end that she had to stop and stretch for almost 5 minutes before crossing the line. Is that right?
Wow, I actually don't think I was privy to that information.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No problem. There was a bit of I think it came out during her interview. It might not have been on the screen, but certainly making sure to keep things interesting for us. I saw her last at Trans Gran Canaria in March, where she was doing incredibly well in the classic in the 125K race, but unfortunately had to drop due to hypothermia. So she's going to be coming into this race really wanting to put on a good show and get ready for the rest of the season.
Wait,
Now,
no,
who else are we looking at? Yep. Tell us.
I interviewed her at the finish line. I think that might have been at another race. She was very emotional at the finish line, but so excited to be there. And also, she has such an amazing relationship with her partner, as you just mentioned. He was her support crew. And I did get to ask her about pierogi anyone who is from Poland, pierogi is a food that is from there, and she loves having that. So that's what she was going to treat herself to.
It's always good to have a bit of a reward, to look forward to at the end of a race. Now, on the men's side, our top UTMB index by quite some margin is Benyat Marmasol. And he was first at Ultra Trail Snowdonia, the 100-mile race this year, and also course record holder. Now, Benyat is someone who I actually love to watch racing, to spectate, and haven't had the chance yet to race alongside him, but I had the privilege of supporting him at an aid station during Tour de Géant a couple of years ago, where he looked like he was absolutely dead. Lying by the side of the trail, eyes bloodshot red. We had a good chat. He was in good spirits, but he was ready to drop. He had a little nap, and it was like, just a zombie coming alive. And he went on, I think, to win that year. So I checked in with him last night to see how he was feeling for today, and he said he was ready to go. Now, Benyat is the course record holder at Trail Verbier Saint Bernard last year as well. Also a Diagonal de Fou champion from 2022. So definitely someone to watch here today.
Is the countdown
no matter whether we are about 11 minutes out from the start of the 100-mile race. So whether you are an amateur, a recreational runner, or an elite, everyone is going to be feeling those start line vibes. They're going to be feeling those nerves as they go into the mountains. But I am so excited to see this race here today, because last year we had a shortened course because of the weather, and the previous 2 years from that, the race had to be canceled because of the weather. And so today we are almost promised, I don't want to jinx it, but to have a full course, no changes, full finishes. It is going to be a really exciting day today to see what comes out in the competition.
And a lot of the course that we've been following along in the 100 kilometres, or 110, sorry, that's going to be covered by these miler runners here today. So there's a bit of crossover as well with that.
Now, who else are we looking at in terms of the favorite? There's Benyat. He is ready to go. So on the men's side, behind Benyat, we have Santos Gabriel Rueda, who was second at this race at Val d'Aran by UTMB, the 100-miler last year. Incredibly strong runner. Very cool background from northern Argentina, lives in Barcelona. He has, I think, 2 master's degrees in nuclear engineering. So really smart guy, and just, always smiling on the course. So excited to see what he can do, if he can better his second place, give Benyat a run for his money, or tie what he did last year. Then we have Luis Ruiz Aller, who this guy, he rarely quits. He's only DNF'd, I think, a few times over the last decade. Very versatile runner, 20Ks, 50Ks, 100Ks. Not a professional runner. He's actually a carpenter, but he's quite fun to watch, because even if he's going to have a bad result, he still finishes.
Do you have all these people on LinkedIn or something?
I have cheat sheets. I stalk all of the runners. I stalk all of the top runners before the races. Check out their social media, just to see, are they giving a little bit away? Are they coming off of injury? How are they feeling coming into the race? What can we glean from what they are saying? Someone who's going to be quite interesting to follow on the women's side is a woman from Slovakia, Lenka Polakova, who is an ultra runner, but really also a mountaineer. She's done some 100-milers a few years ago. She's 7th at Ultra Trail Cape Town. But what is quite cool about her is that she has summited Everest and Lhotse and K2 with no
way
oxygen. With no oxygen on Everest. I'm not sure if she used oxygen on K2, but only a handful of women have ever summited K2. So the fact that she can do that means that she knows how to push, she knows how to suffer, and she knows how to handle herself in extreme mountain environments. This should be a cakewalk for her.
Wow, yeah, I'm just looking her up and she has done some really badass stuff. So if you want to check her out on Instagram, actually, it's very, very cool and inspiring.
Yeah. Another
It'll be
runner
interesting to
on
see
the
how
women's
those
side.
skills...
Yeah, how they translate. Another interesting runner on the women's side, who I think we just saw a glimpse of, was Aurora Sio from Spain, who is a bit of an older runner. I think she's 45, 46. There we go. We were just talking about Lenka Polakova from Slovakia. So there are her stats on the screen, but really it's the mountain stuff that I think is quite interesting. Next, there we go. We will see Aurora Sio. Now, Aurora is, I believe, 47. Okay, I was making her a little bit younger. Now, she quit competitive athletics at the age of 17 and then spent the next 20 years actually not doing a whole lot on the athletic side of things and becoming a smoker before she rebuilt herself as a pro. So very impressive. And of course, Katarzyna Dąbrowska, who I looked it up. She did have a cramping issue. She caused some drama in Australia. She was just keeping it quiet when you interviewed her. And
honestly, she did.
Wins. Yep. You know, you got to.
I want your sources, right? Stephanie Case. I was there and I didn't know. I'm impressed. I was testing you then. Very, very good.
Yeah. Well, we don't want to lead anyone astray. Do you want to take it over for the men's side?
Yes, we've got Luis Ruz here. He's a Spanish athlete. He's a La Sportiva runner, 38 years of age, an impressive index of 852. And he's had a few results on the board, but yeah, he's somehow made it into the top 5 favourites today. Santos, an index of 861. He is one of Argentina's strongest mountain runners. He represents Saga Training Lab, and he has had some great results. 2 first places this year, one in a 100-kilometre event, which will give him confidence for today. And then we've got Bernat Mamisole. Stephanie's going to kill me for my pronunciation. He is a French runner, UTMB index over 900, which really puts him in that elite tier. 3 first places across the board, and one of them being Ultra Trail Snowdonia, which we spoke about a little bit earlier, a very, very tough race. So he's looking very strong to today's race. He's raced extensively throughout the Pyrenees, Alps, and the whole region. So he's going to be a very, very hard person to beat. At 45 years of age as well, a lot of experience. And in 100 miles, you really need that. That gives you hope.
That gives me hope. I'm 44, so you know, it's always good to see those runners really continuing to push and to get on the podium in the 40s and into the 50s. Hello, Ludo Pomeray. But going back to Benyat, you know, he's a clear leader in terms of UTMB index. But what I also love about Benyat is what he's doing for the sport and how vulnerable he is, and also sharing his own struggles. So he's done some interviews recently where he's been quite open about dealing with depression and even eating disorders. And this is something that you don't often hear about from athletes, especially from male athletes. So I really appreciate how Benyat is helping to share his story, share his personal struggles, and bring us all along on his personal journey. I will be cheering for him personally today behind the mic, and hopefully we will see a repeat of his Ultra Trail Snowdonia win earlier this year.
There must be some nerves at that start line. Everyone here is about to cover about 163 kilometers. There's probably a lot of first-timers running, competing in their first ever mile. Such a huge undertaking for anyone. I mean, it used to be impressive to run a marathon, but now everyone's going bigger and better. And there's over 10,000 meters of elevation throughout the spectacular Spanish Pyrenees that these guys are going to be covering. They're racing across high alpine passes, through forests, technical rocky terrain out there, and mountain villages. So it's going to be an incredible day. Great weather, which is hard to come by here in the mountains, as the conditions can change very rapidly. But it looks like a fantastic turnout. And they're getting pumped, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's the job of the start line announcers, is to get everyone ready to head off into those mountains. And, you know, something that we'll want to keep an eye on is that for both the men's and the women's field, we have second places from last year coming back. Maybe for redemption, maybe for a repeat. So on the men's side, it was Santos Gabriel Urueda from Argentina. Finished what was a shortened course last year behind Arthur Joet Billon from France in 16:53. And then on the women's side, it was Yan Wu from China, finishing behind Laura Van Voren from Belgium. So the second places from last year coming back to try to maybe get the win, maybe get a repeat of the second. They will be coming back with course experience. A little bit of a different course. Last year it was 142K and 7250 meters. This year, longer, harder, higher climbs, but similar terrain.
You can hear the music they're playing there. So good. I'm getting pumped up. So there's about 400 runners who are set to take on the race this year. And wow, look at the scenes there. I love the color coordination they've used for all the tents and everything as well. But the atmosphere, absolutely incredible. There's a lot of experienced athletes here, but also a few that will be taking on their first 100-miler. And it's going to be a long day out there for them. The elites, plenty on the line today, as we've just run through a few of them. This is the European major of the UTMB World Series, which means finishers can earn double runs.
And as we are getting into the final countdown, these runners will be setting off for two major climbs kind of right out of the gate before they head onto the same course that the 110K race has been following. So really not much of a time to warm up before they start heading straight uphill. I'm sure that is all in their minds. What is going to be coming in the coming hours this evening? What is going to be happening through the night? And they're all wishing for a good race and actually thanking the weather gods that they do not have to deal with storms this year as they have in past years. You know, it was, I think, Elizabeth Rios Peredo from Bolivia who was in the 100-mile race last year, had a fall on a muddy downhill in bad weather. And so she said coming into this race that she had a tremendous amount of peace, knowing that the forecast was good. She had a 5th last year in the 100-miler. She'll be looking to better that as well.
What an incredible start line. I don't think I've seen a race quite like this. The music and the mountains, and I think I'd feel a bit emotional at that start line, to be honest. Looks pretty special.
Well, I'm on a sugar high. I've just had a chocolate ice cream sitting here in the studio. I am fueling up to get ready to follow these runners. You know, carbo loading isn't just for the athletes, it's also for the commentators and also for you as spectators. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Oh my gosh. They're off, everyone. The 100-mile. They're underway. Hundreds of runners surge away from the start line. They're full of excitement and adrenaline. And this is the best they're going to feel all day, as they are in for one hell of a challenge. It's a very long day out there and night as they head into the Pyrenees and make their way out of town and up into the mountains. How weather is turning it on today for them.
And if you're following us in the chat, jump in and tell us, which runners are you following? Which heroes are you looking to cheer across the finish line? Do you have friends out there? We've got people tuning in from the US who are cheering on their friends, Connie, Kent, and Miguel. Let's go. Now, we mentioned earlier the women's participation. It has been increasing over the years. I believe we started at around 12.5% a few years ago, maybe in 2019. I'll have to check my stats. It has now gone up to 21% this year, up even from last year when it was 19%. So that's what we like to see. The women's participation tends to be a bit higher on the shorter distances, but the more women we can get in the 50K, in the 100K, in the 100-miler, it just helps the whole field.
I love as well that this is the key race of the whole event, and a lot of the time, you know, it's the shorter events that can be the key race, but the 100-mile event here really is the main one that has sort of made a name for this whole event.
Okay, now there in the yellow with the beard, I believe that was Luis Aller, the carpenter who wasn't the professional runner. Need to start to learn the faces of the other runners as well.
Faces and color of outfit.
That's actually more important.
So the first few, all about settling in. Nobody wins a 100-mile race in the opening hour. A lot of runners can get a bit carried away with the atmosphere and trying to keep up with those in front of them, but the experienced athletes will already be checking in with themselves, knowing where they're at, trying to stick to their plan, and they know they've got a massive day ahead.
Day and night. And day.
Yes. Oh, day, night, possibly.
Oof. You are right. Now there we have Katarzyna. We can see there in the white, runner for on. And beside her, is that Aurora?
And this isn't just a race against the other... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Jackie.
This isn't just a race against the other competitors. For a lot of people out there, it's a race against the clock. And we were just saying they've got day, night, but there's 48 hours that the competitors have to be able to complete this. And the course has very strict cut-off to major 8 stations, because if runners are arriving through too late or leave after the cut-off, it can just start to become a safety concern. So we've got to stick to their racing plans and try and get there before cutoffs.
Yep, good point. You can see the runners, they have just started only a few minutes ago, and they're already bringing out their poles, because they know that there is a climb coming up fast and fierce.
So who do you think this is here in the very front? Yeah.
There was a little bit of pole etiquette there if you weren't watching. You know, as the runners bring out their poles, particularly at the beginning, runners are running very closely together. And really, in order to be kind to the other runners and to be safe, you should keep your poles folded up until you actually need to bring them out. If you're going to extend your poles, then the pointy bits, the pointy spikes at the bottom, you need to have those face forward in front of you rather than behind you or to the side where it can catch some of the other runners. So I think we saw a little bit of education there going on the trail. But already here, that was number 66 out there in the front. So let's look to see what bib number is number 66. It's nice to see. Yeah. Oh, there we go. It is Arthur Van Steenkist from Belgium. I just murdered his name. There we go.
Finally, I feel a little bit better now.
I practiced them ahead of time. I did not practice number 66. He was a little bit too far down the path.
Whenever I butcher one, I just blame my Australian accent. I speak Australian, not English.
Nothing to blame.
This is some really cool footage that we're able to see here on the live stream, guys. There's a whole team behind bringing this race to life, and they're all across the course from the start line of the 100 miles. And we're now here back on the K race. Yao Miao is absolutely smashing it. She's 88 kilometers into the 108K, so she's got less than nearly 20K to go now, and the race is on for her to see if she can make it into the top 5 overall. And for the last few times that the cameras come back onto her, she's neck and neck with a male here, and I think that she's really pushing for that top 5, but she's just had such an incredible race. You can see on the profile at the top here as well, the green section, that's what she's run already, and then there's the blue, what she's got to go. So you can see they're still descending for a little while for one more big climb.
Yeah, it was nice to see her kind of working with, I think it was Benjamin Tremont. Now, here is one of the aid stations. This is an aid station we saw yesterday on the 50K course that Sarah Alonso spent about 3 seconds filling up her flask in. She, I believe this is the same aid station, but we didn't get a look inside because none of the top runners actually went inside to get any food to stay. It was just kind of in and out. Oh. Oh no. Okay, so here we have an issue with Julian, who's talking to a marshal. Maybe there's a problem with mandatory kit.
Just watching the reaction, I feel pretty stressed.
So do I. So if you're just listening to us and you can't see what's on the screen, this is our leader, Julian Calvo Vigara. Now, we had seen him multiple times pull out his phone, calling, talking, possibly even texting. We figured that he was trying to speak to some crew, that there was some kind of issue. He's now speaking to a marshal at the checkpoint. It looks like this is a replay, so that this has already happened. But we don't exactly know what is transpiring. Let's see if we can get some information. Oh, my stomach is turning.
Una hora, en serio, me hace una hora. ¿En serio? ¿En serio vais a hacer esto? Lo está viendo todo el mundo. Yo os digo, ¿en serio estáis haciendo esto?
Okay, so what has happened? What has happened? We've got a bit of intel about this.
Oof. I'm in shock.
We're gonna try to figure out what's going on there. We've got a little bit of intel about this, but we're just checking on a few things. Okay, we can now tell you what has happened, what we just saw on the screen. Julian Calvo was extremely upset. Speaking with one of the marshals, the race committee has issued a 1-hour penalty for breaching the race regulations regarding unauthorized assistance. So that means that he would have gotten assistance outside of the authorized checkpoints. There were only 2 checkpoints on the course where you can receive help from your crew. Now it says, following a review of this incident, it was confirmed that he received assistance from 2 people. So outside. Yep. Okay, so even if it's in an aid station, you can only get personal assistance at the authorized aid stations by 1 person, and he got help from 2. And so in accordance with the race rules, this carries a 1-hour penalty.
And
so
I'm guessing this could be
he has to serve that penalty at the aid station. So it isn't the case where he's able to keep running and they just add it to his time. He has to sit and wait. He has to watch the other runners go by, if I'm understanding this correctly. Oh, which is, I mean, that it's obviously a game changer. He's not only going to lose first, but second, third. Let's see where he shakes out, and also how this affects him mentally. You know, we're now seeing Gauthier Boncader, who is technically in second, but he will now be running in first. I don't know if he will be aware of this, that Julian has now received this penalty. Oh, what a shame. What a shame.
It really shows how quickly things can change in an ultra, and you might not be expecting it and it can come completely out of the blue. But I mean, a moment like this, such a split-second decision, and our lead male to make a mistake like that, he might not have even noticed that he reached out and grabbed an extra water bottle from that second person, and it could have been such a small thing that is now going to affect his overall race. But as we know, rules are in place for a reason, and it's all part of ultra running, and that's part of the decision making when the fatigue kicks in, don't you think, Steph?
Yeah, I mean, there's two different, scenarios that situation could have been about. If you're receiving aid outside of an aid station, that is intentional cheating. That that you can't do. I suspect, especially looking at his face and how upset he was, he screwed up. He made a mistake, and because if you're in an aid station, everyone is watching you. You're not going to intentionally break rules. And so I suspect that this was a case that he had not read the rules properly. His crew had not understood the rules properly, and as you say, the rules are there for a reason. So even if you don't mean to break them, you have to suffer the consequences. And gosh, look at this. Okay, so here we have on the screen Gauthier Boncader from France in second. He's looking over at Julian Calvo Vigara sitting there on his phone, probably wondering what the heck is going on. Julian has to sit there. That's part of the medicine. You have to sit there and watch all of the runners that you have been leading just pass you by as you watch the clock tick down. That is painful. And you know what? This is a mistake that he is never going to make again. This is a mistake he's never going to make again.
I have goosebumps, honestly, and I feel like we've been following him for a few hours now, and he's been flying along, and
my bowels have turned to liquid. I mean, you might have goosebumps, but my digestive system is completely gone. So I am feeling it. I am feeling it in my bowels for Julian. I mean, that is, that's just such a shame. But, now this is Gauthier's race to continue leading and to win. And
can I mention one thing, though?
Yeah. Please.
His sportsmanship just then, how he stood up and he gave, the competitor who's just passed him for face, he's given him a pat on the back, and he's still been in good spirits and he's been a good sport. So I think that's really impressive to show his character.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good point to draw attention to. We've been actually getting a little bit of attention on the sportsmanship, some of the cultural norms around these races. Yesterday, when Robert Camoy fell in the race, we saw a couple of the runners pass him, and on social media, on Instagram, people were commenting like, why didn't they stop? Why didn't they? But we don't know actually what happened in that moment. I think we do see a lot of sportswomanship amongst the elite runners at the top, even if they're racing professionally. I suspect that they shared some words, that there was a bit of acknowledgement there, a bit of checking on Robert before they continued passing him on the trail, just to make sure he was okay. But it was interesting to see the community come out immediately to talk about what runners should be doing, how we should be taking care of one another. This is a competition, but ultimately the runners are there as competitors, but also as friends and colleagues. They're there to push one another forward and to see one another through. And the fact that Julian has screwed up his race, unfortunately, doesn't mean that he can't still cheer on the others. But he is going to be feeling it.
It is true what you mentioned. It's easy to make comments as well just from the visual, but we don't always know the full picture. Here we are, guys, back to our lead male of the 100 kilometers. He's unfortunately had a 1 hour time penalty inflicted on him, and that means he has to stay at this aid station for 1 hour until he can be back on course again.
Oh my goodness. And so now we are looking at Abel Carretero, who was running in second early on in the race and was passed by Gauthier. He's been able to hold on to third now. Now he's moved into second with Julian taking that time penalty. Switching back now, looking at the head of the 100-mile race, which started just 15 minutes ago. And is that Benyat? Was Benyat wearing, I believe that's Benyat who was wearing a yellow shirt. Our number one of the race, expected to be out in front, and I believe that is him. I suspect we will be seeing him in that position for quite some time, but interesting to see that, you know, he's not holding back. There we go. It is Benyet. He's not holding back right from the start. We are going to a short break, but please come back and join us for further coverage of the 100K and 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB.
So nice.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Welcome back, everybody. We are on the screen here. You're seeing an exchange between our male lead runner and second male. The lead male in the 100-kilometer race has unfortunately a 1-hour time penalty inflicted on him. So that was him giving a pat on the back to the new lead male, who you can see on the screen here, Gautier Bonacare. He has been in second a lot of the day and now is in first place as our lead male is sitting for 1 hour at that aid station. Unfortunately, he was given some assistance outside of the sort of designated area where he's allowed it, and he's paying the price for that mistake. Very unfortunate, but rules are in place for a reason. And on screen here now, we have the head of the race, so our lead male in the 100-mile event, which is the key race here at the HOKA Val Pyrenees by UTMB. And we're going to hear from him now, pre-race, and how he was feeling leading into the event. We'll be hearing soon, I think. So you can see here, it's a pretty steep incline. It's a little bit unassuming, but they're running straight uphill out of the town, and they're going to be making their way into the mountains where they're going to be spending a lot of their day. So there's about 4 runners out there today taking on the 100-mile event. People have travelled from all around Europe to race, and this is a massive trail running festival here in Europe.
And I am back with you, Jackie, and back with all of you. I was just in the control room looking at the massive production that is going on to bring you these images. I wish you could see the operation that is going on here behind the scenes, but you might get a taste of it soon with a little video coming up. Stay tuned on the UTMB World Series Instagram page. But as we're talking about that, I believe we're going to a little pre-race interview with Katarzyna Dąbrowska, who is our fan favorite, our race favorite going into this course. She's got an incredibly high UTMB index. Let's hear from her.
Trail team runner. I love ultra races, so that's why I'm here. In my spare time, I really enjoy just being in the nature. So if I'm not running, I'm just walking, hiking, cycling on a bike. And spend time with my husband. Later in the season I have UTMB, so I wanted to gain some more experience in the 100-mile race. And Valdaran is a great choice because the course is demanding. We have 160k and 10,000 meters of elevation, so a lot of climbs, a lot of descents, quite technical terrain, so a lot of learn, a lot of experience before the next goal. I was here, not here, but in Pyrenees twice. In 2021 I raced in Ultra Pyrenees 100k, so then I was surprised by the demanding course. And last year I was here also in Canfranc for World Championships, so I know a little bit what to expect, but I have never been in this area, so I'm super curious and super excited. Well, the biggest competitor will be my feelings, I think. So I will be focused on myself, on my needs, and my thoughts and so on. I think following the nutrition part will be the most challenging part, and also I don't know how it will be with heat or weather, but I think this time it will be quite warm. It wasn't a goal to make 2 major races this year, but it happened, so I'm super happy. I really like Ultra Trail Australia, so I'm super excited for major.
And that was Katarzyna. Am I saying it right now, Stephanie?
Katarzyna, let's go with that.
Katarzyna.
Actually, in Polish, Katarzyna a lot of women go by Kasia. I don't know if she does as well, but let us know if you're from Poland in the chat.
Now, she is coming to the race with UTMB index score 762, and for anyone who doesn't know what the index score is, it is calculated from an athlete's best trail performances over the past few years, and it's a great indicator of your current form and gives commentators and people who are tuning in to follow a good sort of guide on where the athletes are at, and it always seems to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, what I love to see is when athletes outperform what their UTMB index would predict. I think that is what we are seeing in the women's race on the 100-kilometer course with our second place currently. With Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier. She is outrunning her UTMB index, and that's what you hope for, right? You have a score that predicts where you should be in the pack, but you always want to be able to better that.
And I'm going to have to bring it back to you.
Listen to how hard these camera runners are working. It is just really gives you a sense of what the runners are up against as well.
Now, everyone who's tuning in, I feel like Stephanie Case is one of the main Oh, I'm going to be interrupted here. We're going to chat about Katarzyna before I chat about Steph. So everyone who's tuning in, you can see on the side screen here a little bit of information about Katarzyna from Poland. I got to meet her earlier this year at Ultra Trail Australia. She is a lovely human and a fierce competitor, and she's from Poland, and she had 6th overall women at UTMB Mont-Blanc, which was a fantastic result for her, one of the toughest and most prestigious trail races in the world. She's also had a great 2026 season so far, and she got the win at Ultra Trail Australia 100 by UTMB. You can see her here using her poles, powering up the hill. We've seen a lot more males using the poles today than females. I mean, it's a different story because they were the 50-kilometre and the 100-kilometre races, and we're talking 100 miles. So you've got to preserve that energy a little bit longer. But chatting about index scores, now Stephanie has a lot of experience as a runner. That's why she is always asked to commentate as well. But can you chat to us, Steph, about your race in Snowdonia? We spoke about earlier, and you actually came through and got the win, but you were in the backpack, is that right?
I was. And so the UTMB index, especially in races that have a lot of volume, a lot of people come to the start line, it will tell the race directors actually where to put you in the starting waves. So when everyone can't start at the same time, the people with the highest UTMB indexes will start first, then you might have a second wave, maybe even a third wave. For Ultra Trail Snowdonia, I had been out of the race scene for 3 years because I was trying to get pregnant. I'd suffered some pregnancy losses, et cetera, and so I didn't have a UTMB index anymore, and so I was put in the third and final starting wave. Now, normally we don't see people in the third wave coming to a win, but luckily there are no rules against that, and it goes by chip time. So while I started half an hour behind all of the other runners, I was able to make up the time and finish about 3 or 4 minutes faster than the woman who had actually crossed the line before me, and it meant that I had won. And what's nice is that UTMB has since updated their pregnancy deferral policy. It's now called the Pathways to Parenthood policy, and women who are pregnant the elite women who are pregnant can have their UTMB index paused for a number of years. So it's a big win that has happened just within the past few months, actually.
I think that's amazing, and that's why I think it's such a cool story to share with everyone, because I mean, not just going in without your index score, but also starting in the backpack and everything. How was it crossing the finish line? Was it a bit confusing for the lady who had originally crossed first?
Yeah, I don't think that she was there anymore. I mean, I believe that she went home kind of thinking that she had the win, and that would have been a bad call to get. But basically, I crossed the line, and then we had to recreate. They had to do the math first, and then they figured out I won, and then we had to recreate the finish line tape moment. So quite a fun moment. But there will absolutely be no confusion when Yao Miao crosses the finish line today. It is clear to everyone. She is in the lead. She is storming ahead. The only question is, where is she going to finish amongst the top 10 men? Now, she was running the last little bit. We saw her running with, I believe it was Benjamin, who was in 6th. I'm just going to look for a little bit of an update to see where she's falling in terms of the overall pack. Okay, so we won't know until she goes through the next aid station, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Has she passed Benjamin? Is Benjamin ahead? Who is that in front of her now? Let's see if she's been able to move up. I'm not sure if that's Benjamin or if that's Remy ahead of her. So we have the 100-kilometer race. We're following Yao Miao on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, we're following Katarzyna Dąbrowska in the 100-mile race. And I have had confirmation in the chat that Kasia is an acceptable short form for Katarzyna. So thank you to our Polish fans out there. Very helpful. We learn a lot.
And for everyone,
what I would like to also learn how to do is how to cheer in all of the different languages. You know, we have dai 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 in Italian. We have allez 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 in French. Go 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 in English. You know, what is it in Polish? What is it in Chinese? I think I should know this. I remember this, but please remind me in the chat.
What is vamos? Is that Spanish? Vamos!
Vamos. Yep.
Also, for anyone tuning in, okay, well that still works, you know. For Katazina, it's not spelt like Kesha the singer. It is Kasia, just in case you were wondering. Anyone who is tuning in as well, if you can please jump into the live chat. It keeps us on our toes. And there's a question in here for us, Stephanie, and it is, are there any statistics on the change in pace or not for mid-pack women? Have the mid-pack women gotten faster like the elites, or is the faster... Oh, so we were chatting earlier about the... about the difference in times over the years and how everyone is getting so much faster and fitter. And yeah, our question is, has the middle of the pack also increased? That's a tough one to answer.
Do you know, I would say that the women's pack has gotten deeper. And that means that there's more people in the middle of the pack. I think in general, we're seeing the whole field of ultra running becoming more professional. We're getting better gear. We're getting better nutrition. We're getting better knowledge. So everyone, no matter where you are, is able to run better than we could 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But I think the biggest change that we're seeing, not just on the elite side, it's not in the middle, it's on the two ends. So it's seeing the faster paces, the incredibly faster paces on the elite side, but also seeing people who never would have considered entering a trail race or an ultra race before starting to come into the sport. And there we're not necessarily going to see faster times, and we don't need to. We just want more people getting into the sport because that is going to make the whole field deeper. And push competition forward in both directions.
Agree. I was going to say depth, so definitely more depth. And I think it's awesome to see people who are out there giving these races a red hot crack. You know, you don't have to be an elite to sign up to a UTMB event. You can sign up because you want to challenge yourself, you want to do something you've never done before. Maybe you've realized that the running community is so epic and that you want to go and spend a week in an amazing place and test yourself. I mean, I'm going to be going to this race next year when UTMB sends me over.
Fantastic. I think that's absolutely the key. I mean, previously, and I'm talking when I got into the sport, 20 years ago, women in particular wouldn't sign up for races unless they knew, I'm speaking in general, unless they knew that they could finish. And now it's good if we see people signing up for things they're not sure they can finish. It's good if we have women and men, anyone signing up for races that they might DNF, because that just gives us something to work towards. So I'm not concerned if we don't see, an increase in speed in the middle of the pack or at the back of the pack. I just want to see more people in it. And as we say, the more depth that we get, the bigger spread, the better. Why not?
And I've seen an increase in the percentage of females competing in multi-stage races, which is my background. And I remember 8-9 years ago when I was competing, sharing a tent with 7 people, there was only 2 females, so the ratio was very low. And I found that at a lot of these races, multi-day or single stage, women who were competing they were 120% or even more sure that they were going to finish. They knew they'd put in the work, and on that start line they were so ready to run. Whereas a lot of the guys there, they probably had a beer at the pub with their friends and said, I can do that. And they had sort of a bravado sense of self to compete. But females, more confidence in their ability to do hard things. And I mean, Yao Miao is a great example. She is absolutely slicing and dicing today. And she's going to be finishing this race today. There's still a bit to go, but with a lot of confidence to take her into CCC, which is her key race coming up later this year. In 6 weeks, not 4.
Now, on the 100K race, we have the top men. They're going up that final steep climb. Yao Miao, we had seen on the screen. She is on kind of the second to last descent. So she's on this final descent into that that checkpoint before she starts to hit the climb. And that spread between her and the women behind her has just gotten bigger and bigger throughout the course. If you go on to the Live UTMB site to look at it, not just listen to us, you can see just how far apart the little icons are between Yao Miao and the second and third place women. So she is still going for it. And you know, you were talking about confidence. I wonder if confidence is something she's seeking out here, or if it's just to see how far she can push it. How far can she go? And how many barriers can she break?
Yeah, I'd love to be in her head right now and know what she's thinking and where she's at. She's an incredible athlete, so I'm guessing her brain works slightly differently to others, but rock solid or...
Now, as we are watching these final images of Yao Miao, she's running at over 11 kilometers an hour, still about 85, 90 kilometers into this course. We are going to a short break, but stay with us. We will be back with you after a short break.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Je pense qu'on n'est pas sur le chemin.
Welcome back. We are following the top men in the 100-mile race of Val d'Orem by UTMB, which started just 40 minutes ago. And alongside that, we have been following since about 1:20 this afternoon, the 100K race, which started at 6 a.m. local time. So we are nearing the end section of the 100K race for the elites, and we are at the start of the 100-mile race for our top runners. Now we are back with Yao Miao, the first woman running at a blazingly fast pace.
Oh my God.
The entire day through this 100-kilometer race. The question is not whether she will win, how fast, and how many men she will beat in the process. Now, she will be coming into the aid station where we will get an update on her timing, on her placing. She has run as high as 6 scratch. She has been running in 7th overall, but really consistently within the top 10 all day long. So, has she gone ahead of Benjamin Tremel from France? Let's find out. How far behind is she from 5th place? We all want to see her crack the top 5. In the poll in the chat, it looked like 75% of you thought that she would crack the top 5 overall. 25% of you weren't so sure.
She'll get a real boost of confidence coming in here as well, cheering her on after being out there by herself for quite a while now. And having someone beside you in a race can just make such a huge difference mentally. After 10 hours, or 10 hours, 10 and a half in the mountains, simply seeing another runner beside you or ahead can give you, or help keep you focused almost. And you don't even need to necessarily talk. Just sharing the trail with someone can make a massive difference. And Miao Yao is such a fierce competitor that she spends so much time out there by herself, which is an added challenge for competitors who are leading the pack, because they have to keep pace for such a long time and stay so solid, and they don't have that camaraderie or pacer, I guess you could call it.
Now, Yao Miao is not just a trail runner, not just an ultra runner. She is a 2:30 marathon runner, so she's going to feel very comfortable on this flat road coming into the aid station. There
Did she just overtake?
Passing by. Yeah, I believe that was Benjamin.
Sorry, Benjamin. Beat the boys, they say. Well, Miao Miao is how it's done. Coming into the aid station here, a lot of people cheering her on, and I think she has picked up the pace just a little bit, but pretty incredible little towns that you get to run through. A lot of history here in the Pyrenees.
She is just 14 kilometers from the finish. There is less than 8 kilometers to the final summit of this course, and here she is coming into the aid station. Let's see if she'll grab a little bit of food. We saw her take some bananas, some food at the last aid station. This is the second and final aid station that she can get assistance at. And there we see that she's taking the chance to sit down, even just for a minute, to get the salt off of her face, get some eye drops. She's being helped out there.
Min, her partner, I think. If it is Min, her partner, he is an absolutely incredible runner himself, and they're a bit of a power couple.
Then he'll know exactly what to do and what she needs. You know, it can be hard when you're out there running in the heat, when the salt from the sweat starts to get in your eyes. It can, we were speaking earlier about how it can affect your vision at times. I've certainly had that problem, got blurry vision for an entire night during Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB last year, something that we've heard other runners, Katarina Hartmuth, Fernanda Maciel, and Courtney DeWalter, they have all reported having kind of vision problems partway during the race. We see Yao Miao getting some eye drops there, maybe just to give her a bit of freshness.
I think
get rid
this
of that
might
salt.
actually. I have a feeling this might be her brother. I'm sorry, and she actually began. So she's from a remote mountain village in China, and she began running to help support her family. It's a pretty incredible story. But her boyfriend is Min, and he has won the Hong Kong 100 back in 2018. And yeah, they are a power couple over in China. So very impressive pair, and they met on the running scene. So she has a great training buddy.
And now Yao Miao taking more time at the aid station than I thought that she would. I mean, first place is solidly in the bag. You know, we're all cheering for her to get top 5 amongst the men, but, you know, I think for her, she just wants to be able to finish this race strong, feeling good. So she is taking a little bit of extra time to get the food in that she wants, sort out her vision, sort out her eyes. She doesn't seem to be too stressed about going too quickly through here. This is her training ground, right? This is her training ground for CCC next month for the finals. Any kind of troubleshooting that she can do here and she'll still have the win. So it's a good opportunity actually to take an extra minute or two. But she is taking longer than I would have thought.
She is. I've never seen her take as long, actually. But what an incredible year. To all of your races to be training runs leading into CCC, but then coming through and winning all of your training runs against some of the strongest competitors. And Miao is only 29 years old, and she comes from a southwest China. She grew up in a rural farming family, mountains, so that's probably helping her on these mountains and trails today. But she didn't follow the same sort of pathway as her family, and she earned a place in China's elite sports school system as a teenager, and that's how she actually found her way into running. And as you've spoken about earlier, she is a runner, and she has a 2 hour 30 marathon time, which is very impressive, before she crossed over into trail running.
Do you know, while we have been shouting from the rooftops all day that Yao Miao has been running, not just in first, but in the top 10 of the men, we have actually, the top 3 women have been running in the top 20 of the men, or of the overall rankings. So that is pretty exciting. And that shows not just the expertise, the talent, the experience of Yao Miao, but also of all the top 3 women. Now, you've been seeing in the background in blue, that was our top man, that was Culin Calvo Vigada, who was leading this race, but unfortunately got a 1 hour penalty due to unauthorized assistance. There were 2 people at a checkpoint helping him instead of 1. Only 1 is allowed, and so he was given a 1 hour penalty that he has to wait out at this aid station. So we can see him in the background kind of hopping up and down impatiently. I believe we've got about 10-15 minutes left on his 1 hour, so he'll be anxiously awaiting to get back into the race. You can see the marshal there is looking at his clock. He's looking at his watch. There's Culin kind of making sure that he's staying limber in the background. He's not giving up. You know, he's running back and forth. He wants to stay warm, and he wants to get back out there and to see what he can do. So just a mistake. It was a mistake that has cost him. Like I said, you're not going to see intentional cheating when someone makes a mistake at an aid station. You know, all eyes are on you. It was a mistake that he didn't understand the race rules, didn't read the race rules, and he's been caught out for it. And while he was upset, he's obviously accepted his penalty, and he's continuing.
I think it shows so much about his character with how he's responded to this, and he hasn't just crumbled into pieces and sort of spat the dummy. He's kept his sportsmanship, he's dealt with the situation, and it looks like he's thinking, let's charge ahead for the last part of the race and do what I can.
Yep.
I wonder if something's actually going on here with
Yao Miao. She seems to be struggling. She's been in the checkpoint now for over 6 minutes, you know, continually putting in eye drops and putting a cloth over her eyes. I'm wondering if she's having the vision problems that I was speaking about earlier. If that is the case, it's quite a strange thing. I've only had it happen to me once, but it's like Vaseline is covering your eyes, so you can still see, you can still run, but you do get kind of obstructed, blurry vision. And I've talked to a few people about this, and there are different theories about what can cause this. I'm speculating here. We don't know exactly what's going on, but perhaps she is. It does appear she's having some issue with her eyes. But she could sit here for the next hour and she would still be fine. So
I wish we knew what they were saying.
Yeah.
Right, team, if you're tuning in, don't forget that we have a live chat, and there is a personality test happening at the moment. Okay, I'm curious now. If you want to jump on, there's a link in there, and it will tell you your UTMB personality.
Oh.
So,
which UTMB World Series event suits you best? That would be interesting to find out. I'm going to find out Oh, I'm feeling it.
What
for
is your
Yao Miao.
favorite?
I mean, she has just been storming through this, and we're all really wondering what is going on.
What is your favorite distance to race in, Steph?
The longer the better. 100, 200, 300 miles. Let's keep going. I'm signed up for a 500-kilometer race in Sweden in February, where I'll have to pull a polk behind me. So that'll be my next adventure.
I think I've seen that one advertised. Wow.
Yeah. No woman has finished it yet. So
I was about to ask the motivation for that, because I feel like you've turned over a lot of stones. Is it the unknown and why hasn't a woman done it yet?
It's more that when I see races that only men have done, I just feel like we need women there. And I'm not necessarily the best person to do it, but I like jumping into races that are a bit gnarly, a bit unknown, that I don't know if I can finish myself, but also to make sure that women are represented. I think we should be in all the races, doing all the things. And often it's hard to know what to sign up for until you see yourself represented there. And so if I can pull another couple of crazies along with me, why not? But enough about me. Let's get back to the race. We are following the head of the 100-mile Val d'Arène by UTMB race on the left-hand side of the screen. And we've been sitting with Yao Miao at the aid station for quite some time. She's been leading the 100-kilometer race, running incredibly strongly, just very fiercely. We've been wondering if she could break the top 5, but she's now been sitting there for, I'm going to say, close to 10 minutes, appearing to have a problem with her eyes, either her eyesight or we're not sure what's going on. She's taking in a bit of fuel. She's taking her time. She can take all the time in the world and she'll still have first place amongst the women, but she will be wanting to test everything out before she goes back to CCC this year.
I didn't get a sense that something was going wrong when she was out there running. That's the really surprising thing for both of us watching this, is we didn't realize she was having an issue, and she came into the aid station, and she's been here for, definitely a significant amount of time. Anyway, we can see also on the left-hand side of the screen here, we have our first male for the 100 miles, and they're still relatively fresh. They've been out there for, I think, about an hour now, and the runners will be starting to settle into their own pace. The crowds are behind them, and they're finding their own rhythm. And these early kilometres, it's all about having patience, especially in a 100-mile race. No one is winning it this early on, so you've got to run your own race, take it easy, and rhythm. And this race here is one of the toughest races in the UTMB World Series. So anyone signing up to it has a lot of courage and wants to prove something probably to themselves.
Now, we're just getting a bit of intel. As we suspected, Yao Miao is just experiencing dry eyes. Whether that's affecting her vision or not, we still don't know. But she's struggling. She's struggling with her eyes. She had a similar problem when she ran UTMB in 2019, apparently. So this is something that she knows about. She had the eye drops there for her at the checkpoint, but it looks like she's really struggling. So we're going to have to see how she has been doing so well. We'll see if we can get a little bit more intel on that. Now, on the left-hand side of the screen, I believe that first man is someone who I wasn't expecting to be up there, but I believe it was Brent Petieu from Belgium, who, like we were saying, these people who can run beyond what their UTMB index would predict. If that is the first place man, he is having the time of his life out there right now.
I hope he hasn't gone out too hard and that he really is just proving his index score wrong. Now, everyone's jumped on We've got Yao Miao, our lead female runner, who has been giving us a masterclass today in how to run 100 kilometers. She had such a massive gap on all of the other females, and also was pushing to make it into the top 5 overall, so top 5 against the males as well. But she has an eye condition here. She's been probably sitting down at this last aid station for about 10 minutes now. She's had some eye drops, but she struggled with this in 2019 at UTMB as well, and it was during the 100-mile race there. She had a period where she lost her vision, and she was racing so much that her body couldn't bear the strain. She couldn't finish the race, and it was the vision loss that was temporary, so it gave her a bit of a scare, I think.
So again, I mean, yeah, I was hoping I wasn't going to be right, but it is the same problem that I said that other top runners have faced. Courtney Dauwalter, Katarina Hartmuth. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to put myself in the same category as runners.
I was going to say, I mean, you had it right. I'm happy to put you there.
I experienced it for the first time last year, and it's really scary because while you can see, it's again, it's like there's a glaze, it's like there's Vaseline across your eyes, and it can make it really difficult when you're on technical terrain to see the roots, to see the stones, to know, you know, how you need to go over that terrain. So you definitely have to slow down. Now, we've had this kind of runnable section for a while, which would have been good for Yao Miao, but going into those last climbs, she's really going to want her vision. It looks like the camera was stuck a little bit, but it looks like she did get out of the chair and hopefully is on her way. But like I said, it's the frustrating part is that, you know, doctors, sports scientists, they still aren't really sure what causes this vision problem. So hoping that it has calmed down a little bit. And there's Aurora Sio. This woman who, she is incredible. She's running in second. I was mentioning earlier in the broadcast that she's got quite an interesting history. She's 47. Yes, let's go. And she's a former smoker. She was smoking for years and has now come back into the sport fiercely. She DNF'd at the 50K race at Val d'Orient last year. So she's going to be hungry to get a good finishing here in the 100-miler. So really jumping up quite a bit in distance. Now, she's also got a bit of a checkered history with the UTMB finals. She DNF'd at UTMB in 2024 and 2023, but she was 8th in 2022. So maybe there we go. Okay, we've got Yao Miao back on course on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yes, girl.
She is moving.
Let's
go. She is moving. Chayo, I think that's how you say go. Chayo. Is that right? Tell me.
Oh.
Tell me. Correct me.
I like that. That sounds
Correct
good.
me in the chat. Yeah.
Anyone who's jumping on, we've got a live chat, and you can cheer someone on. We'll give you a shout out. You can find out your personality test for UTMB, or you can just engage with us. Some people are asking if it's sweat and rinsing her eyes out. No, she has an eye condition, guys. Sorry, I'm chatting while there's some epic scenes going on the screen here.
Yeah, this is just showing us a bit of a recap, I think, of the start of the race. But yes, to go over what Yao Miao was experiencing. First, they were, getting the salt off of her face, using some eye drops. But when you hit this problem, speaking from experience, when you start to have these vision problems, it's not just a matter of putting in drops. It's not just a matter of dry eyes. It is a problem where you have difficulty seeing. So that is why she took the extra minutes there sitting at the checkpoint. Hopefully it's manageable enough that she will be able to continue on her way. It should be easier to manage on the uphills because you're going at a slower pace. But on the downhills, if you aren't able to see properly, that is a major problem.
I also have a type of condition where unless you've actually experienced it, it's pretty hard to comprehend and you can't really wrap your head around it.
Yep, for sure. So we are following the 100K, the end of the 100K race for the top runners, and the start 1 hour into the 100-mile race. for all of the runners there. And they will be running into the night and through tomorrow and some into a second night. And there's Aurora, CEO. Woo! She is motoring up that climb, using her poles extremely effectively.
And you were talking before that she quit smoking. I did read an article about ultra runners and how a lot of runners quit one addiction for something else. And I guess Aurora is maybe an example of that, but I mean, it's one hell of a turnaround to go from smoking to absolutely smashing it in the running scene. And she is 47 years of age, and she is a real story that it's never too late to change your life around. And she's lining up here today with an index of 754, putting her among the favourites in this women's field today. And earlier this year, she produced one of the performances of her career. She was the first woman and second overall at the 100-mile race at the Canyons by UTMB in California. And she is going to be giving it her all out here today. Have you seen her race quite a lot, Steph?
I believe I commentated on her racing once before, but you know, you bringing up her performance at Canyons is an incredibly competitive race. So to be able to finish that well is very, very impressive and does bode well for what she might be able to do here today. So now we are seeing an overview, a flyover of the course of where Aurora sits at the start of this 100-mile race. Now, let's talk about this course a bit. So as we were kind of flagging near the start, they've got two big climbs in this first third of the race before they start to get on the same course that the 100-kilometer race has been following. But very short, very steep, very punchy right off the bat. There are over 700 runners that have started the 100-mile race. And here we have Brent Petieux from Belgium, who, again, not on our radar, not predicting, not a race favorite. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve to be, but he is someone whose UTMB index placed him further down than we would expect to see him in this course. So is he just having the time of his life right now and saying, I'm going to go for it? Or has he been hiding some of this talent from us all of this time? Who knows?
He yelled out at the start line, the person who's leading the way at 2 hours in wins. And so that's what he's going for. I'm just kidding. He's definitely one of those who might fly under the radar, but he's quietly built a pretty solid trail running resume. And I mean, a UTMB index score of 761 is still very impressive. It's just when you're comparing it to the guys who have 900s in front of their name, it's hard to sort of compete with that. Interesting is that Brent comes from Blankenberg on Belgium's North Sea coast, which is about as flat as you can imagine. So the mountains here today will be pretty out of his depth. But despite living in one of literally the flattest places ever, he is a capable mountain runner. And he's had some impressive results. He won a 70-kilometer La Sule Ultra in Italy in 2025, and he finished fourth in 120-kilometer ultra trail Côte d'Azur. Sorry, Stephanie, my pronunciation, gosh. But he can perform on some big terrain. I like to play charades with anyone tuning in, so if you don't understand my pronunciation.
Yeah. Bingo card. We should have a bingo card. All of the different ways that we can pronounce people's names and place names. Yeah, Brent, it looks like he is a coach as well as swim, bike, run coach. So that is interesting. Seems to be multi-talented. Okay, and here we are following Aurora, who has less than 2 kilometers to the summit. I'm impressed everyone is continuing to run and push up this climb. It's the start. Everyone's excited, but this is not flat. This is certainly not flat. It is a good way to warm up, straight out of the gate. Wow, look at that view.
Shots.
Look at that view. So we are keeping an eye on both races simultaneously, the 100-kilometer race and the 100-miler. On the 100-kilometer race, Gauthier Boncader from France has come into the lead because of a time penalty that Julian Calvo Vigara experienced. He had to wait 1 hour sitting at the last checkpoint. He's now back in the race. Looks like, we'll have to see, looks like he's was able to leave the checkpoint if the timings are correct on the exit from the last checkpoint. It looks like Julian left in 7th with Yao Miao following in 8th. We'll get an update on the next checkpoint, but we have Gauthier, our leader, hopefully coming through the next checkpoint imminently, followed by Abel Carretero from Spain and Mathis Leray from France. And then going on the women's side, Yao Miao, who we've been following, having vision problems, took about at least 10 minutes out, I think, at the last checkpoint, but still well ahead of Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier, who is holding on. I'm really impressed by her. She is holding on to that second place. She's got about a 10-minute lead from the last checkpoint to Marie Klageegd Fenrit from Norway, who is our defending champion. So a pretty exciting race on the women's side as well, and a bit unexpected.
And you can tell here on screen the terrain is already starting to become more protected, and the runners are leaving the valleys behind them and they are making their way into the mountains. It's becoming steeper, narrower and rockier, and this is where those poles are really going to come into play. So if you've been training for this race, I hope you've been training with poles, because today's the day, or day night, that you're going to need them. And if you've got experience on this course or in the mountains with similar sort of terrain, it's going to really help you out. And knowing how hard to push on the climbs, and just as importantly, I guess, when to back off as well, can make a big difference later in the race. And you can see here a bit of a profile about the percentage of incline, and they're just slowly making their way up higher and higher. So they're 6.4 kilometers in to the 160K. And that's something that's so special about Val d'Arene 100 miler is it's got a lot of variety. So much varied terrain today.
And you know what I'm noticing about this climb? I mean, it is so steep. As you say, they're only 6.4 kilometers in and already an hour and 10 minutes. But there are no switchbacks here. This is a trail straight up. Normally on a climb this steep, you would see switchbacks going back and forth to kind of reduce the steep level of incline. But here you've got steps kind of carved out into the terrain, and they're going straight up the hill. That is Barkley Marathon style. Love it.
Views are just incredible. We can see some runners making their way across the top of the mountains here, and I think it was the quietest you and I have both been before when we first got a glimpse of the mountains. It was pretty breathtaking, and hopefully the runners get that experience as well. And I mean, their breath is probably taken away because they've been going uphill, but hopefully it's taken away in another way as well.
Okay, we're back with Yao Miao. She is definitely moving a bit slower than we've seen her throughout the course. She's been so strong this entire day, but that last checkpoint was the first sign we saw of any kind of falter dealing with these vision problems. Whether she's going a little bit more conservatively now because she just can't see very well, frankly, or whether she's starting to feel tired, or a combination of both, we're not sure. But still absolutely dominating the field. I don't want to talk as if she's not doing well. She is dominating. So we can't feel too badly for Yao Miao right now. We just want to give her a little bit of support, give her a little bit of love. Yeah, she is human. Thank you for your vision problems, Yao Miao, because we were all doubting our own humanity here in a good way.
Wow, this is incredible, and huge shout out to the guys who are out there with the GoPros and the cameras bringing this live stream to life. We can see Brent Pachu Our lead male is sending it across the top of this mountain, and what a ridgeline that is. Absolutely incredible, and I hope he's looking up and taking in the scenes.
And as we are looking at these stunning images of these ridgelines that we would all love to be on with the runners, we will go to a short break, but stay with us and we will bring you more coverage of the 100K and 100-mile race at Val d'Orient by
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And welcome back. We are following the top man, Brent Patieu from Belgium, who has kind of come out of nowhere to lead the race at Val d'Orient by UTMB, the 100-miler, and there's Aurora Sio, the second woman following Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland, going up this first steep climb in the 100-mile race, but running under beautiful blue skies and gorgeous weather. You can't really ask for better conditions. This race has struggled with weather conditions the past few years. Last year, the race finished, but was shortened to 142 kilometers and 7,250 meters of elevation, and unfortunately canceled in 2023 and 2024. So we are ecstatic to be seeing the full race be carried out this year. Just a stellar weekend of racing all around.
The 100-mile runners are now 7 kilometres in, and it's easy to see why Val d'Orient is regarded as one of Europe's most spectacular mountain destinations. I mean, look at these views, absolutely stunning. And the runners are surrounded by the incredible Pyrenees with forest, rivers, peaks in every direction that they have the joy of ascending and descending today. The weather can be tumultuous, as Stephanie was just saying, but today it's turned it on, clear skies, stunning views, and the athletes getting a little taste of what's to come throughout the day. They probably feel their heart beating through their chest as they make their way up this climb. And we've got a bit of a top-down view of the course today, and you can see it's very mountainous, and we're going to get a good idea of where different competitors are along the course. It's also So the different colors represent how difficult each section is. I'm guessing red's the hardest, right?
Yeah, red, and I think purple is also bad.
Ooh. Oh, I like the color purple. Now it's been ruined.
Well, what we say is that the color of the gradient that they show on the map is also the color of your face when you're climbing that climb. So when you see red and purple, you know that it is bad. But this is showing just a beautiful overview of the kinds of terrain that the runners will be facing, or the runners are already facing in this part of Spain in Val d'Aran. A large majority of this area is above 2,000 meters, with some of the peaks going above 3,000 meters. And so that has caused some complications, some difficulties when there's been storms or when there's still been snowpack up high. We've had really hot weather in Europe across parts of France, so Spain, of Italy. So there hasn't been any snowpack up high, and we haven't had the storms. So it's just a perfect race weekend for the competitors out there. There's 7,500 racers across 8 different race distances this weekend. Yesterday we were following the 50K race, which Sarah Alonso won on the women's side in 6 hours and 20 minutes. Followed by Ioana Madalena Amarai from Romania, and then Nuria Gil Caplera, who is just about to celebrate the 1-year birth of her baby, who was at the finish line yesterday. Very sweet. Only 5 minutes between first and third on the 50K. And then in the men's race, we had Luca Del Pero winning in 5 hours, 23 minutes. But here we are back with the 100-mile race. Brent Patieu from Belgium. Bit of a mystery coming out of nowhere. Just really making a bold statement at the beginning of this race. He's saying, hey guys, I might not have been on your list, but I'm here now, so watch me.
He is, if there's any reason to stick around and watch the mile run, or at least follow it, he might be it, because I really want to see if he can start out this strong and then finish that strong. So I know that I'm going to be tuning back in to see how he goes.
Well, as anyone who has run a 100-mile race or watched a 100-mile race before, we know that 0 predictions can be made during the first hour, 2 hours, even during the first 5 hours, unless, of course, that prediction is Yao Miao, who's running the 100-kilometer race and dominating despite not being able to see very well.
We can see on screen here Aroa from Spain. She grew up in Galicia in northwest Spain, and she didn't begin running until 2016. So she's on the climb here. You can see she's in a red section if you look to the left-hand side. But she began running because she was smoking, and running became her new addiction, I guess you could say. Or, if we want to frame it a little bit better than that, a new lifestyle. And within 6 years, she was racing professionally. I mean, what a turnaround. And if you think it's too late to start something in life, she is someone that can inspire people that, you know, it doesn't matter what age you are, you can dive in head first and absolutely go for it.
Well, this 44-year-old is excited that we have a 47-year-old running at the top.
And do you know what? As a 31-year-old, I'm this thinking that, okay, I've got 15 years or so before I need to be good at running. So I've got a long time. So you could frame it in any way you want.
Yep. Exactly. And there we have our women's leader. That's Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland. She has had an incredible year, a few ups and downs, you know, coming off of a great success at Ultra Trail Australia. She's already won one of the UTMB World Series majors. She's now in her second UTMB World Series major, also looking for a win here. But I was with her, at least in the race, earlier in the year in March at Trans Gran Canaria, where she had to drop out due to hypothermia. It was just crazy weather at that race. Everyone had done heat training, and then we had snow and hail at the top, which took a bunch of people by surprise. And I think it hit her hard. You know, Katarzyna has so much support in Poland, so much home support. That also brings a bit of pressure, and also the pressure that she puts on herself. And so in her social media, in some of her YouTube, after that race, you could just tell how disappointed she was. So great to see the win at Ultra Trail Australia. She is starting off super strong here. I don't think any chance of hypothermia in this race at Val d'Aran. Quite windy at the top, but that will be nice and cool, I think, for the athletes.
And the competitors are about 8 kilometers into the race, and they're making their way up to this first ridge line, and it's their first real glimpse of the terrain they're going to be tackling over the next day and night. With the clear weather today, the views are absolutely spectacular. Hopefully they can soak it in, and it stretches out all the way across the Pyrenees in every direction. So it's a stunning reward for their hard work and effort they've put in going up this steep ascent. But it's also a reminder of how unforgiving these mountains are, and it's just the beginning of what's ahead for them over the next 150 kilometers.
Now, as we're getting a bit of a look and overview of the course, the last 110K of this 100-mile course that overlaps with the 100K race. Just want to give a bit of an update because we're keeping an eye on both the 100-mile and the 100K race. So on the 100K race side for the men, Gauthier Boncader from France went through the last checkpoint about 13 minutes ago, and 4 minutes behind him was Abel Carretero. So they're still running fairly closely together. Abel, you'll remember earlier in the day, was in second. Gauthier passed him. It looked like Abel was slowing down, but he's kept up. He's only 4 minutes behind Gauthier, so still running fairly close together. And then behind them, about 9 minutes behind Abel, is Mathis Leray from France. Big story of the day, Julian Calvo Vigara, who was leading for most of the day, suffered a 1-hour penalty due to unauthorized assistance at a checkpoint, but is still in the game. And we are waiting for the other men to come through to get the splits of the top 5. On the women's side, still staying fairly consistent here with Yao Miao in the top, then Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier from France, who is having an absolutely stellar race, followed by defending champion Marie Claget-Fenra from Norway, Camille Lescuyer from France, and then Claudia Tremps from Spain.
Wow, you can just see everyone heading along the ridge line here. And Val d'Aran by UTMB is a relatively young race. It was first held in 2021. So, Steph, did you compete in the very first year? Is that right? Or if
I guess so.
Oh, sorry.
I was
Yeah,
there.
you did.
Yeah.
I was thinking. Sorry, everyone. I'm tuning in from Australia, so it's 1:30. I don't know how good my maths is right now, but so the race began in 2021, and Stephanie Case, who I have the privilege of getting to chat alongside today, was third female in the 100K. Is that right? Or did I
100
cut off
mile.
60
100
kilometers
mile.
for you?
Yep.
Oh, 100. I'm so sorry.
You did.
Gosh.
Those were hard earned there. Those were hard earned, Jackie.
Do you have
we
any?
have a saying. We have a saying, when you're old, you just need to run longer. So, you know, it's now when you see me in a 100K race, you know that I'm suffering.
Do you have any inside knowledge or experience or anything that comes to mind from your 100-mile experience out there?
In terms of nutrition, in terms of pacing,
Anything. The scenes, the
anything.
race, anything.
Yeah, let me think of some good nuggets. I mean, the racing has changed so much over even just the last 5 years. When I ran my first 100-miler in 2009, And back then there was a much wider margin of error. And so, you know, you could go through a whole bunch of lows, struggle, come back, struggle again, come back, and it still wouldn't affect your race placing that much. Now, you know, what we are seeing, particularly in the faster, flatter, less technical 100 milers, that margin of error is disappearing. I think it's still there in races like this at Val d'Orem, where it's technical, you might get weather. You've really got to manage yourself well over varied terrain through the night, through the day. That's where, you know, experience does come into play. The mental side of 100 milers is so much bigger than in a 50K or 100K. You can go through so many lows, but you need to be able to remain adaptable and to pivot. It's a bit of a science experiment with your body. You know, what's happening? Do I have too much salt? Do I not have enough salt? Do I need more sugar? How do I troubleshoot whatever problem is coming my way? Because it happens not just to recreational runners, it happens to the elites too. We see this with Yao Miao. She's having vision problems. You know, you have to be able to work out a solution on the fly, sometimes at a checkpoint, sometimes running, and keep going, because the 100 miler will reward those who are adaptable and those who can still finish. The 50K will reward those who are fittest often, but I think there's still some room to play in the 100 miler. Oh yes,
You really have to be solution focused.
We have a bit of a treat, folks. Oh, I am taking a sip of water because I am excited to bring you. We have our quote unquote Marshall, who is going to come on the screen and come on the mic to help explain one of the aspects of this race, which is our mandatory kit. So we have our fake Marshall. Welcome to the scene. We have our fake Marshall here who's going to explain what is in the mandatory kit. What do we need in the bags? Because as we've seen, following the rules is absolutely critical for these races.
Yep. Hi everyone, I'm the official marshal of all the UTMB World Series. Just a quick brief about what is the mandatory equipment that you need on this 100-mile race that we have currently on the screen. We control everybody at the start, in the start line, to make sure that everybody has the equipment. So classical is like having some tri-running shoe, a tri-running vest. Smartphone is important. Some people taking like a really small phone. You need to have the LiveTrail app on it, so a really important one. Cup, because like we have on the screen currently, it's important for all the aid station. There is no cup, so you need to have one to pick some Coke or sparkling water, whatever. 1.5 liters of water, like some that you can fill if you want or not, but as it's super hot, you need two, I guess. It's like 3 soft flasks or 1 blader in the back for you. Then it's super important because for the 100 mile, we have 1 full night, 2 headlamps that are working with 2 spare battery. Because if one is dead, it's important to have some light, otherwise it can be a long race without some headlamp. Then it's important, it's not an emergency blanket, it's like an emergency BV. So something that you can put like a BV, like something that you can roll all your body on it. So really important. It's a bit different because we are in a mountain and high altitude race. Then a whistle, but all of the tri-running vests had one. And then some food, waterproof jackets with at least 10,000 Schmerber, which is like the currently waterproof membrane norm. Then some, you need to have second layer, which is a hot one, which is a thermal. Same for the legs, something that cover all your legs. It can be a pant, it can be a long socks with like a 3/4 pants. Waterproof pants, really important. We don't use it a lot, but it's important to have it. And then a cap or bandana. For me now it's really important because it's quite hot and it will be hot again tomorrow. A bandana, I think it can be important if you want to have some water, some ice inside. And then some gloves that are warm and waterproof. So that's the mandatory equipment. We didn't have some for hot weather or really important bad weather, extra supplementary kits, but it's really useful for me to have enough food, enough water, some white garments, some white clothes. It's important because it will be hot. Also, moderate your pace if it's really too hot, and use all of the rivers that we will have on the second half of the race, the beautiful landscape of Pyrenees. So just enjoy, and maybe we will be on the route to make some few check about your mandatory equipment, and otherwise there is some penalties. Thanks.
Thank you, Marshall. It is, we will sign you off because I know you have important duties to get to, but really helpful to be reminded of, not just the rules, but also the safety side of this. All of this equipment, you never know when it might come in handy, but everyone is subject to the same rules. So if there's a check on the course, it's going to be the elites all the way through to the back. Everyone needs to carry the same kit. And, it's everyone, I've seen runners try to cut the rules. I've seen runners, when they're supposed to bring tights or bring pants, they bring pantyhose. I've seen others, try to bring these tiny little phones the size of your thumb. But actually, sometimes you need to use this kit. And pantyhose is not going to cut it if you are stuck out in the mountains and weather rolls in. So just good to bear that in mind. We are going into another break. Stay tuned. We will be back with you in a moment with coverage from Val d'Orem by UTMB.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are at Val d'Orem by UTMB, and we are following this windy front of the pack at the 100-mile race, which is on your screen. This is Aurora Sio, the second woman. She is following Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland. And we have the top men that have come through the first timing point, the first checkpoint. So Brett Patieu from Belgium, come out of nowhere in first. He is trailed by about a minute behind by the race favorite coming in, Benyat Marmasol from France, and then Pau Rios from Spain is hot on his tails, about 15 seconds behind. Another favorite and second, I believe, from in this race last year. Yep, Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, who lives in Barcelona. And in fifth, Delby Via Gongora from Finland. great. It is great to see a little bit of diversity there in the top 5. Only one Spaniard. That is not normal, given that 40% of these races across this weekend are from Spain. So good to see a bit of variety there. And there's Aurora on our screen, our second place women so far, 1 hour and 35 minutes into the 100-mile race.
And that's something that is so special about this race, is how international the field is. There's around 400 runners that have gathered here today to take a mile race, and representing more than 80 countries from across the world, and have travelled from all over to experience these incredible mountains.
I think it might even be more than 400. The UTMB Live site is saying that there were 724 starters. So it might have exploded a little bit more. I mean, who knows? Maybe 300 people decided not to show up. But according to the stats, I think we've got about 700 people out there. If you look on the UTMB Live site, even though we're following the top runners, you can see just how many people are in this race overall. We've only got 25 people who are now into this second section of the course. They've passed that first checkpoint, but 699 are still apparently in that first 10K. That gives you a sense of just how steep and how difficult this terrain is. We're an hour and almost 40 minutes in, and people are still running the first 10K.
And everybody, that's the second time I've told you a lie, and luckily Stephanie has been able to pull me up on it. So Stephanie's good with her facts today, guys. So don't worry.
You don't know how many I told yesterday that I didn't even realize until I was lying in bed at night, just replaying all of the falsehoods that I told you on the air. Can you catch them? That's going to be the new game of the day. So it's don't let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Everyone, if you're tuning in, you can see above here the profile. It's super cool to look at the different colors. So yellow means a little bit easier, red means really hard, and purple means, as Steph said earlier, it means your face is probably going purple, so you're working hard. So the colors reflect the difficulty of the course, and a lot of the 100-mile race today is going to be red and purple. There's yellow where they can relax and let up. Also, if you are listening in, please jump onto our live chat. There's different polls going on in there and quizzes and different things. You can find out your personality test. I keep going to do it, but I keep forgetting. But also we've got some people giving shout outs in here. A couple of comments about Brent, our lead male. He trains a lot on an indoor trainer, because where he is from, it is as flat as a pancake.
That's insane, because an indoor trainer can give you fitness, but it can't give you the technical footwork. It can't give you the skills that you need to get across gnarly terrain like this. So this is incredibly impressive. Thank you for the intel. Keep it coming. I'm so interested about this guy.
Throw a GIF into the live chat, guys. Get excited. The 100-mile runners are an hour and 40 in, and we have an underdog male in the lead who is absolutely smashing it. He is from a country, well, he's from a place that is very, very flat, no mountains, but he is out here showing us how it's done in the mountains. So whatever trainer he has, I want.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now we see our front two men here quite clearly, with Brent in the lead. But Benyet was really not far behind. He's keeping him in his sights, happy to be a bit of a chaser. And then we're back to the 100K race with Gauthier Boncader from France in first, after Julen suffered that 1 hour penalty, unfortunately. But that is a mistake that he is never going to make again. Now,
did you learn anything new, Steph?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, it looks like Gauthier is now on the final descent. It's not showing that if you look at the icons on the race profile, but unless there's a little divot that that we don't see there. I believe he is on the final descent now to the finish. What a fantastic race for him.
It'd be a nice feeling knowing that he's coming into that finish line in that. And I mean, well deserved. As we know in ultra running, anything can happen out there, and you just have to stay strong and consistent. And his hard work and consistency has paid off, and he's been able to, I mean, unfortunate for the first male, but he's been able to still hold strong and have an incredible day out there.
Yeah, and he's got only 6 kilometers left to go, which is awesome. I mean, to have your last 6 kilometers of a race look like this, that is a celebration that he has earned.
And the feeling of excitement knowing he's now going to cross that finish line in first place. Oh,
Yeah. Now, I'm wondering about the split. Right now, if you go on the live website, there's a little bit of a hiccup in terms of listing the time that he went through at the last checkpoint compared to Abel. So I can't actually tell how far apart they were. But if you look at what the algorithm says that their expected time is coming into Vieja to the finish line, they're only 3 minutes apart. So that could make things quite interesting. Okay, now here we have Katarzyna in the 100-mile race coming through the first checkpoint. Let's take a look at her transition here. Getting some more water, getting some fuel in. And
looks
she
like it's good
is
vibes
out.
there. Wow.
Yeah. So she has come in and out of there, clocking through at 1 hour 41 minutes. Let's see how far Aurora is behind. Oh! They made a little bit of a wrong turn. I think, you know, it's easy to just, especially when you come out of an aid station, you are thinking about your fuel, you're thinking about your hydration, and suddenly, whoop, you're on the wrong path. But now they are back on track and ready to go. Just keeping us on our toes. Just keeping us on our toes.
I think back on screen here we have, Gautier Bonacare. He is our lead male, and he's putting an incredible. Isn't my friend? You go, Steph.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
I'm going to tag team you for the names.
I'm certainly, you know, messing up on my side. I think we can both be criticized for our pronunciation.
Don't lie to me.
All that counts is effort. All that counts is effort, Jackie. So just say it with confidence. We'll try again. Gautier, go. Let's go. Let's hear.
Gautier. I got this. Yep.
Yeah. Bon Carrère.
Bon
Can we try that?
Carrère.
Yeah.
Was that pretty good?
Yeah,
Gautier
that's good.
Bon
Yeah.
Carrère.
That's how I'm saying it.
Yes. Guys, here at UTMB, we are an inclusive group of people who are happy to help out. Stephanie is teaching me a language as we go. You know what? I'm here to make everyone smile and laugh as well, so you're welcome. All right, let's get back to running.
Let's get back to running. Now, we've got a question in the chat. Can we talk about the unauthorized assistance penalty? Yes. So, Julian Calvo Vigara, who was leading for most of the race, what happened was we saw him on his phone quite a bit. We saw him talking. We saw him typing. We knew that something was up. We thought maybe he was asking for something he might need at the next checkpoint, but it seemed like he was consistently on his phone. So it looked like he had a sense that something had happened, and we all were let in on what that was. So when he got to the next checkpoint, we saw him with a marshal. Now, what had happened was he was at an aid station where he got unauthorized assistance. So it wasn't wasn't a case of getting assistance outside of an aid station, which is usually intentional cheating. Everyone knows you can only get aid at the authorized aid stations, but he had 2 people helping him and you were only allowed 1. And because of that, he received a 1-hour penalty. We could tell he was quite upset, looked like he was fighting it a bit, but the rules are the rules. And so he sat it out and he had to sit at that aid station and watch all of the runners that he had been leading for most of the day pass him through. But he stayed warm. You can see him in the background as we were watching Yao Miao deal with her eye issue, and he's back out on the course. He is currently running in 6th. We'll see if he'll be able to keep that up. Very hard mentally to come back from, but he's taken it like a champ, and it's a mistake that he will not make again.
100%, and we'll see. Maybe he can make it back into the top 5 if he pushes really hard. It'll be very impressive if he's able to do that. These scenes right now on the screen are absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, now who do we have here on the screen in front of us? I think that looks okay. This is Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier. So this is our kind of magical unicorn second place woman who has been chasing Yao Miao in the 100K and just having an absolutely phenomenal day. You know, Alexandra from France, she's got experience in the 50Ks, not a huge or deep race history. She won a 50K race in April this year, but to be able to be running this well, to be able to be running behind Yao Miao, now I think there's only about half an hour between them, is stellar. She is going to be
also really
so happy.
It's awesome to be able to have another female on screen as well and get to know her a little bit.
Now, I've got some intel from, I'm going to say Katarzina's partner, but he's saying that we can definitely call her Kasia, just like we said earlier in the transmission. So I feel like I've been let in. I've been given permission to get more colloquial. So thank you, Maciek. And please correct me if I'm saying your name incorrectly. But thank you, Maciek, for letting us call Kasia by her shorter name. Much easier for us, and feels like we're now a part of the family. But please feel free to send us any intel our way. We would love to hear how she's doing, and excited to follow along on her journey. Thanks for being out there.
We're on nickname basis already.
Exactly. But back to the 100-kilometer race. We are down to the last 12 kilometers for Alexandra. I want to know what's going through her head. Did she know that she was going to be running this well? Or is she surprising herself just like she's surprising us watching along? Really exciting.
Wow, and you can see on the screen here her average pace per kilometre is 5:33. That is incredible with the amount of end that she has covered today.
Now she's coming into this aid station before she hits that final climb. This was the aid station that all of the excitement has happened at so far in this race. This was where we saw the time penalty for Hulin. This is where we saw Yao Miao have her eye problems. But I think we're going to see a good transition here with Alexandra.
So Alexandra is a triathlete, from what I can see.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know a lot about her, but she is a French professional triathlete and duathlete, and she has a triple world championship in the under 23 duathlon and the winner of the 2012 World University Triathlons. Yeah, very good endurance And here she comes into the checkpoint now. Hopefully she has better luck than our lead male before.
Well, that explains a little bit more of her athletic background and why we're not seeing it on her UTMB index. It's just like Lenka Polakova from Slovakia, who we were talking about earlier. If you look at her UTMB index, if you look at her ultra running background, it looks good, but her really impressive background, impressive results are from her mountaineering, climbing Everest with no oxygen, summiting K2. You know, the backgrounds of these athletes are just so varied. You really often need to go beyond what we just see in the UTMB races and in the ultra running scene more generally.
100%. And as we can see here on screen, our second female, Alexandra, I can pronounce, just saying. I'm going to stick to the first name only though, but she's actually bringing years of endurance racing experience to the mountains, and she comes from a triathlon and duathlon background. She doesn't have the highest UTMB index score, and she doesn't have a massive depth and experience, but I think all of her triathlon and duathlon days are really showing us that there is a sort of crossover with her endurance engine, and that's translating beautifully today in the mountains for her.
Absolutely. And also her speed. I mean, that's something that triathletes are very good at, being disciplined in training. Also, you know, really focusing on speed. So the fact that she's done well on such a technical course here really speaks to her talent. It looks like she's also a kinesiologist. So she's deep into the sports world and she knows what she's doing. On the left-hand side of the screen, we are following the 100-mile race with our third woman, and that was bib number 20, and that would be Sandra Coelho Capistros from Spain. Now, what do we know about Sandra? She was also not on my favorites list, but certainly someone to keep our eye on. She's someone that is also outrunning her UTMB index right now. She has a UTMB index similar to mine, interestingly. And I know that if I were in this race, I would not be running where she's running right now. I would not be in third. So kudos to her. Looking at her results this year so far, she has won a 100-kilometer category race, an 80-kilometer category race in May this year, and done quite a few races. Did 6 races all last year. None of them huge standouts. She has gotten firsts and seconds, which are good results, but that's where the UTMB index gives you a bit of a sense of how competitive those races were.
There is a few underdogs in the event today, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's really interesting. It's not something that you would normally see at a World Series major. Again, as we've covered in the broadcast, the World Series majors, there's 4 of them. There's Kodiak for North America. There's Ultra Trail Australia for Oceania. There's Thailand for Asia Pacific. And then this is the World Series major for Europe. And what it means is that the top, instead of the top 3, it's the top 10 on the men and the women's side get a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals, as well as age division winners. So that's 210 people from this race will be getting the possibility of getting a direct entry to UTMB. There's prize money, 5,000 euros for the winners. So it means that it brings out heavy competition. And that makes it harder for the underdogs, for the unknowns, for people to have a breakout race, because all of the elites are looking at these majors as the ones to run, either to get that direct entry or to test themselves, like Yao Miao is doing. This is her test. This is her competition. This is her training ground for CCC.
Oh, he's not far off now. About 3 kilometers to go for... Wait, is that right? Yeah, our first male is not far off that finish. trying to
This is going to
dive
be
a little bit
really
more.
exciting. I have a cowbell with me here in the studio. I'm just going to put me on the screen. I am going to grab my cowbell and get ready to ring these runners across the line. You see, everyone in Europe needs one of these. So grab your snacks because there is going to be no time for any kind of break anytime soon. We are going to start to welcome these runners across the finish line as we follow the lead of the 100K race and the start of the 100-miler.
And it's been incredible weather out there today.
Yeah, it has indeed. And that, we assume, leads to fast times. Now, it is very difficult to compare the times we're seeing this year to last year, because last year we had a modified course due to storms that affected the later part of the race. It was Baptiste Coatensiek from France who finished the 100K race in 10 hours, 53 minutes. Well, Marie Klegeg-Fenre from Norway, currently running in third, I believe still, finished in 12:31. We're now seeing a bit slower times here than last year, but that's because we are running the full course. Now you can see between first and second man on the 100-kilometer race, we have 1.75 kilometers. That is a very comfortable distance. We will not see a change up barring any kind of major disaster. We will not see a change up in the rankings. This is a run to the finish. What a great day for Gautier. You never really want to win because someone else has a penalty or because someone else has messed up, but it's part of the game. A win is a win. And there we have on the screen our third place, Mathis Leray with Team Mizuno from France. Quite a bit back. There's a good gap there. At the last checkpoint, there we go. We had updated stats. At the last checkpoint, there was 7 minutes basically between first and second, and another 7 between second and third. So again, I think that's our top 3 solidified. We won't see a difference there. I was expecting a race, a photo finish. Oh, that's what we love to see, but
I think that happened in Nice, if I can remember correctly. I can't remember what race it was, but 2 of the guys were head to head, and it got so close, and it was so exciting. I loved it. It is definitely a lot more fun when it is very, very close.
Now these are very familiar scenes. I feel like this was part of the 50K course yesterday. I feel like deja vu. It's Abel Carretero, who has really come back. When I saw him lose second place earlier on, I thought he was fading. I thought he was flagging. But he has certainly kept up the pace. He has not let a lot of distance come in between him and second. Oh, and what at the time was second. Now he's in second because, of course, Hulen has dropped back. I wouldn't say he's running the downhill aggressively, though. He's running it. He's running it looking like he's ready to finish. That's what I would say.
A little bit timid, that's for sure. But he might be a prime example of how we've been talking about when things get tough, you mentally waver or physically start to struggle a little bit. He might have just had a small lapse and slowed down a little bit, and then he's been able to push on and be consistent the rest of the day, and that shows his level of skill, experience, and he's a great athlete.
And there he is checking his watch, seeing how much do I have left to go is less than 4 kilometers. Let's bring it home.
Anyone joining us, jump in the chat, give a shout out to any runners that you're following along, throw in a GIF. Get excited, the 100K runners are so close to the finish line. Stephanie's got a cowbell there, which is probably going to I'm excited.
I'm hopped up on sugar. I am fueled. I am ready to cheer these guys and especially the women across the finish line. It has been such an exciting day. They have been running in this 100-kilometer race since 6 a.m. We have been on the broadcast with you since 1:20 p.m. And I've been sitting on the edge of my seat the whole time. We've had drama. We've had switch-ups. And we've had absolute domination by Yao Miao. We've just passed the 12-hour mark into this race. Falling Gauthier running well, but certainly you can see the difference. And now where we're switching, this is, wow, Alexandra, she is running so much more smoothly right now than the top two men, I would say.
She's looking very
Let's
comfortable.
go, Alexandra. She is, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah. I think one of the things that makes ultra as well is sort of that relationship between competitors, because you're out there competing, but then there's also that unspoken understanding that everyone out there is taking on this massive challenge, and like these two on the screen here, they might end up spending hours together, who knows. And I guess they're not official mates, but there's a mutual respect, and they're almost trying to better each other, and when they settle into that same pace, you work together to get the best out of each other.
Yep. Now you can see here from the flyover where she is on the course. Very runnable, flat section. Not technical, nice Jeep trails. This would suit a triathlete very well.
I love when the lead sort of, I don't know, 2 or 3 males in a race or 2 or 3 females are in a bit of a group together, and you can really see each other, and they're all running incredibly well. But then it gets to that point where no one says anything, but one runner starts to maybe feel a bit stronger, or they've got a little bit more in the tank, and then when it gets towards the finish line, they just absolutely send it and push as hard as they can, and there's a mutual respect between all of them to know whoever then wins sort of just had the better day or is the better athlete. But usually race better out there when you're pushed by your competitors.
Absolutely. Oh, and we can see that gradient, 20, almost 25 degrees. Let's go. 1.3 kilometers to go. Coming near the end, passing by the antenna. That is always the sign that we are getting close to the town, ready for the crowds. Definitely have deja vu from yesterday. I'm going to be closing my eyes tonight when I go to bed, thinking about these trails. And I am refreshing to get an update on the women's side as well. We are seeing a good little bit of a spread. It's exciting to be able to follow both the 100K and the 100-mile course. You really can't take your eye off one because something is going to happen on the other.
It is quite rare to be able to see both happening at the same time, especially in these sorts of parts of the course. And anyone who's just jumping on now, you can see where our lead male is coming down the mountain there, and he hasn't got long to go until he's back into town to complete the 107.6 kilometers of his race. And it's all yeah.
So we are today following the 100K and 100-miler. Yesterday we were following the 50K. Sarah Alonso won in 6 hours, 20 minutes on the women's side, and Luca Del Pero from Italy won in 5 hours, 23 minutes on the men's side. We are set up for exciting races and drama over the 100-miler as they go into the night, and we return with you tomorrow to cheer all of the runners to the finish. But In the meantime, it's the 100K finish. Woohoo! And we can now start to smell the finish line, smell the paella, smell the
Warm up
chorizo.
the cowbell.
He is looking behind him to make sure that there is no one chasing him, but he is in the clear. He is running now close to, it looks like 4 kilometers, less than 4 minutes per kilometer on a gradient of minus 4.2 degrees, just over 1,000 meters. Great to have these stats. Really helps to give us a sense of what the runners are experiencing as he's coming into this final stretch. 500 meters to go.
Wow.
Let's go. My cowbell is ready. We are on it. Let's go.
He's
go
got about
team.
400 meters to go, and he will have completed a massive day out there. He'll be able to hear the crowd now, which will probably give him a go.
Yeah. Now let's review a little bit of his history. If you have forgotten, he has gotten consistently better, consistently faster since he's been running these races. I'd say since 2019, you can see a very clear trend. Last year, he was second at a 100-kilometer race in Mallorca in the UTMB race. He DNF'd at OCC last year, but he was 9th at the UTMB at the 100-miler in 2024. So he has the distances, the endurance in his legs, and today he absolutely threw down. Now, again, you don't want to be first because someone else has messed up, but Julen made a mistake, and that's part of the game, and that allowed Gautier to come into first. He's played this race very smartly. He was running in third earlier on. He passed Abel, came into second. He's been holding that position until he passed Julen at that key checkpoint before the last climb. And now he is held on. And look at him come into Vieja, ready to take this win.
So exciting. Last time he was here was 12 hours ago, and he's now finishing off where he started. He is recognized as a fantastic runner, but this is really solidifying his place there.
Yeah, and these spectators are ready to cheer him across the finish line. Oh, he is starting to celebrate. He knows he's got it. He's not looking behind him anymore. He's got a good lead over second place. They're nicely spaced out. We saw about 7 minutes between first and second, 7 minutes between second and third. This is in the bag. Here he comes into the finish line in Vieja. Let's go. And this is the winner of our
he's done it.
Race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. This gorgeous historic course that goes over these mining areas. He wants the crowds to wish him. I've got my cowbell. Let's go. That is the winner.
He raises his arms.
He has won. He has rung the bell.
He has conquered the Pyrenees.
12
and
hours.
Oh. I mean, these are the moments that trail runners dream of. He has just come across that line in first place, hours and mountains, and now the reward, a European major title in front of an incredible crowd here.
And 5,000 euros in his pocket to spend on a little post-race celebration. Not too shabby.
I love it. I mean, moments like this don't come around all the time, so it's great that he's getting back out there, high-fiving the crowd and celebrating this awesome win.
12 hours, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. Our new winner. Enjoy this moment.
Is that your cowbell? Hey, was that yours?
That was my cowbell. That was my cowbell. We're celebrating it all here in the studio, just like they are in Vieja. Now, he doesn't have long to wait to welcome his fellow competitor across the line. Oh, look at this. Must be his kid. My goodness. The cuteness meter has just broken. This is adorable. And we have future runner on our hands, folks. If you are not watching, we have Gauthier being absolutely circled. His kid is running laps around him, literally. I think give him another 20 years, we're going to be seeing the next winner in 2046.
It doesn't look like he's going to be putting his feet up to rest for very long. He's going to be chasing that little one around. Vibes at the finish line look awesome.
How cool. And there he is with his partner. Now it's time to celebrate, and this is a perfect time to finish. Just before dinner, he's gonna have time for a shower, head out, grab some food, get a beer or a glass of cava. Will we see him on the start line of the UTMB finals? Now he has a direct entry. Love to see it.
As you said earlier, perfect training. Why not?
Okay, and any minute now. Oh, we'll get a little bit of an interview if you can speak Spanish. Or French.
Ouais, je suis super content, c'est la plus belle, ouais, clairement. Aussi parce que je vis à 1 heure, donc c'est comme courir à la maison.
So he's saying, I think it's beautiful weather.
En 2021, la première.
It's like it's like the terrain near his house.
Et je m'étais dit que je reviendrais et voilà, je savais que là, normalement c'était la dernière année majeure. En tout cas, je voulais marquer le coup et ouais, je pouvais pas.
Bueno, dice que él, veanla, vive aquí en Banyeres de Bigorre, al lado. Quedó cuarto en 2021 en la VDA. Tenía muchas ganas de volver y vaya forma de volver. C'est incroyable. Je ne sais pas qu'est-ce qu'on peut plus dire, mais on veut tout savoir, les parcours, la course, comment tu as été, quand tu sens que tu es le premier, que tu vas avoir la victoire.
C'est arrivé assez tard parce que Roulen, il était vraiment, on le voyait plus. Je savais pas trop les écarts. Et c'est que à Artis qu'on m'a appris qu'il avait eu une pénalité. Du coup, la dernière bosse, je sais pas qui est
talking about the penalty that Roulen
oui, non,
suffered.
mais bien sûr. Mais du coup, il y avait quand même quelqu'un derrière moi à 3 minutes. Donc en fait, la dernière bosse, c'était horrible.
La dernière descente avec 3 minutes dans le deuxième. Mais finalement, tu as couru, on l'a vu dans le streaming. Tu as fait un très solide course.
Ouais, j'ai juste eu un petit coup de bambou là à Tredos, à Banz de Tredos. J'étais cramé avec Abel Carretero. Et je pensais pas revenir. J'ai rattrapé Abel à Colomer, au lac. Et là, je me sentais super bien. Je pensais même rattraper Roulen, mais au final, voilà, ça s'est pas fait, mais après.
Bueno, ha habido momentos difíciles.
Okay, I think he was talking about how he was feeling really good. I was talking about the interaction with Abel Carretero. And we wanted to try to catch Roulen.
Abel Carretero, que le ha podido y se ha sentido muy bien, ha podido meter distancia, pero bueno.
This is my very crude translation.
Derrière, toujours, tout le temps, c'est stressant.
Aujourd'hui, c'était ça pendant 12 heures. 12 heures à tourner la tête, à regarder. Et on était tout le temps groupés, 2 minutes d'écart maximum. Je pense que là, les courses aujourd'hui, les densités, ça fait que on peut pas s'arrêter, quoi. Faut y aller.
No has podido. Dice que ha estado 2 horas mirando hacia atrás y luego, bueno, el plano sentimental ha sido precioso. Mira cómo te está escuchando todo el mundo porque él es realmente el ganador de la CDH 2026. Él es Gauthier
There we go, Jackie. That's how you need to say it from now on. It's Gauthier Boncaner.
So we were both wrong. Got the ball. Okay, I got better. If I've done one day, I can absolutely nail pronunciating the winner's name. So, I mean, let's go.
Let's go. Now we have 700 meters left in this race for Abel Carretero. And he was checking over his shoulder as well, but I think he's got quite a good amount of space from third place, Mathis Leray. He is coming down on that final stretch, ready to hit the town to come into Vieja.
You know what? Seeing all of these competitors come into the finish line and celebrating, it's giving me as well. It is 2:15 a.m. for me here in Australia, and I need all the energy yet. So thank you guys for crossing the finish line. It is very exciting.
I just want to get back out racing again. I mean, this just makes me want to get out of my seat. Oh, he's checking behind him again. Come on, Abel, look ahead. Oh. You've got this. You got second place. It is in the bag. Keep going.
You're right, though. He is running a little... I feel.
Yeah. You know, I think, Gauthier ran an incredibly strong race. He felt good. I mean, no one feels good for the entire race, but when he passed Abel earlier on in the day, he was looking quite strong. Abel, it could just be part of his running style, but it looks like he struggled a bit more. It'll be interesting to hear what he says in the post-race interview. For those of you who can speak Spanish, I wouldn't dare to try to translate that one for you all. But I'd be interested to know, what his race recap was like. Was this a struggle for him? Is he happy with the third? Based on the way he was running, I was not expecting him to hold on to third like he did. Or second. Third
it is
before.
Confusing.
I keep missing out because he was running in third most of the day. And then we had Julen get that 1 hour penalty. Abel is now finishing in second. Very
to be able to
well
hear
deserved.
the excitement. Yeah, the excitement from that finish line. The music would be absolutely blaring, and I'm sure his pace picks up a little bit now as he makes his way into the finish line through the incredible town where he started 12 ago.
And here we have Abel Carretero from Spain breaking out into a smile. He knows what he has done here out on this course. He can hear the music. He's excited to celebrate. He has been chasing down Gauthier Boncaner all day, and he has held off Mathis Leray. This second place finish is yours. Let's get out the cowbell. Here we go.
That smile says it all. He's grinning from ear to ear, and well deserved. He dug deep today and he crossed that finish line in a great pace. Second place here today at the Val d'Air by UTMB 100K, and it's been a relentless day out there for him, but he's had a great run and he gets to celebrate with a second place finish. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Look at that. We've got our top two men waiting for Mathis to round out the podium with Gauthier's kid. Oh, sitting there. He must be so proud of his dad. Let's see if we can hear a few words from Abel from our second place. You can see the heat is actually, even though it wasn't as hot as other years, the heat has been bothering them. They're cooling down with water even at the finish line, even late in the day.
Definitely, and we could see a lot of the competitors, even the ones who were top 3, top 5, they were taking the time to stop and dunk their hats in water and everything like that to cool down, so it must have been hot out there today.
That sounded a little bit more salacious than it should have. They dunking their parts in water.
dunking their hats. Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
hats. I thought you said parts. I'm like, what parts are they dunking in water?
Their
What
whole
did I
body.
miss, Jackie? Sorry, we're getting a bit punchy behind the mic now. So stay tuned.
When you cross the finish line, Steph, do you normally feel tears or just joy? Or it depends?
It depends. It's usually just relief. It's usually just extreme relief. I haven't gotten tears. I haven't gotten tears in a while. I think it would take something pretty big. Yeah, usually relief, a little bit of nausea.
Okay.
And here is Mathis Leray. You can see he is feeling his quads from this run. He is looking to finish up. So there was, in the end, about an 8.5 minute split between Gauthier and Abel in first and second. It's a little bit wider than the 7-minute gap they had earlier. But very comfortable gaps for each of these runners between first, second, and third. And I say comfortable, we're talking still less than 10 minutes, but the way how deep the competition is now in a World Series major, having multiple minutes is comfortable.
His
So he
quads
has-
definitely look like they're hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
If you just, you can see here the view from above. It gives a good outline and map of the course that these guys are covering today. And this shows our third male, who is very close to the finish line. The different colours on that you can see as well shows how difficult the course is in that section. Means it's bloody hard.
Now, I'm just going to keep an eye as we are watching the finish of the top men in the 100K race. I'm going to keep an eye on the women's field to give you any important updates on that side. We are still looking at Yao Miao dominating, leading in the 100K race on the women's side. Expecting to come into Vieja in maybe 40 minutes. Let's see. Followed by Alexandra Casson-Ferrier from France. Expecting to come into the next checkpoint in about 36 minutes. And then Marie Klegig from Norway, our defending champion, following that. So no switch up there in the top three on the women's side for the 100K. On the 100-miler, we're still early days here. We had on the women's side, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland come through in first, followed by Aurora Sio. 7 minutes behind, so already Kasia's got a 7-minute lead, which is pretty exciting. And then Sandra Coelho Capistos from Spain, following 3 minutes after Aurora.
On screen just before as well, seeing Yao Miao there. It looks like it was the first time she's been walking all day. She must be in a fair bit of pain with her eyes, I think.
Yeah, I'm interested in the race recap. You know, as much as it sucks to see her struggle at the final part of this race, and I say struggle with quotation marks because she is still running incredibly well. This is her training. She's still going to have a win here. She's still probably going to have a top 10 amongst the men, top 10 scratch. And this is her training for CCC. So anything that goes wrong here, if it helps her troubleshoot, if it helps her, find one more piece of that puzzle to put into place to allow her to dominate again when she comes to CCC, then it's worth it.
And it is a little bit refreshing to see that she is human, because her race results so far in 2026 have been absolutely flawless. First place, and foot on the absolute gas. So she's a machine, but she is human. So
Well, there's a misconception that, you know, it's easy for the elites, that for the winners, they don't suffer. But Sarah Alonso, when she won the 50K yesterday, she said it was the hardest race of her life and that she really suffered. So everyone out there is pushing. But now is the time not to have to push anymore. Now is the time to celebrate as we start to call in our third place on the 100K race, Val d'Aran by UTMB, Mathis Leray from France. Now, he was 4th at TDS last year, and so we were saying earlier on the broadcast that really kind of bode well for running in a race like this. 4th place at TDS, similar types of courses, very, very difficult terrain, similar type of technicality. This is, of course, much shorter than TDS. But wow, Mathis has really pulled it out. He's putting a finger in the air. He is coming into the finish line, 3rd place behind Abel and Gauthier. Well done, hands in the air. Let's get our cowbell out.
Mathis Leray, what an incredible performance. Young Frenchman crossing the finish line to claim a sensation. I think he's in shock as well. His hands on his head and soaking it up. He looks surprised almost, but he's going to be standing on the podium at a European major against a very strong field. Great day out there for him. He showed his strength on the climbs and was very all day. He has come across in 3rd place and he looks absolutely spent.
But you know, when someone hugs the ground like that, oh, you know that they have left it all out on the trail. It wasn't a photo finish today, but all of these top 3 men gave it their all. Now he needs help getting up. Huge congratulations to Mathis. Oh, he really does need help getting up. I was joking, but we've had 2 men that have had to pull him up from the ground. He is going to be feeling this one. Now he's going out for a victory lap. Come on, let's do it. Let's get a few more meters in those legs. I wonder if there's a good Strava segment on that finish line.
That is awesome. Also, can we just give a mention to the opera being played? Is it Andre Bocelli? Wow, I got that good then. That was good.
There's nothing like a bit of opera to kind of increase the drama. I'm going to give one more cowbell for our 3rd place in Mathis. Let's go. Woo! Congratulations. We have our top 3 men. We have our podium in the 100-kilometer race at Val d'Aran by UTMB. In 1st, Gauthier Bancader. Then we have Abel Carretero and Mathis Leray. I'm going to say Gauthier's last name like that forever. That rounds out our podium winners. Of course, it's the top 5 that get prize money. But our top 3 winners of this race, and I'm sure they are going to be standing by to welcome Julian along, who was leading the race for most of the day until he suffered a time penalty. Let's listen in.
Sí, la carrera ha sido muy apretada. Ya vemos, el podio se ha decidido en cuestión de 15 minutos más o menos, 20 como mucho, habré contado. Y bueno, nos ha tocado sudar por la competencia y por el calor, que ya sabíamos que haría, pero bueno, hasta que no te lo encuentras, pues tampoco. Imaginaba que era en el Circuit de Colomés, porque el terreno es muy roto, te obliga a arrancar y parar mucho. Y bueno, he ido haciendo y al final muscularmente estaba a la última bajada, me pesaba todo. Pero bueno, también el hecho ya de saber que estás llegando te da ese último empujoncito. Y nada, he disfrutado mucho, muchísima gente por todo el recorrido, todo el mundo animando. O sea que también gracias a toda la gente que ha venido a vernos, a animarnos. Eso nos da alas a todos y la verdad es que nos ayuda a superar los momentos más complicados.
Claro que sí, Abel.
Fuerte aplauso, y ese aplauso es recíproco, también para todos y cada uno de vosotros. En pruebas de estas características tan largas, tan duras, la climatología, la distancia, salir con una estrategia, puedes salir con ella, pero hay que ir improvisando.
Sí, bueno, hoy creo que ha habido varios corredores que ya nos la hemos jugado desde el principio. Se ha salido fuerte y, bueno, pues como en todas las ultras, el paso de los kilómetros te va poniendo en tu sitio para bien y para mal, ¿no? Porque hay gente pues, que se habrá retirado, otros que hemos podido aguantar. Bueno, las ultras son así, tú tienes que hacer tu carrera y a veces si te preocupas más de los otros, acabas pringando tú. Así que bueno, yo he intentado, tenía unos tiempos de paso bastante marcados, se me han ido un poquito al final, pero no me he ido demasiado del tiempo que pretendía hacer, o sea que en ese sentido contento, creo que he sacado un buen rendimiento, pese a que los últimos kilómetros ya se han hecho duros, pero bueno, creo que ha sido para todos porque la carrera es preciosa, pero es una buena paliza también.
A ver, tú que has pisado muchos podios, hay podios y podios, hay podios también en UTMB que son maravillosos y luego está el de la Mayor de Europa, un podio en Viella. ¿Qué significa para ti correr aquí en la Val d'Aran?
Sí, bueno, mira, el año pasado también vine a correr, se recortó un par de tramos por las tormentas, pero bueno, salieron algo más de 100 kilómetros, o sea que la carrera fue bastante parecida y quedé cuarto. Entonces tenía un poco esa espinita de intentar hacer el podio y lo he conseguido, así que en este sentido contento. Y bueno, una carrera de este prestigio y de este nivel, poder formar parte del podio para mí es un privilegio.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias, Abel Carretero, que además va a tener la oportunidad de recibir al cuarto clasificado. Abel Carretero, muchísimas gracias.
Let's welcome home our fourth place athlete, Remy Brassac, aussi de la France. Congratulations, Remy, chapeau. Chapelle, all for you.
And there we have our fourth place in the 100-kilometer race, Val d'Aran by UTMB, Remy Brassac from France. Out for his victory lap. And soon we will have our fifth place, which I think should be Benjamin Tremont. Although it could be Julian Calvo Vigara. The algorithm is keeping us on our toes.
That would be an epic finish for him if he could make up a few spots after his little hiccup.
Exactly. To come in top 5, I think it would take the sting out of the 1 hour penalty a little bit. Now, watching the positive finish line vibes here at Val d'Aran by UTMB, we have been following the 100-kilometer race. We have just seen our top 3 men come through. We've just had our 4th man come in. That is our podium. Gauthier Boncader, followed by Abel Carretero and Mathis Leray. 2 Frenchmen and 1 Spaniard rounding out the men's podium. While we are still awaiting our 5th place, and of course, all eyes on Yao Miao. Yao Miao, who's been dominating the women's field and running in the top 10, scratched, but she had vision problems at the aid station before the last climb, and we can see.
Oh God! Oh no!
She is where I think she's taken a turn. She's taken a turn there. I believe it's on the course, but maybe her vision problems are actually causing her to struggle a little bit on knowing where to go. No, she's looking around. She's trying to figure out what she needs to do. Oh, this is killing me. Right now, she is running 8th overall.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah. We actually saw this yesterday. I believe this was the part of the course where Sarah Alonso was giving a wide berth to the animals. So it can be a little bit confusing, but Yao Miao is continuing on her way. She's steering clear of the cows.
Was it yesterday that Sarah had her run-in with the cow?
No, what happened,
No.
it was last year. It was in the weeks leading, when she was out on her training, it was in the weeks leading up to the UTMB World Series finals. So we weren't sure when she got a fractured rib. We weren't sure that she would be able to come. So when she did finish OCC, that's why she finished kind of running with horns, putting fingers above her head like horns as a bit of an ode to the cow. And when we were all watching her in the 50K race yesterday, we were all keeping watch over her as she passed the horses and the cows to make sure that we didn't get a repeat of what she reported last year. But Yao Mao, she is holding on, still running incredibly strong, but suffering from these vision problems. She took quite a bit of time at that checkpoint before she went on the final climb, as we saw, about 10 minutes, maybe even over 10 minutes. Not something we had seen at any point during the rest of the day. She has continued to push the pace. And we aren't sure at the moment. Yep. Please go ahead. Why don't you introduce to who we have joining us in the studio?
You're all sick of hearing from me, so I thought I would introduce another Aussie. Got Beth McKenzie joining us now. She is an incredible trail runner from Australia. Beth has built up an amazing reputation in some of the toughest ultras around the world, and she's no stranger to the UTMB World Series. She's had some incredible performances at UTMB home turf in the Blue Mountains, and she's going to be heading back to UTMB in 6 weeks' time. So we've got Beth joining us here on the commentary for a little bit to chat all things running. Welcome, Beth.
Hi guys, it's so great to see you, and I love that you introduced me as an Aussie, Jackie, because I am American.
Oh, shivers. Wait.
And unlike you, I absolutely knew what douche grade was when you guys were talking about this a long time ago, so I'm not the same, Jackie, but I am very happy that I'm an adopted Australian, because that's where I live.
Beth, we're going to chat one more sec. Let's see.
Dis-nous, on veut tout savoir si tu peux.
Ouais, bah, en vrai, j'ai fait la journée parfaite. C'était vraiment dur à la fin, mais j'ai bien géré, je me suis pas affolé. Et puis, j'ai fait mon truc de mon côté. Et à la fin, ça débouche sur une 3e place, donc trop heureux. C'est au-delà de ce que j'espérais, donc vraiment content. Et ouais, le parcours était incroyable, franchement, très beau, magnifique.
Ouais, c'est clair. Il faut être fier. Il faut être fier de toi.
Ouais, non, je suis super fier de moi, même si la fin, c'était tellement dur que j'ai pas pu profiter autant que j'aurais voulu. Mais c'est comme ça.
Ouais, ça y est. C'est fini. C'est terminé. Et bon, il faut pas courir plus. Il faut se reposer. Mathilde, les 3e, mais les 3e hommes ici à la CDH. Wow, incroyable.
Okay, so what he was saying there was basically just saying he was very happy with his race, very happy to come into 3rd place. It was an incredible course, just truly magnificent what he saw out there. He was proud of himself. Yeah, I think he's still processing.
I was going to take a stab at translating that one then, Steph, but you did, so thanks.
You can do the next one. You're on.
Anyway, anyone who missed out, I gave an intro to Beth, my friend who is from America, but she lives in Australia. I mean, I feel like that's a compliment, the fact that I said my Australian friend.
Absolutely. I love that I've been officially adopted, and I've been watching this race. I'm actually currently in America, so it's not like past midnight like it is for you. So we're here to help out with the commentary. But no, I've been on the treadmill watching the race, and it's just so exciting and so beautiful. So I'm happy to chime in where I can and add some detail.
Beth, we're going to have another ad break. with you in about 2 minutes, so we will see you all soon.
Perfect.
The groove is so nice.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
No, but it's interesting. This like Mao Yao, it's crazy. Did she just take a wrong turn? What was that? Ooh, wow, we are back.
We are back on air, and we have Beth McKenzie with us. And yeah, no, Beth, honestly, we're just as surprised. Yao Miao has been an absolute force to be reckoned with all day today. And in the last part of the race, though, she's been really struggling with an eye condition. Have you heard about it before, actually, Beth?
Well, you know, it's interesting because in the last couple of races I've been at, so we were just at Western States last weekend, and then when I was in Ultra Trail Australia in May, in both of those races, I came across people who had these really bad vision experiences where they all of a sudden couldn't see out of one or both eyes during the race. Is that something that you've heard of before? I had never really heard of it.
I hadn't heard of it either, but Steph was talking about it earlier, and she's actually experienced it. And she was saying that Courtney Dahlwater and a few others as well have experienced it, and I think it's pretty terrible. But she put in eye drops and everything, but disorientating, and she just doesn't seem like herself out there towards the end of the race. I think she's pushing pretty hard to make it to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear she's lost some time and she's not running like her typical self, like we've seen her run so many times. But it's great that she's persevering and that she was prepared with eye drops and everything. Like she's really a professional, so she's going to get to the finish. It's just a matter of how at this point. Now, I have a question for you. Has Yao Miao done other 100Ks? Because I really know her as like a 50K specialist, but I didn't know she'd done 100Ks before.
Oh, I know her as a winner. We were going through her rap sheet earlier. It was
back. Yeah, but I heard she's doing CCC this year, so that's right. This is going to be excellent preparation for her leading into CCC, and if there are things that she needs to troubleshoot after this, she's going to absolutely know how.
Yeah, definitely. Great question, though, with her 100K. If that's, you're pretty much asking if the 100K race is her specialty.
No, I know that she does mostly 50Ks and things like that. I just don't know if she's done a lot of 100Ks before. I could look it up, too.
It's a great question. No, it's a great question. We will come back to you with that one. How is your training going leading into UTMB?
Yes, so I am doing the OCC this year. So last year I did CCC, which was an amazing experience, but I want to try to experience all of the races at UTMB while I can. So this year I decided to do something a little shorter, which, you say,
Just give me
oh,
like
I'm
a
doing
hand
the
signal
short
because
race,
this is loud.
which is still 60 kilometers, and I'm very excited about it. But the training's going really well. We're over in the US, and I just got to spend a week over in Tahoe ahead of Western States, where we were crewing and supporting. And I was able to run a bunch of mountains there. And I'm just going to try to keep as many mountains in the training schedule leading up into the race.
We were chatting about it earlier, how it's very difficult for Aussies technical terrain and the training that's specific to pretty much any race that is in the UTMB week, just because the terrain is so different to anything we have. And I know that last year, the rocky terrain, some of that sort of threw you a little bit.
Yeah, my running joke is that like I'm madly in love with the mountains, but they are still playing hard to get with me. Like I love being in the mountains. I love technical mountainous terrain, but it's just for me not something I get to do on my daily life. Living in Noosa at the beach, running a business, having 2 kids, I can't just frolic off in the mountains every day. So I do find it really challenging on race day, especially when altitude is concerned and things like that. But I just enjoy being out there so much that I'm always willing to give it my best shot and just do what I can, really. But I've loved being able to practice with poles. Last year I went out almost a month early. I'm not able to do that this year, but it was really good experience. And I think it's a great way. And something like this, like I love just doing races to prepare. So what Yam Miao is doing right now, doing 100K in preparation for her 100K might seem ridiculous to a lot of people, but here she's getting so much race specific experience, and she still has 6 weeks to recover and build back up for CCC.
And I mean, I would consider you're still quite new to the world of trail running, coming from triathlon and more flat road stuff. I mean, how many years has it been now that you've been on the trails?
So I did my first 100K actually not until 2024. So this is my 3rd year in the
Oh my gosh.
ultra world. Really? I know, it's crazy. It seems like a lot longer to me. I feel like I've been around the block and more, but I think that's just comes from years of endurance race experience and switching that over to the trails. So I feel like I've learned. It's been a steep learning curve, but so much fun. And it just keeps every day so exciting and motivating. And like everyone else out there, like I just want to be out on the trails, experiencing everything that, Yao Miao is experiencing right now, getting to run down a mountain, up a mountain, and, focus on so many more things besides speed, which has been just such a pleasure coming from a background that was more focused on just pure speed.
And I feel like you never stop learning things about yourself when you're out on the trails. There's always a new situation that crops up or a new issue. And Steph earlier was talking about being a problem solver out there, and you have to be so solution focused to have a great race over 10 hours, 15, 20 hours, because so many things go wrong, and it's how quickly can you solve that problem. And I know if you've had pretty consistent results at the Ultra Trail Australia, and you actually competed very fiercely this year against one of our 100-mile runners who's out there today, Katarzyna from Poland. What was it like competing against her?
Yeah, well, I knew coming into the race what a strong competitor Katarzyna was, and I knew that she was going to be the one to look out for in the race and sort of cue off. I've seen that she's gone out so strong today and already has built a great lead, which gives me even more confidence that she's going to hold on to that, because when we raced together at Ultra Trail Australia, I actually held the lead through the halfway point, and then on a really, really long and steep climb, which is her specialty, she came blowing by me almost like I was in a different sport. Like there was no chance I was going with her on that hill. I thought maybe once we get up to the top of the mountain, I could, take back some of the time. But it was amazing. And she just like came by me. She was so strong all day, but I held my own and kept going. But as you guys mentioned earlier, and I can't believe you didn't know this, Jackie, near the very end, Katarzyna did get these horrible cramps. And so when we were at the bottom of the Ferber stairs, she was 9 minutes ahead of me, which is only like 1K to the finish, but it's straight upstairs and ladders. And when we got to the finish, I was less than 5 minutes behind her. So she definitely lost at least 5 minutes just sitting on the stairs. People were like massaging her calves and stuff. And once I found this all out later on, I was like, oh, darn it, I wish I had 1 more kilometer. But that's racing. And she held on just as long as she needed to, which was amazing. And she's such an amazing competitor. It was really fun to be a part of the whole thing with her. And I have no doubts that she's going to be even stronger here today. Oh, that's why.
Well, it was really cool.
Yeah. See me coming across the finish line because I thought I would be much further back, but she had actually just lost a lot of time in that last section. So nobody knew that I was coming across. Anyway.
The really cool thing, though, was watching both of you compete so hard against each other that day. And you were racing so well out in front. And when she did pass you, I wonder what Beth's going to do here. But you actually knuckled down even harder and thought, I'm going to try and catch her. And I loved watching that because that's what a real race is. You know, there's two people really fighting for the finish and you gave it everything you had until the very last moment. The reason I didn't see that happen to Katarzyna was because I ran from the live stream out to interview her and it was in that small time period. But yeah, that was a bit of chaos, wasn't it? Everyone crossing the finish line there. You're all just too fast.
Yeah, it was crazy. And she just like, it was so great to race with her. And it was really great to see just a strong women's race there when she passed me going up that huge hill. And I knew I wasn't going to go with her at that point, but I thought I'd maybe catch her later. This other guy was there and he goes, oh, this is so cool. And I was like, what? He said, I'm literally here for the women's race. And I was like, oh, that's the best. Also, can we look on screen right now? Because Yao Miao is just like, even if she can't see, she's still descending better than I ever can. So she's still making great progress, and I feel like she's going to hold on pretty well. What do you think?
Have you run, Beth, on any of these trails where the race is today?
I haven't, but after watching it during my treadmill run today and afterwards, I'm like, I would love to go and race here one day, maybe at the Val d'Aran next year. It's pretty cool how it's one of the majors and Katarzyna's doing like, seems like she's doing a string of the majors, which is, that's a new thing to think about too. And maybe something I can add into the rotation next year.
I know it is really exciting seeing names popping up. I know that I love kind of getting familiar with some of the runners and everyone just seems so consistent with their training and racing. And it's awesome to see. I feel like the sport's really taking a sort of new step in the right direction.
Yeah, and it's like I learn about different runners every time I tune in. And even today when you guys were talking on the start line about some of the male competitors in the field and they're, you know, some of the ones that are expected to do well or ranked highly they're in their mid-40s just like me and Steph Case. So it gives us like some more motivation to keep going and to know that we still got it. And just to see people, you know, like yourself out there doing the hard stuff is always very cool to me. And I like to gain inspiration from that. It almost made me want to turn on the gradient on the treadmill today, but I didn't.
I do have one question, Beth, for you. How are you preparing, maybe not differently this year, but changing up your preparation ahead of your race in the UTMB World Major Week?
You know, it's actually probably the opposite of what people would think. But last year, I took my preparation very professionally. I crossed all my T's, dotted my I's. I spent nearly a month at altitude before the race. And I had the best prep I could have. And then I went in and I had a really average race. I think I was like 34th or something. It was fine. It was great. And it was all about the experience for me. And this year I thought, you know what? I want to go back. It's not a race that necessarily plays to my strengths. So I decided not to invest as much in it this year and do it for the pure joy of the experience and the fact that I still can and am able to line up on the elite start line and have this amazing experience, but maybe it's not my A goal of the year. Those were earlier, like with UTA and things like that. And I think I'll finish the year with UTMB Kosciuszko down in my homeland, Australia, as you said. Oh, there she goes.
Wow,
Hopefully
have
that's the
you
right way.
competed in that one before?
So no, this will be my first year doing Ultra Trail Kosciuszko. I'm currently deciding if I want to do the 50 or the 100K. Have you done them?
I haven't, but maybe it'll be on the cards. We'll see. Everyone, Beth McKenzie here with Steph and I, just to spice things up a little bit because you're probably getting sick of me. And we don't have very long until Yao Miao finishes in the 100 kilometers here. She's first place. She's had the most incredible day, and she only got 1.8 kilometers to go. Beth, what do you think of her race today?
Oh, it's been really cool to watch. It's one of those races that makes you want to go out and do it. I really was voting and thinking that Yao Miao was going to be in the top 5. She's that strong, and she was clawing her way up there. But the vision problems, obviously, there's absolutely nothing she can do about that except manage it and manage the problem solving the way that she has. And now that she's less than 2K from the finish, it looks all downhill from here and not too technical, which is probably good considering her vision constraints at the moment. But she is going to make it, and it's going to be really exciting. You have to let me just kind of hang out here until she finishes, because I definitely don't want to tune out.
No, stay on with us. Steph will have her cowbell and I'll be doing my cheering. So it'll be good vibes. 1.7K to go. Oh, there was a little teaser. Guys, if you are tuning in, we're about to see Yao Miao finish in first place for the females here at the 100 kilometer Val d'Air. And if anyone is on the live chat, is anyone else from Australia tuning in? Probably not, seeing as it's
the middle of the day, isn't it? They'll be waking up early there, as Australians always do.
Now,
Steph
yes, I am back. I was just stepping up for a little bit of behind the scenes. Thank you. I was just doing a little behind the scenes filming here in the studio. We've got quite the production team here to be able to bring all of these images to you following these top runners. Now, Yao Miao, as you were saying, Beth, and it's so nice to have you here with us behind the mic, but I was really thinking that she would breach this top 5 as well, and I'm positive if she didn't have those vision issues, then she would have been able to do that. It was definitely within her reach, but she is now coming into the finish in 8th place. She is only 1.4 kilometers away, so just a little bit of trail left before she hits that road and then can see and hear and smell that finish line, and everyone is going to be cheering her along, not just everyone back in China who's watching, but all of us in the studio, everyone in Vieja, and we will see that right after a short break, so stay with us.
Train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
So nice.
always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
One. And we are back. Val d'Arène by UTMB. We have been following this 100K course since about 1:20 local time today. The runners have been on this trail since 6 a.m. And we are following Yao Miao, our first woman, 8th scratch, who has dominated this course since pretty much the get-go, since the start line. She has just increasingly found her way up the field. She got as high as 6th scratch, but she's always been running in the top 10 and just putting more and more time between her and the second place woman and the whole rest of the field, frankly. Now, she did have some trouble with her vision at the last checkpoint before she started going into the last climb. She took about 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes at the aid station. She got eye drops. We saw that she, had a cloth on her face. We heard she had vision problems, but this has not stopped her. She got out of the chair, she got back on the trail, and whether she can see or not, she can smell the finish line, and she is following her nose to that victory.
She has had such a great day out there today, and she is such a great role model for everyone back in China, young athletes, the females and males, and she's just really making a name for her in this sport. She's conquered the mountains today, and she barely let up until she had her little eye issue. She was charging ahead, and 75% of people thought that she was going to make it into the top 5, and we did as well. I've never seen Stephanie Case get so excited.
Just wait.
It's
just wait until she crosses.
And she is amazing.
As a role model, she's already raced on 3 different continents this year. Like, she raced in Australia, she raced at the Ultra Trail Australia, she raced in, here she goes, in the US, and now here in Europe. It's so exciting.
She has had so many first places this year, and she's about to do it again. What an outstanding run from Yao Miao. She is incredible, and it's been a world-class performance here at Val d'Arène by UTMB, and she's once again demonstrated why she's one of the biggest names in international trail running. She's her way into the finish line now, and the crowds will be cheering her on, and it won't be long until she cements herself as the first place female here today.
And this is, of course, her training run, her incredible training run for CCC when she comes to Chamonix Valley next month. We are all going to be having our eyes on her, but frankly, if today is any kind of indication of how she's going to do next month, then I'm expecting to see not just a first place, but a standout performance. That's it, Yao Miao. She's got a hand in the air. She has battled her way through this. She made it look easy until she showed us that she was human at that checkpoint where she started having vision problems. All smiles. I've got my cowbell out. Let's go. If you're watching at home, get on your feet. Let's give a little bit of cheer for our winner of the 100K race, Yao Miao, 8th scratch. Absolutely phenomenal performance. And here she comes into the final stretch. Woo! Hands up.
Hands in the air, celebrating. Yes, Yao Miao, amazing run she's had here today. Oh, she looks absolutely stoked.
Yao Miao.
She in her class and absolutely smashed it. Where's the cowbell? Come on, Steph.
Let's go. I'm ringing it.
Yay!
I'm ringing it just alongside her. Wow, she really deserved that win today. She showed us all what a champion she is and what a fighter she is. We still don't know exactly how much she could see during that course, but we knew that it was affecting her long enough to keep her in the chair. And it's not often to see her sit down when she knows that she can fly through this course. And there she is flying through the crowds. Yao Miao, our champion from China.
Does something happen when you win a race and you get this extra winner's energy?
She must have it right now. She's just like just going for it. It's so exciting to see. She's probably just happy that she's grounded and she can go by the feel of the crowds rather than have to trust the vision. I'm excited to hear her post-race interview to see exactly what happened.
Yeah, let's see if we can listen in to get a little bit of intel about what those last 25 kilometers were like for her. How tough was it? She was pointing at her eyes there, talking with her crew, really indicating that she continued to face some issues, but all smiles there at the finish line.
And Beth, you asked earlier about experience in 100-kilometer races. And as you said, she has a lot of experience in the 50K events. Not as much in the 100, but she still isn't a stranger to them, and she's had a fair few first place wins in 100K races over the years.
Yeah, I think she said in her pre-race interview it had been 3 years since she'd run this distance. So I do think that this is setting up a very good prediction for CCC.
Absolutely. As soon as she recovers from this, she'll have a few more weeks.
Yes, wait till the big dance.
And she's still only 29 years old. That's crazy to me, all the experience and winning she's had under 30. Amazing.
Of the family here in Vieda, of all of the spectators, a wonderful big congratulations on another superb performance. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Now, I'm feeling exhausted. Yeah. But the trail, super gorgeous, but very, very technical. Yeah. But I love it. Thank you.
Dice que está muy agotada, pero muy feliz. El corrido hoy muy técnico, muy dura, pero bueno, está aquí en la meta muy feliz con nosotros. Yao Miao, an incredible day. You make it look so easy, but you do have difficult moments as well. We saw on one of the checkpoints with about maybe 90 minutes to go, you had trouble with your eyes and you couldn't see. Talk to us about that moment and how you were able to recover and make it to the finish line okay.
Thank you very much. I will be recovered. Thank you.
Dice que está bien recuperada. Tenía un problema con sus ojos que estaban muy sudados, muy secos. No podían ver muy bien, pero ahora está muy bien recuperado. Today, I think was maybe like a training day for Chamonix Mont-Blanc in 2 months' time. You had a difficult winter, a strong, better spring, and hopefully the summer you feel is going really, really well, and you feel ready for an attack on CCC and maybe going for a big title in Mont Blanc in 2 months' time. Are you feeling confident after today?
Yes, I have more confidence now. Thank you.
Dice que ahora tiene mucha más confianza porque pasó un invierno un poco complicado. La primavera estaba un poco mejor, podía entrenar mejor y ahora, claro, está con mucha más confianza después de la victoria hoy. You know, there's lots of people watching in China. I believe we have 20,000 people watching the race live from China, and some girls from China told me how to say, let's go. So on behalf of everybody here, yeah, yo!
加油! Yeah. 加油, 加油!
Yeah! We'll see you in Mont Blanc. Congratulations!
Yeah, yo! Yeah, yo! Yeah, yo! Ahí teníamos la grandísima.
You can hear how much the crowd love her. They're all cheering her name. And it seems like the eye situation didn't bother her so much. She brushed her. It's good to see her in good spirits, and she's going to soak up an incredible win.
And she's going to be waiting a while to welcome in Alexandra Casson-Ferrier, our second place. But she is going to sit there to make sure that the women's podium are all there together. And I'm sure she actually doesn't mind sitting down and resting her legs for a few moments.
And it's incredible, the top 3 females in the 100K are all coming in the top 20 overall, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, more and more we're seeing that. Yeah, it's just having the women's competition, really giving the men a run for their money. I think we'll continue to see that trend rise. Marie Klageg-Fenra, who is in 3rd, that was our defending champion. So great to see her running in the top 20 overall. A little bit more spaced out than the men's side. We saw the women's side being quite tight in the 50K race, but we're seeing a good spread between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd here on the women's side, which is more normal with the pattern that we see.
Beth, when you head into a race, do you have a goal in mind for your overall placing? Oh, I think we're heading to a break.
Heading to a break. Well, I can keep that in mind and then join you for a minute after.
We can see on screen here, we've got a little bit of a race recap of the 100 kilometers. And our lead male did have a little bit of a mishap today, but he was flying at the start. As you can see on screen here, it was very impressive. And a lot of the males were using their poles today. And I think the upper body strength was something they were really leaning into, taking that pressure off their legs with the poles. And it was hot out there today, a lot of ascents and descents. Everyone was grabbing extra water wherever they could.
So what we saw on the men's side was Raul Octavio Butacci in the lead pack with Gauthier Boncader, Abel Carretero, Remy Bresek, and Matisse Leray all together. Now, you are noticing all of those names because they all finished at the top in the end. So we didn't see a ton of change up, but the big change that we did see was Raul Octavio Butacci did eventually drop out. He was the top UTMB index coming into this race. Julian Calvo Vigara took the lead around 3 hours in with that same pack, but then as we will recap, as we will see a little bit later on, because of unauthorized aid at one of the aid stations, there were 2 people helping him instead of 1. He did receive a 1-hour time penalty. On the women's side, Yao Miao was leading early on, right from the start, with Claudia Trumps and Camille Lescuyer following behind on the first climb. Then we did see a switch up on the women's side. Claudia Trumps, as has been the pattern in the last couple of races, she did start to fall back. She's currently running in 5th. So this is the scene we see where Julian is really arguing, not arguing, but trying to understand what has been going on with the race marshal. Really upset knowing that has just cost him. That has cost him his race. But despite that, he is still giving a pat on the back, as you said at the time. Jackie, still showing sportsmanship, hanging out at that checkpoint. So painful to try to wait out that 1 hour where all of his competitors passed him. Yeah,
100%. He could have crumbled there, but he was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting her eye drops, dealing with her vision problems. And then it was actually smooth sailing to the finish, wasn't it?
Pretty incredible scenes out there today. I mean, watching this, me want to head on over next year to compete. The scenes have been just spectacular. And all of the runners have been able to really enjoy the race. The weather here can be pretty tumultuous, but it's been turned on today, and it's been great to see the first 3 males come across the line. Celebrating with their family and loved ones. I don't think he's going to get a lot of time to put his feet up.
Absolutely outstanding. That was Abel Carretero from Spain. running
cowbells
a
galore?
tough race, but finishing so well. Yeah. And there we have Mathis Leray, who said he was very happy with the course, incredibly proud of himself, really leaving it all out on the line. And as we have that recap with going into a short commercial break, we'll be back waiting for the second and third women at Val d'Orem by UTMB.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Catalunya.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
So nice.
Welcome back, everyone. We have been following the finish of the 100K race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. Incredibly exciting. We just had Yao Miao finish. She finished in 13 hours and 4 minutes. Top woman and 8th scratch. We have also seen the men's podium come through, and we are eagerly awaiting Alexandra Cassenferrier from France. Comes from a triathlete background, as we discovered, because we didn't learn a lot by looking at just her ultra running background. And she is followed by Marie Klegeg Fenra, who is from Norway and our defending champion. So really, really strong women's field, but Yao Miao just finished so much further ahead. We do have to say, we do have to repeat that these top women are within the top 20 overall. So you might not really understand how fast Alexandra and Marie are running, because Yao Miao has just made everyone in this race look slow, but it's just because she is so extraordinary.
The girls are killing it. Top 20 is incredible by the first 3 females, and everyone's really putting on a show out there today.
Yeah. And you know, just to give a sense of how fast Yao Miao was running, she already finished about 15 minutes ago. Alexandra and Marie haven't even made it to the last checkpoint yet, so they are still on the climb up. And then they have the descent down. So we are waiting a fair fair amount of time. So there is quite a big gap between Yao Miao and the next runners. But I'm sure Yao Miao is happy to wait around. She might even be able to actually go home, have a shower, and then come back to the podium to welcome the other runners in.
And if anyone's wondering what the secret is, I saw her have a banana at one of the aid stations. So if you're wondering what to fuel yourself with on your next race, bananas are the answer, because if I run Yao Miao, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, whatever Yao Miao is fueling with, that's what we want to fuel with as well. So just a bit of a recap of what we saw on the men's side. Gauthier Boncader from France came in first, followed by Abel Carretero from Spain and Mathis Leray from France. Coming in fourth, Remy Brasek, also from France, and Benjamin Tremont. So then we had in sixth, we didn't see his finish, but it was Julen Calvo Vigara from Spain who suffered that 1 hour penalty. Still ran an extremely strong race and took it like a champ. So need to give him a little bit of a shout out. That's a mistake he will not make again. The highest UTMB index, the race favorite coming in, Raul Octavio Butacci from Romania, unfortunately dropped out. He was the winner in this 100K course in 2023, but did not have the race that he wanted here today. Now, alongside the 100-kilometer race, we are also covering the 100-mile race, which started at 4 p.m. local time. We will be continuing that coverage through tomorrow. So we will be coming back to you after these runners have gone through the night and are still continuing along their way. They've got two pretty big climbs to start off in that first third of the race, and then they will be following the same 110K as we saw today over the 100-kilometer course. So looking at, as we're watching this finish line, let's look to see what the stats are on the 100-mile race so far. We've got a little bit of a switch up at the top, but the top 5 guys are running all within seconds of one another. So really, whether you're in first or third, it's all kind of 6 and 1, half a dozen of the other at the moment. It's Pau Rios from Spain in first, followed by Artur Venstinkist from Belgium, and then Santos Gabriel Rieda from Argentina, living in Barcelona. And then our race favorite, Benyat Marmasol from France in fourth, followed by Brent Patieu from Belgium, who was leading really from the start, kind of coming out of nowhere. On the women's side in the 100-mile race, okay, we have had interesting. Okay, it looks like we have just had Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland go through that last aid station, Artiga Delin. That's the aid station that is on that second big climb. She has already gone through 3 hours and 20 minutes into the course, followed by Aurora Sio. So still the same from Spain, and then Sandra Coelho Capistros from Spain. Now they are expected to come in about 20 minutes. So if that algorithm is correct, then Kasia has already put in quite a gap between first and second. So exciting going into this first night. Now on the screen, back at the 100-kilometer course, we have images of Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier. So as we were saying, if you look at her race history, if you look at her UTMB index, you don't get a ton of information. Some 50Ks in there, not a huge or deep race history. She won a 50K race in April, but a little bit of sleuthing, thanks to Jackie, helped us find out that she comes from a triathlete, duathlete background, and that kind of discipline that you bring from that sport really has translated well onto the trails here. But not something, she was not on my radar, admittedly. So it's great to see her break out with such a strong performance here.
Guys, I am going to have to love you and leave you. Steph, I'm going to have to hand the baton over. You can carry it solo, I'm sure, but thanks everyone for putting up with my pronunciation, and it has been so fun to see everyone smashing it out there today. Excited to see the underdog in the 100 miles, Brent, and I want to see if he can hold it strong until the very end.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Jackie, and we will see you next time either on the mic or on the trails. And good luck out there as you sign off in the middle of the night in Australia. We are still going strong here in the studio in France, and excited to follow along Alexandra Casson-Ferrier as she has just, I believe, just crested, that final climb, and now she is on that final descent. She's in the home stretch towards the finish. And will she be able to make it without having to pull out her head torch? I think so, but let's see. She must just be over the moon. And she's flying. Even with about, almost 100 kilometers on her legs, she is still moving incredibly smoothly, incredibly well, not showing any signs of fatigue, frankly, from such a tough day. And there we are back in Vieja at the finish line. Finish line vibes are high. It's been an exciting day so far. You can see the wind has come up quite a bit, helping to keep the runners cool. We have been blessed with quite good weather this year. Last year, some of the races were affected by storms. We were able to get a finish in the 100-mile race. The previous 2 years before that, they had gotten canceled, the 100-mile race. And the 100K race did have a shortened course. But this year, full distance, no change to the plans. And now we see Alexandra taking the descent a little bit more conservatively. You can see just the difference in contrast as she's passed by one of the men there. She's still running extremely well, but you often can't really get a sense of what is possible in steep terrain like this until you see a comparison with another runner. Now, again, if she's coming from a more triathlon type of background, if that is her specialty, as opposed to trail running, then it will be harder to go fast on technical descents as opposed to the flats or even the uphills. We were here on the mic covering the 50K race. To recap those results there, Sarah Alonso won in 6 hours and 20 minutes, calling it the hardest race of her life, suffering from the start, and then she said she hit her limit. And Oana Madalena Amaray in second, finishing in 6:23, and Nuria Hilcaplera in third in 6:25. So all top three women in the 50K finishing within 5 minutes of one another. Really, really tight race. On the men's side, it was Luca Del Pero, the Italian favorite, who won in 5 hours, 23 minutes. Followed by Gianluca Giano in second, and Anthony Falbert from France, really capping his comeback arc with a third place. He's coming back from some injuries. Now in this 100K race that we've been following last year, the men's winner was Baptiste Cohen-Tentiek from France in 10 hours, 53 minutes. And it was Marie Klageg Fenrout from Norway, who's currently running in third. She finished in first last year in 12 hours, 31 minutes. Now, again, we can't compare the times with the times that we're seeing this year. They were different courses. The last part of the 100K course last year was modified due to storms. So we are seeing what appear to be slower times here today, but that's a bit of a red herring. CDH, this 100-kilometer race. it actually means the iron roads. So the runners here have been running through old iron mine tunnels and past abandoned mines. We've gotten some images of running through these tunnels. They look like little caves. Quite cool. And to be able to be successful at a race like this, you have to not only be strong at the technical descents, the steep climbs, but also very runnable sections. If you don't know how to run fast on these flatter sections on the less technical Jeep trails, then you can really lose ground. And that's where we see someone like Yao Miao, our winner. She's a 2-hour, 30-minute marathon runner. And so that kind of course is just absolutely no problem for her. Beautiful scenery here at Val d'Orem. Over the 3 days of these races, we are following 7,500 runners from 91 different countries. Vast majority are from Europe, Spain especially, but France and Portugal as well. As we've seen, we've had runners from Romania get in the top podium. We've been seeing runners from Finland start to peak near the top. Runners from the U.S., at least on the women's side, have been running in the top 10 on the 100-kilometer race. Let's go for a little bit of an update and see who is running in the top 10. Yep, Stephanie Howe has been hovering around 7th, 8th all day from the U.S., but living in Chamonix. She is currently running in 7th. You can see from these images just the high alpine terrain that they have been running through. 30% of the land in Val d'Orem is above 2,000 meters, with several peaks reaching 3,000 meters. Now, this is what has caused some course changes in past years, particularly when there's snow up high. That has meant that sometimes they've had to make a bit of a lower alternative, but no such changes have had to be made this year. As we are following the women's race in the 100K, it's worth mentioning that female participation has grown from just 12.5% in 2021. That was the first edition. The year that I ran this race, I ran the 100-mile race. And it increased to 19% female participation last year and 21% this year. Let's hope we can see this trend continue and get up to 50-50. Did y'all hear that? That was some good cow noises we have coming through the camera there. As we are following Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier, the cows are getting in the game and they are cheering on the women's field just like we are watching the screens. They are saying, get a move on. Alexandra is just 5 kilometers from the finish. She knows that she is getting close. But 5 kilometers can still feel like quite a long way when you know that you have a not insubstantial descent still ahead. She still has the men to race against. There's no one to catch on the women's side in front. Yao Miao has already long finished, and there is no one to catch her behind. But she can still move up in the field overall. And that is what we like to see. She is expected to come through to the finish line at Vieja in about half an hour, 33 minutes. See if she can outrun the algorithm. Now, why is this race so important? Why is Val d'Arènes by UTMB such an anticipated race and such a competitive race? It is not only because of the scenery, it is not only because of how beautiful these trails are and how good the food is. It is because this is a UTMB World Series major. Now, it joins Kodiak as a North American World Series major, Chiang Mai in Thailand as an Asia Pacific major, and Ultra Trail Australia as the Oceania major. And that means that all of the finishers of these races get double the number of running stones. So these running stones are what you use to be able to get more chances in the lottery. So anyone who finishes this race gets double the number of running stones of all the other UTMB World Series races. It also means that not just the age group category winners, but the top 10 instead of the top 3 male and female finishers will secure automatic qualification to the finals. So we know that 210 people will be getting an automatic qualification to the finals. Not all of them will take that chance, but knowing that you can get a direct entry is really what attracts the competition. It's what attracts people to these races. It is quite a good carrot. Prize money is also given here, 5 deep, from 5,000 euros in first place down to 1,000 euros in 5th place. And there we go. Alexandra is chasing the cows that have been cheering and moving her along. She is chasing them down on the trail. I think that cow is taking a look at her and thinking, what just happened here? Alexandra has now caught up to the male competitor that was running in front of her. How many can she take down before she gets to the finish? If you are still following us in the chat, let us know. Who are you watching? Who are you cheering for? While we are coverage of the elites, it is worth mentioning that in this 100-kilometer race, we had over 1,300 starters. So we are only seeing a tip of the iceberg here on our screen. 221 have already withdrawn from the race, but that is not surprising on a race that is as technical as this one. And Alexandra is showing real strength on this descent. Very controlled. Now you can see the gradient that she is running down. We've got about a 24% decline. So it's much steeper than what it looks like from the camera. The camera tends to flatten the terrain. So it's good that we have those stats there from Sunto. Now we know she is 4 kilometers away from the finish. Alexandra getting cheered on. And who do we have here? This is our 3rd place women. So this is Sandra Coelho Capistros from Spain. We haven't seen much of her today. but she has climbed her way up through the course. Oh, nope, sorry. Apologies, I was looking at the wrong race. We are covering 2 races here today. That was, of course, Marie Clage-Fenra, who we have been covering all day today. We haven't seen much of her as well. That's why I don't recognize the outfits. The coverage that we've been seeing today, we are really showing you images from some quite remote places. But Marie Clage-Fenra from Norway, she is our defending champion. And she is cresting that final climb before she joins Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier on the descent. So a pretty good gap there as well. No chance of catching her. And she looks to be quite safe as well from Claudia Tremps, who is in 4th. Oof. Marie is appearing to take this downhill a bit gingerly. You can see she's using her poles. For the top runners, you won't normally see them use poles on the downhill. If you've got the legs for it and you're fearless enough, you really want to lean into the downhill and just let your legs flow. When you start to use poles on the downhill, you're trying to kind of stop yourself. You're trying to take away some of the tension, some of the weight and the strain on your legs. And that's not surprising to see at the end of a race like this. And I am going to be joined in the studio on the English side from one of our Frenchies. It is our quote-unquote race marshal.
Yeah, at one point race marshal and most of the time race speaker on the French stream. And I join you, Steph, to give you a bit of information about Alexandra, currently on your screen, the second woman, coming from triathlon background.
Yes.
She was an ex-triathlete, and first time here in the UTMB World Series, first 100K, and now she's flying onto the downhill. It seems that Marie Klengen, our third woman, it's a bit more complicated on the downhill, right?
Yeah, exactly. We were just talking about that with the viewers. She's using her poles on the downhill, not something we normally see from elites unless they're trying to protect their quads. So she does seem to be struggling. This is our defending champion, but she is quite comfortably in 3rd place. I do not think that Claudia Tremps has any chance of catching up. Claudia was back in 5th earlier. She's climbed her way. She's now sitting in 4th. But back to these images that we have of Marie. You can see she's going a bit gingerly. She's still moving, but she's going a bit gingerly down this descent.
This kind of terrain is like the worst when you have the quads that are completely destroyed with this steep downhill. Not technical, but it's like having some steps along the downhill. Maybe the 4th woman, who is Ragna, Claudia Tremps. Yeah.
Yep.
Ragna is like a bit far now from out of the top 10. Yeah, even for Ingrid Gundersen, who won the 100K of Nice, Côte d'Azur by UTMB. So for some women it has been tougher, and we can see here the movement along the coast.
This is where we saw Alexandra try to take on the wildlife, try to take on the cows, and she's going to do a pass. And with that, we will go to a short break and stick with us. We'll come back at Val d'Orem by
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Alexandra to maybe do the sprints. And if you are joining us, here we are with our third women, Marie Klenger-Fenner, ex-winner from 2025. Now the name of the winner of this 2026 edition is Miao Yao. This girl won 2 times OCC. It's the first 100K for her since 2023. So she's back into the ultra running world with the 8 target of the season. It's going to be the CCC in like less than 2 months. She already won it, and she showed us today that she has all the potential to have a second one in the book. And now we are following Marie Klenger-Fenner, who is sticking with this long downhill, and the legs are completely destroyed. It's like here you have 2 different style, where Alexandra on the left side, first 100K, first time running more than 10 hours, is flying and go to Biella to ring the bell and be the second woman to cross the finish line of this CDH.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You can really see the difference between the 2 women. Marie, even as our defending champion, she is struggling. You can tell she has pushed. She has burned those quads, and this descent is bound to be painful for her, the way that she is running right now. Whereas Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier is moving. She is still looking quite light on her feet, which is not easy to do when you are coming to the end of a very technical 110K race.
Here we can see Marie is like sitting a bit and onto the trails, like really like pushing the brakes and trying to not adding some speed and to not destroy even more the legs. But here it's tough for her, and also she ran it last year, so she know how long is this downhill, and sometimes it can be mentally a bit tough. So for Alexandra, she will finish second, and she will have a ticket for the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc in 2027. Maybe we can we hope that we can see her on CCC. UTMB seems to be a big gap, but already a CCC. Even if it's funny because we talk about Yao Miao, she will race CCC in like less than 2 months, and for a B race, like a prep race, having a longer and tougher and more technical race, it's like a risky kind of strategy. What is your thought on it?
Having Yao Miao do this race as training.
Yeah.
You know, normally you would see her race something a bit shorter. To race something that is so similar to CCC, and actually I would say this is more technical. This is tougher than CCC. That's not usual, but you know, who am I to doubt Yao Miao's strategy? She is a clear champion, and she wanted to basically test everything that she needed to know so that she could go into CCC with confidence. She said in her post-race interview, she, now has more confidence. If she can gut it out and have an outstanding performance like this here, maybe that makes her feel a little bit better, a little bit stronger, a little bit more confident that she can not only win when she stands on the start line of CCC next month, but maybe get a new course record, see how far she could get up in the men's field. Who knows what's in her head? Is it just enough to win? She's already won this race. She was the first Asian woman, I believe, to stand on the podium to win that race. She has won OCC. She won OCC last year. So once you've won everything, what's the next goal? Is it course record? Is it getting top 5 men? Is it, what is going through her head? I don't know, but she is certainly someone that is capable of more than just a win.
Yeah. And also I think mentally for her to say that I already finished like 100K, I can go on to the CCC and knowing that more than 10 hours, I'm ready. I know how to do it. Maybe this vision and eyes issue can be something to fix between this short period, but I think it will be interesting for her. And the battle with Tony McCann to be the woman with 2 CCC can be intense one.
Yeah, and I can certainly understand that part of the strategy where, she said before the race, I haven't done this distance in 3 years. So do you want CCC to be the first time you come back to the 100K distance? No. But now, the focus will be after this race on making sure she recovers super well and that she is able to get a really good final training block, because CCC is really not that far away. We're looking at 7 weeks.
If we take into the rest period, then having another training block, maybe do a week of the route, and like having at least, I guess, 2 weeks of like recover, sharpening. It can be like super tight if the recovery is not going that super well.
Yep. Everything needs to be completely dialed going into these final weeks. Hopefully she'll take at least a few days to celebrate, to put her feet up before she, starts to get more serious and focus on the next race. It can be hard mentally. There's the physical recovery from these races, but there's also the mental recovery. You need to take those moments of celebration. You need to start to, give yourself that breathing space before you focus on the next goal, because it takes so much determination and so much concentration to be able to perform at a top level like this. So I certainly hope that that all of you who are there on the ground in Vieja can see Yao Miao out at restaurants on the town having a good time.
Yeah, for sure. And now we are following Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier for her first 100K, following the route of and the path of Miao Yao to be the second woman to cross the finish line. She's currently 13 on the overall, on the scratch ranking. Hopefully we can have 2 women in the top 15, which is super cool to see, and it's also highlighting the fact that the women are super talented when the race are going longer and longer. Rachel Entrekin is like the best example with the overall win at Cocodona 250. And for Alexandra, it was interesting because at Arties, the second aid station, she had no crew, so she managed by herself, like having 3 flasks with sparkling water, some Coke, and she's managed by herself. Like, it was not super rush, but it was interesting to see that she was calm. And some runners, even more runners coming from like short formats, are sometimes super speed on the aid station. And now, without crewing, she was like super calm and it was super efficient.
That is a really interesting observation. I mean, coming from a triathlete background, she will be used to transitions. So being able to...
T1, T2 is like
exactly
rush mode.
Coming into an aid station like that is kind of like a transition from one sport to the other. You need to be able to stop, stay calm, do what you need to do, but efficiently get in and out. I'm always impressed when I see the top athletes who are under time pressure. They know they're being chased. They're also trying to chase whoever's in front of them, but it can actually take a real pro to be able to know, no, I'm going to take an extra minute here. I'm going to take an extra 2 minutes here. You can't do something like that in a 20K or a 50K even if the competition is stiff. But it can make all the difference in the world in a 100-kilometer race. We saw Yao Miao stop for about 10 minutes or so when she was having vision problems. I was a bit worried that she wouldn't get back up, but she knew that she had the race in the bag and she needed those few extra minutes to deal with her eye issue.
Yeah, for sure. And here we are in the few last kilometers before entering into Biela village, and more than 1,300 runners were started this race today earlier this morning at 6 in the Les village. 110 kilometers, 6,300 meters of elevation. Quite brutal, quite technical in the pure tradition of Pyrenees route. And now you can hear far, but they are here. The race speaker are screaming maybe the name of Alexandra Cassan-Ferrier. You need to remember this name. It's the first time we're seeing her on the UTMB World Series. Hopefully next year, end of August in Chamonix, but maybe also another UTMB World Series to win some experiences into these long distances, because it's often cool to know that the first 100K is going super well, like it's an A+, but at one point you will face a tough race, and it's cool also to see that you can like go over it and like having some tougher race, which make you like a better runner.
She is only 1.2 kilometers from the finish. And yeah, talking about her background, you know, she has just outrun what her UTMB index indicated that she should be running here today. You can tell just even by her bib number. The bib numbers tend to follow how good the UTMB indexes are. Yao Miao had 1001, so she had the number 1 bib, whereas Alexandra's was 1036. So the fact that she is up this high, she is going to get such a good UTMB index score from here, and that will give her a nice boost. I do hope that she will sign up to more races, because she is clearly talented. She's put in the work and she can run these races well.
And I think she impressed a lot of women on the top elite athletes. Like, I think not knowing who is this girl, it's sometimes the case on shorter distances where people from triathlon, for example, if we talk about Eli Hemming, if we talk about we have the Swiss guy Adrien Briffaut at Sierre-Zinal, were flying, and this guy on short format are like super good, but seeing them switching on 100K, if we talk about Eli Hemming case, 100K is, for him, it's like a real challenge. He really struggled. He's super good at 50K, but 100K is a completely different world. You have a lot of different areas like nutrition, pacing, even the clothes, mentally it's completely different. So for triathletes to move on, like even the longest one is like around for them less than 10 hours. So it can be interesting to see that it's possible to move on from triathlon to ultra. And one of the best examples is Heather Jackson, moving on from a triathlon background, now moving on to the 100 miles in.
Yep. And I just got to call out, look at that stride. Now that she has hit the road, she is on a flatter section. She is flying. She is moving so smoothly. Her technique is almost perfect. And she is just sending it. Now that she can hear those finish line vibes, that is clearly a road training background that is coming into play here.
She made a few selections into the French national team on the cross country.
Ah, okay.
So that's why the stride is like really like, even after 110 kilometers, it's still like a decent and okay stride. And look at this.
Her go.
Yeah.
Oh, I am so impressed with this woman. I just love it when we have these, I call them ghosts. You know, these people who just
underdogs.
appear. They're the underdogs, but to be an underdog, you have to be known.
Yeah.
She's a ghost. She came out of nowhere, and I did not think that we would see her stay at the top throughout this race. So I am glad she has proved me wrong. Now here we have on the screen, this is Marie Klageg-Fenre. She is not running as smoothly, but she is still moving. This is our defending champion. She also came second in this race in 2023. So she knows this course. She knows what it requires, and she has put it out all on the line. It just happens to be that there were two faster runners here today. And that's part of the game, right? You can be the champion, you can come back, and you can still get your butt kicked.
Yeah, for sure. And I was on the French stream saying that Alexandra is like the first of the women human, because we always like a UFO for all of these women's like flying onto the race. So she can be proud of herself, like finishing second on this European major, having this qualification, having also the prize money, which is important for this kind of athletes. Maybe she wants to attract also sponsors, so it's a really good showcase, and she can talk about it like for a long time, because this one will stay longer into the book.
For sure, and I like that. Having a separate category for the UFOs.
Yeah.
And, I, having finished second once to Courtney DeWalter, I think 7 hours behind her, I would like to say that
I'm a human.
Yeah. Now, here we have Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier coming towards the finish line at Vieja.
Oh, the smile is here. You will hear the Pavarotti song for all the top 3 men and women, and she will have the pleasure to have the bell for her second women after 14 hours. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this name, Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier, for her first 100K. Not the easiest one, maybe one of the tougher in the Europe. After 14 hours, here she is, last finish line, and she can ring the bell.
Let's go! Oh, it's an emotional finish for Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier from France. I'm ringing the bell with her.
Oh, the tears, for sure. That's part of the ultra, having some high highs, some low lows, and the finish medal she can now enjoy with all the public. I think for her it's cool also, because sometimes at triathlon it's like full sprint. If you're going on the Olympic format, it's like all in, and now she can enjoy.
Wow, and seeing the finishing times now, Yao Miao finished almost she finished almost an entire hour.
Yeah, of course, 1 hour.
Cassin-Ferrier, our first human on the women's side to finish behind the unicorn, the UFO, the superhuman Yao Miao. Wow, you can just see that Alexandra is trying to process. She's got a smile on her face, but inside, I think she's freaking out.
Do you think she will say that no more? Sometimes when you finish your first ultra is like no more ultra. It's like way too hard for the body. And at one point, after 2 or 3 days, you are looking on the calendar and saying, this one looks cool.
Well, if you're on a podium, it's pretty. You get that pull to come back a lot sooner than if you finish at the back of the pack, I have to say.
And she have now the privilege to come back in Chamonix next year, next August of 2027.
And I hope we will see her there.
Yeah, she's full emotional. And the Pavarotti song.
What a moment for her. And you can see, she doesn't have, she didn't have crew. She doesn't have people meeting her at the finish line here. So she's having to do this celebration all kind of by herself. I just want to go out there and give her a hug. If you're in Vieja, go up and congratulate Alexandra.
Yeah, we have the interview. Yeah, now Alexandra, you're the second woman. It's quite incredible for you. Starting this morning at 6. You were fully concentrated into the race. Let us know what happens during this race. Yeah, it's even more than a dream, because I didn't hope about this. It's my first ultra, and it's like completely crazy for me. I really enjoy all of the route. The volunteers were like super, like really crazy for me. I spent a wonderful day here in the Pyrenees.
muy amable. Tu as le temps de voir les
She's really emotional now.
de voir la vallée.
Did you have some time about enjoying all the views? Yeah, as it's long, I can enjoy, and also the lights along the day were different. This morning it was crazy with the sunrise, and tonight, after the last downhill, the lights were like crazy, landscapes were scenic. I enjoy my race, yeah.
De todo lo que ha hecho con esta sonrisa, madre mía. Creo que es la primera que sonríe.
Seems like she was like on a flow state during 14 hours, which is quite rare.
We're going to see her again. She is an ultra runner at heart.
It's tough, but you made it. Yeah, it was wonderful. We have some coves along the trail, so it were nice to run along them. It was hard for sure, but I remember the beauty of this day.
Donc, este aplauso es para ti, para la segunda clasificada, Alexandra.
What a dream. Maybe a day that you will remember for a long, long time.
Wow, congratulations, Alexandra. She finished 13th scratch. And now we are following Marie Klagenfenre, our defending champion. Third time on this 100K course. Ooh, she is hurting going down this final descent. We hope to see her at the finish line in maybe about 20 minutes.
Yeah, still a bit of kilometers, but now you know this feeling, Stephanie, when the legs are completely out, and then you need to do some really small steps, like walking on eggs, to reduce like the impact and the pains into the leg.
You have to really sink into the pain and just kind of accept that it's not going to hurt you. It's just going to be uncomfortable. But sometimes when you get to this stage of a race, you've been running for 14 hours, the signal between your brain and your legs is just a lot slower. So no matter how many times you can tell your legs, go faster, go faster, go faster, they just won't respond.
No, go only one speed.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's
the echo, like your cell phone is like echo mode.
Exactly. But as we see these images of our third place woman in the 100-kilometer race, we are going to go into a short break, but come back with us and we will bring you more live from Val.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Catalunya.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
The group is so nice.
And we are back with you live following the 100-kilometer race at Val d'Orient by UTMB. It has been an incredibly exciting day. The runners have been racing since 6 a.m. We welcomed in Yao Miao as our winner and 8th scratch about an hour and 5 minutes ago. And then just a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago or so, we welcomed our second place woman, Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier, who is from France. It was her first real ultra. She comes from a triathlete background, and she was quite emotional at the finish line. I think in a bit of shock, you know, to come in second to Yao Miao, really on a debut race like this is truly incredible. And now we are following Marie Klægg Fenre from Norway. She is showing signs of a bit more struggle as she goes down this final descent, feeling it in the quads for sure, but she has experience, she has history on this course. Last year's champion. It was a slightly different course last year due to some storms, but we've had perfect weather, absolutely perfect weather yesterday, today, and things are looking pretty good for tomorrow. Marie also got second in this race in 2023. So now she'll be going home today with a third. The competition every year just gets bigger and better. So I do hope that she is proud of this third place. It's sometimes hard as a defending champion to come in after you've already won. You know you've already proved yourself on this course, so it feels like maybe you are doing worse, but she is not. She is absolutely not. And behind her, we have Claudia Trumps, who started off a little bit higher in the pack, dropped back down to 5th. She's going to finish in 4th. And then Mireia Pons, who we haven't really talked about today, from the Brooks team. She is behind Claudia Trumps in 5th, and that is rounding out our top 5 today on the women's side. Now we are just over 2 kilometers from the finish, following our runners coming in. You won't be able to hear, but here in the studio, we have a bit of a dance party going on the French side. And I am going to start my own dance party here by myself on the English side of the booth. What songs do we want to bring in? Oh gosh, look at Marie. She is not only hurting in the quads, I feel like she's leaning a little bit over to the left. Oh man, I can feel her. I can feel her pain. I can feel her effort in this race. This is really an outstanding performance by her. You know that she has left it all out there. Two kilometers to go. Let's see it, Marie. If you know her, if you are a fan of her, jump into the chat, give her a bit of love.
Super. Bien ça, Matt.
Now, there is a question in the live chat about having a cam for the runners at all of the aid stations. Now, we don't have cameras at every single aid station, but if you go on the UTMB Live website, you can click on the profile. You will be able to see the course profile, the different elevation changes, and at certain checkpoints, there are cameras with little red rings around them. If you click on those cameras, it should be able to give you some live images. So even though we're following the elites, if you've got someone who's running a little bit further back in the pack, no matter where they are, you should be able to hopefully catch them as they go through the aid stations. And then that footage will also be saved to their profile. It's quite a nice little trick to be able to stay up to date with what's happening with your runners, with your loved ones. And we're getting a bit of love for Marie from fellow Norwegians in the chat. Jump in. And yes, we have some people commenting that they must have missed Yao Miao completely. Yao Miao finished some time ago over an hour ago, 75 minutes ago, in fact, coming in top 10 scratch. Now, just to do a bit of a review of what we saw on the men's side, it was Gauthier Bancader from France who came in first, followed by Abel Carretero from Spain, and then Mathis Leray in France. And a bit of a French sweep here, Remy Brassac from France and Benjamin Tremont. Now, the story of the day was the fact that Julian Calvo Vigara from Spain, who was leading for most of the day, unfortunately got a time penalty for receiving unauthorized assistance. Now, this wasn't the case of receiving assistance outside of a checkpoint, which really, in almost all cases, is intentional cheating. Everyone knows you can only get aid at authorized aid stations. The problem here was that he got aid from 2 people at an aid station, and you were only allowed 1. Now, this was verified, and so he was given a 1-hour time penalty at the checkpoint before the last climb and the last descent. Quite difficult news to, I'm sure, to deliver, but to receive. And not, that 1 hour wasn't just added to his time at the end. He had to stop and wait out that hour at that checkpoint, watch all of the runners that he had been leading that day go by while he tried to stay warm. But in a great show of sportsmanship, you know, he was patting the other runners on the back as they took off while he stood by and waited, jumped from foot to foot to foot, and he has ended up finishing in 6th. So just 5 minutes outside of that top 5, but that is a mistake that he will never make again. And really, it's all part of the game. It is absolutely all part of the game. If you miss part of the course, if you got lost, these are all the things that play into runner finishes, and the rules are there for a reason. So whether you're back of the pack or you are elite, make sure to read what the race rules are. Know where you can get aid, where you can't, what the rules are around the aid, and in particular, mandatory equipment. We haven't seen equipment checks here in this course, but in the UTMB World Series races, they can happen at any time. They can happen at the beginning. They can happen in the middle of the night. We often see during the UTMB World Series finals last year, I remember I was doing some commentary in the middle of the night from Courmayeur. There's often a station there where they check emergency, or they check the mandatory equipment before they've gotten access to their crew, before they've gotten access to their gear, checking things like head torches. Do they have all of the waterproof equipment? Do they have all of the gear with them? Even on a day like today, where the weather is beautiful, you know you're not going to need your waterproof. You know you're not going to need your warm weather kit. It's important that you follow the rules and you carry everything with you because, 1, you just never know, and it's a safety thing, and 2, it's an equalizer. No one is exempt from mandatory kit. Now you can see the descent here. We can see the gradient. It's almost a 25% downhill gradient. The camera really flattens out the terrain that we see. But Marie knows she's just over a kilometer left, and she's just got to hold on a little bit longer. Finishing out, what an incredible day for her. And she is fighting. She is absolutely fighting. Now, alongside the 100-kilometer race, we have also been covering the 100-mile race, which started at 4 p.m. local time today. The race favorite for that on the men's side, Benyat Marmasol, he has been running at near the top. There is a tight group, at least from the last aid station, quite a tight group all together. So he's running really just 1 minute behind Pau Ruiz, who is in the lead, and Santos Gabriel Rueda, who has had a second in this race before. is also running right there alongside Benyat Marmasal, at least at the last checkpoint. We will get an update as they go through the next timing point in maybe about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. On the women's side for the 100-mile race, Kasia Dąbrowska from Poland, or Katarzyna, has been in the lead with already a 20-minute gap at the last checkpoint over Aurora CEO, which is just incredible. Really, to have that kind of a lead after less than 3.5 hours into the race is quite a strong showing. She is coming off of a win at Ultra Trail Australia and a tough race in March at Transgran Canaria, where I was in that race as well in the Classic. Everyone had kind of prepared for the heat, and we had snow, we had hail, and she unfortunately dropped from that race with hypothermia. But seeing a very strong start to the 100-mile race at Val d'Aran by UTMB here today. Now we are down to the final kilometer in the 100-kilometer race for our third place woman, our defending champion, Marie Klegge-Fenrup. Now, just to recap this race, it's 110 kilometers, 6,400 meters of climbing. They've been running since 6 a.m. this morning. The CDH race, it's the iron roads. The runners have been running through beautiful alpine terrain, but what you might not know is that they've been running through old iron mine tunnels and past abandoned mines. It covers the last 110 kilometers of the VDA race, of the 100-mile race. So you will recognize some of these images. We will bring them to you tomorrow as we cover the end of the 100-mile race then. 800 meters to go. I wonder what is going through Marie's head. I bet she's thinking, I'm ready. I am ready to cross that finish line. You can't always tell with the elites, just how hard they're working, but I feel this one. Marie running for Team HOKA. She came in here as an obvious favorite, not just because of her her previous win, but because of her high UTMB index, because the depth of what she brings from her race experiences. And she has put it all out there. Now, Marie in 2024 was 14th at UTMB in the World Series finals. This race here, of course, she will get an automatic direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals, to CCC, as will all of the top 10 men and women. This is because it is a UTMB World Series major. All of the finishers will also get double the amount of running stones, whether you're elite, whether you're an amateur, whether you're front of the pack or back of the pack. And there is prize money on the line for the top 5 men and women finishers. Here we have a bit of a slow-mo of Marie finishing that downhill. That's either a large smile on her face or a grimace as she reached the flat. Oh, I've got goosebumps. I am excited for her. We are down to the last few 100 meters as our defending champion, our third place here today, is coming into town, is coming into Vieja. Let's go, Marie, from Norway. This was a hard-fought battle today, and she deserves every cheer that we've got. If you are at home, put a bit of love in the chat. Give a little shout out for her wherever you're watching or tuning in from, whether you're at home, whether you're out on the trail, in North America, in Europe, calling in from Asia, Oceania, middle of the night, morning. Let's send some good vibes into the air and reward the effort that Marie has put out today. Oh my goodness, these must be her kids joining her. This is so cute. You gotta keep up. Oh, I am covered in goosebumps. Absolute congratulations and smiles all around for Marie Klegging Fenra from Norway. She is on the final stretch. This is our defending champion. Third place here today behind some stellar performances by Yao Miao and Alexandra. Wow, congratulations, Marie. You've done it. Let's ring that bell. Oh, hugs from her kids on the finish line. She's done it. She has absolutely done it. And that is our women's podium. That is our women's podium, folks, in the 100K. I'm not sure if Marie was doubled over there with emotion or with nausea, but I hope it was emotion. It's all coming out. Let's take a listen in. Cheering all around for Marie Klegging Fenra. Absolutely stellar. You can see the temperature has dropped. People at the finish line are wearing jackets now, giving us a bit of an indication of what those in the 100-mile race might be facing as they go into the night, particularly at altitude. We've been talking about the heat, but the night in the mountains can be an entirely different ball game. And Marie will be on the start line of UTMB this year, so we can expect to see her come back next month in Chamonix. Wow, what a day. I'm still trying to take in what we've seen here today. Yao Miao finishing in first, 8th scratch, 13 hours, 4 minutes. Alexandra Cassin-Ferrier having her 100K debut and in second to a superhuman like Yao Miao. And then Marie Klegging Fenra, our defending champion, battling her way into 3rd place. So a much tighter race we saw on the men's side with about 20 minutes separating the first 3 men. And on the women's side, thanks to Yao Miao's absolute domination, we've got about an hour and 20 minutes between first and third. But no matter what time these men cross the finish line, the reward is worth it and hard fought, and hard won. With the crowds, it looked like she was rowing her way down that finish line stretch. If someone knows the the story behind that one. Seems to be a bit of a trademark, but I would love to hear it. She is really soaking it all in. We can get a bit of a recap from Marie, find out a little bit more of her race. She's just getting some photos there with the family, but I would love to hear, you know, just what she was feeling, particularly on that final descent. What was she feeling physically? What was she feeling mentally? Coming back as the defending champion can be tough. We now have the mystery solved. I'm obviously... Oh, here we go. Let's listen in.
You've given us so much over the years here in Vieira. A magnificent first last year. I think you were second in 2023 and today third. You've done it all. First, second and third. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be back here in Valderrama, my favorite place. I just love the mountains here and the kind and supportive people here. I feel so lucky to be here.
Quiere decir que se sienta muy cogida, tiene mucha suerte de estar aquí un año más y está muy feliz corriendo en su sitio favorito del mundo. Mari, tell us about today. It's never easy, 110 kilometers. We could see that you gave it absolutely everything. Tell us about the highs and the lows of running 110 kilometers.
Oh, I was very excited for the race today. I have had some injuries this winter and spring, so I have trained for 3 weeks, and I had to just fake it till I make it today. So I gave it all, and I just really enjoyed the beautiful view and everything here.
Dice que ha tenido un invierno bastante duro, una primavera también con muchas lesiones y que solo lleva 3 semanas entrenando bien. Mari, finally, I'm sure it's a special moment when you get to the finish line to see your children and your husband here as well. Talk to us about the support that you get from your family, because without their support, it's very hard to do 110 kilometers.
Oh, they mean the world to me, and I'm so proud of them. And to see them here at the course and at the finish line, it was a very special moment, and I will remember it for the rest of my life.
Mari, muchas gracias. Thank you very much, and good luck in the World Cup with Norway as well.
Thank you so much.
Guys, what a wonderful champion, a superb champion. She gives it everything every single year. First, second, and third. Well done, Mari.
Maravillosa.
What a great interview. She's so positive. Just, you know, nothing but good things to say about the race, about the area. You know, coming in third, it can be difficult for some if they've already won that particular race, but my goodness, she has everything to be excited about and to be proud of for her performance here today. Let's do a bit of a race recap of what we saw in this 100-kilometer race. So we had on the men's side Raul Octavio Butacci in the lead pack with Gautier Boncader, Abel Carretiero, Remy Brasek, and Mathis Leray. You will recognize all those names because they finished all near the top except for Raul, who unfortunately, as a lead favorite coming in, he had to drop out. But the others stayed in the top. So quite consistent from the beginning. Julen, you just saw there in the blue. Julen Calvo Vigara took the lead around 3 hours in with that same pack. On the women's side, Yao Miao took a commanding lead early on with Claudia Trumps and Kemi Lescuya following behind on that first climb. Yao Miao running 9th scratch 3 hours in, starting to put in a big gap right near the beginning, and then she hovered up to 6th scratch, 7th scratch down to 10th, but always in the top 10. Now we saw Julen there on his phone. We saw him a few times on his phone, so we knew that there was something going on. We just weren't sure what it was. We thought he was communicating something to his crew perhaps, but we soon found out what the issue was. Now there is Yao Miao, you can see taking some fueling, taking some bananas, really continuing to be able to push on those very runnable flats. And with Julen coming in to the aid station, and this is where we learned what the deal was. He's there talking with the race marshal, and that's where we found out that he was getting a 1 hour time penalty due to unauthorized assistance at the previous aid station. He had gotten helped by 2 people when he should have only gotten helped by 1. And so he had to sit at that aid station and wait it out and watch all of the other runners go by, but that didn't stop him from giving a pat on the back, cheering on the other runners. He was cheering on Gautier Boncader from France, who ultimately ended up winning. Now, Yao Miao coming into that same aid station. This is where everything was happening. This was the aid station before the final climb. This was really the first time that we saw her stop. She stopped for about 10 minutes at the aid station. She was having some vision problems. So had a cloth on her face, had some eye drops, but it was really the first moment we saw her just falter a little bit and show us that, yes, indeed, she is human, at least a part of her. On the men's side, the race continued. Eventually, Julen did continue. He jumped back in, ultimately finishing in 6th, wasn't able to break back into that top 5, but we had Gautier Boncader finishing in 1st, just absolutely delighted with his performance there, as he should be, followed by Abel Carretero. There he is. He had been passed by Gautier near kind of the first third of the race, but was able to hold on and finish then in 2nd, about 10 minutes behind. And then 8 minutes behind him was Mathis Leray from France. He was 4th at TDS last year. Very comparable race in terms of the technicality, and just falling to his knees at the finish, showing that he really gave everything he got. And then back to Yao Miao. We were worried about her vision. Would it cause her to slow down? Honestly, I'm not sure it did. She kept moving. It's given her all the confidence, more of the confidence that she needs going into CCC next month. Following her was Alexandra Casson-Ferrier, someone coming from a triathlete background. She doesn't have a deep ultra running background. She was just, this was her first 100K race, and oh my goodness, what a performance. To finish behind Yao Miao in 2nd with a debut like this is impressive. And I am excited to see what she does on the ultra running scene from here. She now has a direct entry to the UTMB World Series finals next year, and I hope we will see her on the start line of CCC. And following her was our defending champion, Marie Claggen-Fenre, who was obviously hurting on the downhill, but still pushing, still moving, and all smiles at the end as she joined her family And this rowing motion that I was a bit confused about, but that's because I am not a World Cup fan. That's obviously a bit of a nod to what the Norwegian fans have been doing at the FIFA World Cup. And there we have it, folks. Those are the results of our 100-kilometer race at Val d'Arènes by UTMB. We have almost an entirely French sweep on the men's side with Gauthier Bancader in first, followed by Abel Carretero and Mathis Leray in third, Remy Brasek in fourth, and Benjamin Tremont in fifth. Really a spread of about half an hour between first and fifth. And pretty closely following what the UTMB index would indicate that they would. On the women's side, we've had the top 3 women come through. Yao Miao finishing an hour and 20 minutes ahead of our defending champion Marie Clagic-Fenra in third, and Alexandra Casson-Ferrier finishing in second, 1 hour behind Yao Miao. It has been an exciting day, full of drama, a bit of nail biting, and I am sure that we will have the same type of excitement as we follow the 100-mile race tomorrow when we are back on the live. Now, the 100-mile race, they started at 4 p.m. today. They will be continuing through the night. This is coming towards the end of our live today, the second day of our live coverage at Val d'Arènes by UTMB, and I am excited to join you again in studio tomorrow. I will be joined by Martin, who was with us yesterday. We will both be together in the studio, bringing to you the coverage of the 100-mile race. And what's exciting about this 100-mile race this year is that we are getting the full 100-mile original course. Last year, it had to be modified. It had to be shortened to about 145K due to the storms. And the 2 years prior to that, it had to be canceled entirely. So this is a very special weekend, everyone. We have almost perfect weather. We have the competition is deep. We have people out on the course really going for it, and I am excited to see what happens. So I will see you tomorrow, and get some sleep, fuel up. We're in for a ride.
Actually, this is already happening. The European major of the UTMB World Series is starting.
Vamos a disfrutarlo, vamos a vivirlo. They will be there all day long, 8 hours in the mountain.
Y volvemos con más emoción, con más pelea en esta Val d'Arènes by UTMB. Beautiful pride. He is absolutely giving everything.
Train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
So nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Bueno, lo que viene, lo que nos está escuchando. Ignacio Cava, el campeón del mundo. Vamos a recibir al campeón del mundo. No me lo creo, capo. Que nos estás escuchando. Madre mía, campeón del mundo militar, campeón del mundo 2004. Y ahora sí, en la meta. Pero nada más, hermano. Bueno, no sé si le estará llegando nuestra voz, pero seguro que sí nuestras mejores vibraciones. Last minutes before the arrival of one of the greatest. Something amazing is going to happen here in this